Get in the fair. Come on in. Blessings of the day. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. For those of you who rock with me, you already know how this is going to go. You know what I'm here for. With all due respect, I'm not here to entertain you. There are moments that you may find entertaining. I mean, you can't tell someone what to find entertaining and what not to. I know there are things that tickle me that very few other people would even perceive. So I can't tell someone else what or what not to perceive. All right, first person in. Yeah. All right, Yap and Crow. Hotep, peace. Welcome. And for those of you who have never joined me before, who have never been here before, the term Hotep is not a pejorative here. We're very proud of that term. Because first and foremost, we understand what it actually means. We understand the culture and the history that it represents. We understand the sacredness of the term. So many of you have been raised in pop culture over the past decade or so. You've been taught to laugh at the term Hotep. As I've said before, as I've taught before, whether you know, unbeknownst to most people and unbeknownst to the unsuspecting, that is the result of a conspiracy against Black progress, African progress. So when I greet you in the term Hotep, amongst many things, it's going back. Someone asked me about my lock. It's going back. All right. Hotep, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁. So when I greet you on this program in Hotep, it's a genuine term meant with all of the respect in the world. Okay. Let's see. Okay, peace to everyone coming in. All right. It's your second time here. Oh, wonderful. Legacy, come on in. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Genuinely so. There's nothing superficial about that. Genuinely. So I genuinely appreciate your presence, and it makes a difference. It really does. You'll see as we go on. Right? So peace, absolutely. Peace to your family. I appreciate you. Right? Absolutely. Pepper Hotep, 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𝓿. I love when I see that Hotep in your name. Absolutely. And I love you right back. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I appreciate you, James. Very much so. Okay. Carrington, I appreciate you as well. Absolutely. So this is going to be part 4 of a series that I think I started about a week ago, I guess. I'm not really good with keeping track of time because I get lost in the sauce as far as studying. So, of course, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Kemetville already has merch. We've got the T-shirts and all of that, but absolutely, we will have more. If you go on the website ShakkaAhmose.com, you'll see the T-shirts up there. Yeah, absolutely, sure thing. And there will certainly be more. In fact, I'll probably just go to the website and show it to you live on camera so you can see it. I appreciate you all. Your presence here means the world to me. And as I said a few moments ago, I'm not here to entertain. And the reason why I keep stressing that, there's a specific reason why. Hold on one second. I'm not here. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I'm not here to entertain. And I'll tell you why. Why I keep reiterating that. I keep reiterating that because it's come to my attention that it seems like the thing that guides what we watch or what we consume, the thing that guides the data that we consume. First of all, everybody does not consume data for the same reason. Okay. So I can't judge people who are looking to consume data for a different reason than I'm offering it. Right. I'm offering the data that I'm offering because I was raised in a community that, or in a society even, in a fledgling society. I was raised in a fledgling society that placed at the center of its axiology, at the center of its value system, the life and death, the actual existential nature of the existential circumstances of Black people. Okay? If you see me put my hand to the screen, it's only because I have to do that to balance the light. Every time I switch over to another screen and I come back, I get this hyper red glare on me. I'm already red enough. I get this hyper red glare on me. And so just to balance it back, I just have to shut out the light for a moment. So you'll see the palm of my hand. For those of you who are palm readers, you'll see the palm of my hand quite a few times this evening. Okay? But again, it's just to set the lighting back correctly. I have to find a workaround around that, because that becomes a bit awkward. But I mean, not really for me. I'll do it 1,000 times. I won't really care. So let's see. I appreciate that very much. So wonderful, wonderful. I appreciate that. Those accolades count. Has Harlem changed for the better or worse? Has Harlem changed for the better or worse? I couldn't tell you that. That would presuppose I'm in Harlem. All right. I appreciate you very much. So means the world to me. Right. Right. So right. So again, I realize that so many of us, what determines what we watch is whether or not if we're entertained. And there used to be a saying back in the old school. I'm going to mess it up. I don't remember how it quite used to go, but it's like, we're going to entertain ourselves right out of existence. Straight up. We are literally going to entertain ourselves right out of existence. And quite often, there's a selfishness that we've all kind of had heaped upon us. And what that selfishness says or instructs is, what you do in this life really doesn't matter, because you're not going to be here one day anyway. And can you imagine if our ancestors thought that way and felt that way? If they only fought for the things that they were going to experience during their lifetimes? If our ancestors thought that way, if our forebears thought that way, the life that many of us know and the lives that many of us live that we take for granted, they would not have even existed. And so I think it's unfair. There's another old saying that I used to love. Every succeeding generation has the right and the privilege to stand on the shoulders of the generation that came before it. But you don't have the right to pickpocket it. And it's pickpocketing when you disregard everything that was done for you so that you could live a life of normalcy, pride, cleanliness, respect, dignity, all of those things, safety, right? It's pickpocketing the generation that came before you when you take it for granted and act like, oh, it just fell out the sky like that, and therefore you don't owe anything. And one of the things that I peeped growing up is that that's most Black people. Most Black people don't really give up. They are what I call conveniently Black. They're Black when it's convenient to be Black. And so for those of us who get called hoteps and all the other things that are supposed to be pejoratives, trying to diminish our character and trying to caricature us in service of white amusement for a good laugh. Like, in fact, they used to do that on Living Color. They had that. That's when I stopped watching it. They used to have this guy who was a prison character played by Damon Wayans, and he was supposed to be a prison brother, a Black guy in prison who was trying to speak intelligently and was really just saying a lot of gibberish. And I always found it deplorable that in the name of comedy and for a cheap laugh, that for some reason Black people think it's cool to characterize Blackness with all of the shit that Blackness goes through. I think we forget the tears. I think, you know what we should all do? I just really had a thought. If you have a fireplace or a mantle or an altar, just some place where you can put this, you should get a fish bowl or any kind of bowl and just fill it up with water. And when you look at that water, put a label on that bowl and just put the tears of Black folk. So you can remember. Because we forget the tears. We forget the funerals. We forget the prisons. We forget the broken families. We forget the group homes, the juvenile centers, right? We forget all of the lost life because we are comfortable. Well, you know, my home is good. I'm good. My bank account is right. I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong with Black life in America. I'm living my best life. And it just shows you what a small people that Black people allow themselves to become. You feel me? Especially in the name of anyone's hypergamy. Hint, hint. Because that instructs a lot of what goes on throughout our respective communities. Right? There are a lot of, you know, just things that maybe perhaps will be more important in another discussion. But my main point is, at some point, you got to move beyond entertainment. It's okay to be entertained, but at some point, you have to move beyond it. And with me, my main concern is always moving the needle for Black people, which is why when I teach and when I instruct, it's usually an experience for people, especially for those who are maybe perhaps seeing me for the first time or who are exposing themselves to my information and my data for the first time. They're usually very surprised at how much they learn because they've never seen it before. They've never heard it that way before. And it's a paradigm shift that they have. The reason for that is because, first of all, the level of intensity that I put into the kind of research that I do, most people just don't have it in them, right? And I understand that because I know what it does to me physically. Trust me, I get it. I know what research does to me physically on a physical level, right? Y'all don't see that part. Y'all see me when I'm up here and I'm recovered from whatever I'm recovered from. But it's very taxing on the body. It's grueling. That's the proper word. It's grueling. So, but my thing is because I'm a competitive researcher, because I debate a lot. So because I'm a competitive research specialist, I always tend to go those few extra miles that most people just won't go. Most people will find it unreasonable. Well, my thing is this. If you want to be the best at anything, you cannot think in reasonable terms. When people do reasonable things, they usually operate within a marginal, circumscribed place and space, which pretty much makes you like everyone else. If you have a defined and definite purpose for what it is that you do, and you realize that it's so important that it has to stand out, it has to be the standard bearer, not because you're arrogant or you think you're great. I'm often accused of being arrogant. I don't care. Right? As I often say, nobody complains when the basketball player is arrogant or when the boxer is arrogant or when the baseball player or the football player is arrogant or the tennis player is arrogant or the NASCAR driver is arrogant. Everybody can be arrogant except for the dude studying history. They always want to shove that dude in a box like he's supposed to be. No. In fact, as I said in my previous presentation, history is the arena of all arenas. If you don't think so, that means you're not paying attention to the news. People lose countries over histories. People gain territory because of history. Or rather, they use history to gain territory. They use history to colonize. They use history to gather resources. People suit up with combat boots and getting fighter jets over historical things of historical natures. So because you might not understand things like apologetics, polemics, and the things that belong in debate, right? Logic, things of that nature, that is the arena of arenas. And so when I send a home, when I send a point home perfectly in such a way that only I can do it, yeah, I'm gonna spike that ball. Yeah, I'm gonna do my little dance in the 4th round. Because if history is boxing, I'm not letting you go 15 rounds. You're lucky if you get past the 1st round with me when it comes to history. You're very lucky if you get past the 1st round with me. I don't care what your religion is or what your economic background is. You'll be very fortunate if you can get past the 1st round with me. And a lot of people don't like that because a lot of people like to feel, oh, well, I can. Oh, well, I can. Everybody feels that way until they step in the ring or until I like to use swimming as a metaphor because I really like to swim and I like to swim in the ocean. And what I've learned is that a lot of people think they can swim until they're way, way out in the middle of the ocean. And that tide starts pulling on you and them big waves. So most people think their life's going to come to an end. I love it because I understand buoyancy and how to swim with it. So I often tell people, I look at history like, don't make me swim you out to waters that you can't tread water in. You might be able to tread water way back there. But once we get out here, there's no treading water. You have to keep moving because that current will pull you down. There's no treading water out here. You have to keep moving. So I'm going to swim you out to orca territory because that's what you're swimming with. You're swimming with an orca when it comes to history. And so I have my complaints. Lately, a lot of people might accuse me of being sexist and all this other, or I hate black women or whatever stupid things that people say. I'm not responsible for people's perception of me. I'm not responsible for what you see when you're looking at me. I'm only responsible for what I say and who I am. That's it. And that's good, bad, and ugly. And one thing I don't ever do is I don't present myself as the perfect person because I'm not. I've got more flaws than a little bit. And I learn to live with them and I train to subordinate them to the better parts of myself. You understand? Because we all got light and dark. And everybody is uniquely challenged in that sense. And some people do better than others. So when I hear something crazy about someone, I don't judge them too harshly because I know that I have my own measure of insanity. We all do. And to those who pretend that they don't, that's how I feel about them. Yeah. I have no love for perfect people. I'll say it again. I have no love for perfect people. None. Because the only thing, if you're a perfect person, being around you is going to remind me of how horrible I am and how messed up my life. I don't need that. I prefer people with flaws. Why? Because they're real people. They're just trying to do their best in a crappy world, right? Or in a world made crappy, because the world's not crappy. It's just made crappy. The world is gorgeous, but it's made crappy. And you have people stuck in the human condition, trapped in the human condition, trying to do the best they can in a world that is anti-them. And that's a lot. Because you got to work against natural things working against you, and then you have to work against man-made things working against you. And it's like, mostly everybody just wants to be human. Really, all everybody wants is to be safe, fed, sheltered, and have some joy in their life. That's all everybody really wants. But the world that we live in is what it is. So some of us don't have the luxury of ignoring certain things, particularly when you have my vantage point. When you sit where I sit, I see things that most people can't see. They don't have the spectacles with which to see them. And so I don't know if you've seen part 1 of this ride or part 2 or part 3. This is part 4. Part 3 is 3A and 3B. I had to kind of chop it up into, but that's all right, because in this one, I'm going to back up some into part 3 so that it moves smoothly into part 4. Okay? And if I do that just right, what I'll end up doing is deleting part 3B because they'll catch it here in part 4. So let's see. And like I always say, I have a VIP list of people who really, really rock with me, who make sure that I'm okay. They check on me. They show up in my Cash App. I don't ask. I don't require or whatever. I don't request, rather. And when they do that, it just sends me a message like, yo, you're not alone, brother. Like, we're with you, we hear you, and we got you. And there are no words that can describe what that means to me. And so those are the people that I do it for. I used to say, well, yeah, I can pretty much still count them on one hand. Pretty much. Let me see. Now, okay, I can't count them on one hand, but I can damn sure count them on two hands. But it's a very small amount of people. And they are the reason that you're getting tonight's presentation. They're the reason you got the last 3 presentations. That's why their names are in the credits, because they are the ones that remind me, don't quit. We're still listening. We're still watching. We're still learning. And so this particular ride, the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline, has been a series of presentations of me exposing you to the data, right? It's in service of helping Black people. You can't solve problems that you don't know you have. And one thing the Black community is expert at, it's an expert at watching people who point their heads in the wrong direction. That's an expert skill Black people picked up along the way. They know how to always watch and listen to the wrong people. It's a skill. You have to ask yourself, where do we get that skill set from? Because it's a skill. Like, you can't even make some shit up like that. The one thing that Black folk can manage to do expertly on an expert level is watch and listen to the wrong people. It's true. I know, because I watch. I watch what you guys. I keep my eye on all of you. Okay, what are they looking at? What are these people looking at? What's the hot thing right now that really has Black people's attention? And yes, I did it. I'm involved in a debate about it right now. I just used it as how can I put this? I would put it on the screen, but there's a pastor who I'm going to be getting at shortly in a whole presentation. His name is Pastor Eric Mason. He's the senior pastor and founder of Epiphany Church in Philadelphia. And he and a few other Christian apologists a few years ago made a bunch of videos that went all over social media, basically trying to call the so-called conscious community out. I always tell people I haven't ever been a part of the conscious community. I was raised in an African society. So when I speak as an African person, as a person of African descent, with no apology, with no shame, and with no need to blend it up with anything else. I don't suffer from that complex. You understand? So there are many that do, and I don't make other people's problems my problem. That's not my problem. So as such, because of that, when they came at the community, they did it at a time when they realized I had left the former platform that I used to be on. I don't, shout out to Satnetta. Everybody, a lot of people know me from Satnetta TV, House of Consciousness, formerly, and or maybe they still call that. A lot of people used to, a lot of people watched me on that. Okay. Hi, Naphtali. Did I Naphtali in here? Okay. But in any event, oh, I see. Okay. What is this I got going on over here? Shout out to you, sister. Uncle Johnson 𝓈𝓏𝓏𝓏. I'm not sure if that's the Neftali from Saturday TV, but if it is, welcome. I'm very surprised. Unless you're over here spying on me for certain people. But you're welcome here. Your presence is welcome. Hey, Viking. Hey, what up, partner? I left you a comment on your comment, man. Check it out. I responded to your comment that you left on one of the videos. So in any event, this presentation is part 4 of a longer presentation called The Black Church. In fact, let me just put the title in the, what you call it. In fact, I got to put a few things in there. Give me 1 second. So I'm just going to move this out of the way. Oh, in fact, I can put it right here. Here we go. So I'm going to put this here. Just so those of you who don't know, you can see the title. Although I think the title should be on the video, but no big deal. We could put it up before we get started. And for those of you who don't watch me, normally I don't jump right into the subject matter. I have a very intimate relationship with my followers and with those who share their time with me, people who are really a part of the 𝓈𝓏𝓏𝓏𝓏, the house of 𝓈𝓏𝓏𝓏𝓏. And even though there will be people watching this later, I give deference and homage to the people who are here with me now because they're sharing their time with me and they're literally going through this ride with me, right? How can I put this? To some extent, I can say it, you know, their energy motivates you, their presence motivates you, which is one of the reasons why I don't do recordings and then just post the recording. Because when you're recording, you're by yourself, right? You're by yourself, you're in front of a camera, and and I hate recording under those circumstances. I really do, you know. If I'm doing a music video, many people know I'm a recording artist as well. If I'm doing a music video, that's different, right? When I'm doing a presentation on data, I prefer for people to be with me. It gives you more of a feeling of being in a classroom, right? And so this is my classroom. When I come on, a lot of people are very excited because they've been seeing me more lately, as of late, than they normally would in the past recent years. In the past recent years, I've been here and there because my hands are in quite a few things, and particularly from the production perspective. And so, but this particular ride, right? That's what when I'm on a campaign, like some people call it a campaign, some people call it a ride. For me, it's a ride. So when I'm riding right now, I'm riding on the Black church in terms of this particular topic, which is the Black church to school to prison pipeline. And I'm not going to go too deep into why it's called that. It's kind of self-explanatory. Most people, when they use that term, it's always called the school to prison pipeline. And what I discovered through my research is that, and I use the term discover because it wasn't something that people really spoke about. Nobody ever made the connection between the Black church to school to prison pipeline. You have to put the Black church at the beginning of it, because once you see at the beginning of that equation, so to speak, because once you see the catalyst that the Black church acts as to set certain things into motion that can only end up in prison to the benefit of not only the 4 private prisons, but also for Black churches who have invested in 4 private prisons, something you were never told about. But the most important thing that we covered in part 1 and part 2, I would guess, and perhaps even part 3, is the deadly relationship between Black mothers and their sons, because of the Black mother's relationship and fealty to the church, her fealty to the Abrahamic religions, particularly Christianity, particularly to the Black church. I showed you the data. So you need to go back and watch part 1 and part 2. I showed you the actual data of how dangerous that relationship is, because the mother pours that dysfunctional relationship she has with the church into her child. And what sent her to that relationship to begin with from slavery times was trauma. She was seeking slavery and refuge. She was seeking safety and refuge from the abusive white slave masters who were sexually abusing them from the time they were 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, nobody wants to talk about that part when they talk about reparations or when they talk about just enslavement in general in America, U.S. enslavement, and the things that white men are guilty of, right? And how much of that trauma is still with us, and it expresses itself in ways that are camouflaged and obfuscated, and that's where the power comes from. The mere fact that you can't see it, and that you take it for granted. You just like, oh, that's just so and so. Oh, that's just so and so. Right? Remember the old saying? Oh, that's just Uncle so and so. Oh, that's just Uncle so and so. Years later, you find out Uncle so and so had 8 people tied up in the basement for 14 years and was cutting off limbs and all this other insane, especially if you're part of a white family, right? Right, and all this insane stuff. Because you took it for granted that was just Uncle so and so or Auntie so and so. Oh, that's just my Auntie so and so. Come to find out, she's the biggest drug dealer on the Eastern Hemisphere. So it's when you can't see things that they are the most powerful and the most dangerous, because there's nothing there to mitigate it. It just has free reign, right? It's like having dangerous mold in your house. Anybody who's ever dealt with dangerous mold will tell you how dangerous it is. It will get you up out of here. Yes, mold will get you up out of here. But if you can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it, you can't touch it, and you don't know what's there, that's what makes it so dangerous. Okay, or lead. If you got lead in your pipes or lead in your water or lead in your home, lead chips falling off of your children's room, something like that, and it's causing all kind of brain deformity in your family, and now for the rest of your life, you're stuck with a kid that basically is really, really damaged goods, because there was a problem there persisting that could have been avoided if it had been detected, if you knew it. But this is the same thing with the trauma relationship between the Black woman and the Black church, and how that feeds into her relationship with her children, both her daughters and her sons, but particularly with her sons, because of the role that the sons are supposed to play in a mature society. That they can't ever really play that role, because that relationship with the mother's church has retarded the sons. And what we also discovered in some of the earlier presentations of this particular topic is that when we're talking about this relationship between the Black church, the Black woman, and her children, this is not necessarily, this is not limited to a religious discussion. And that's another place that you will make the mistake, because religion is a narrow lane. As we discovered, the Black church has played the fundamental role in the generation of Black culture. So the Black church does not, the presence of the Black church, the toxic, poisonous, dangerous, retarding presence of the Black church in the Black community is not just a religious question. It is a cultural question. If you saw the data, the religion does not just impact those who believe in it. That means you can walk around all day saying, well, I don't believe in that. I don't mess with that. But you're still impacted by it because of the culture it produces. Now, I have a few rules in my chat. Stay on topic. Stay on subject in the chat. If I see you in the chat and you're talking about stuff that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about, I see you as a distraction. I'm going to put you on timeout. If you come in the chat and you disrespect myself, you disrespect other members in the chat, I'm going to get you up out of here. I prefer people who are going to add to what I'm doing. There's enough other platforms out here for you to take away. Don't come here to detract and take away. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to watch me. You don't have to lay eyes on me. But don't talk smack about me and then tell me, yeah, because I've been watching you for 14 years. Well, if you're watching me for 14 years, it has to be because I have some kind of value. It can't be because of your complaint. Okay? All right, let's do this. All right, so for those of you, let's see. Let me do honor to it, especially since people like to use that word in such a, let me see, where are we? Some people like to misuse and abuse this word, so let me just give you something of value in terms of, oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. Here we go. This is better. This is better. Okay, I don't know if I'll get all of that, but let me see. Oh, yeah. Here we go. I'll give you this one. I don't know how much of it you'll get. Here you go. You probably won't get all of it, but here we go. Yeah. All right. For those of you who don't know, you can go ahead and read that. For those, since people want to use the term so much, you should at least know what it is that you're saying when you use it. Okay. All right. Let's see. For those people who want to show love and support, and particularly respect. All right. I think respect is more important than love and support. I mean, well, love and support are a given where there's genuine respect, because people love and support what they respect. Nobody loves and support what they don't respect. So it's a respect that matters to me more than anything else. And this is a disclaimer right now. Let me say this right now so that there is no ambiguity. If you are sensitive, okay, hold on, right? Okay, there you go. Okay, if you are sensitive emotionally and you get caught up in your feelings, this is not a good platform for you. If you are easily insulted, this is a trigger warning. This is not a good platform for you to watch, because I am an equal opportunity insulter. I insult everybody. I talk shit about everyone. I talk smack about white people. I don't take no prisoners and show no mercy when it comes to white folks. But I'm no different when it comes to black people. Period. I'm no different when it comes to Hispanic people or Asian people. I am an equal opportunity hater. And I put hater in quotation marks. Meaning that I'm coming from a place of ma'at, And so for those of you who do want to show that appreciation or that respect for the platform, the Cash App is pinned to the top of the YouTube channel. I am a Cash App warrior, no question about it. And that's one of the things I have to admit that really, really motivated me to not wait so long to come back and do the next installment. Ever since I did part 1, part 2, and part 3, my Cash App has been ringing off the hook on a daily basis. I'm not even going to look at it and check at it. It's just that whatever it is that I said, whatever it is that I exposed and revealed in part 1 and part 2 and part 3, and I'm going to revisit some of that starting off in part 4 tonight, because you got to back up a little bit just so people can remember where we left off. Right? And remember, we're at the part in this presentation where we're dealing with the numbers, because at the end of the day, this whole thing was about what? Doing an audit of the black community. You can't fix a company. Any company that does an audit knows You cannot fix a company unless you look at the numbers, because the numbers tell the story. Anybody who's giving you narrative, don't take them seriously. They ain't got no data in front of you. They don't have any verified data in front of you, any peer-reviewed data in front of you, right? Any confirmed data in front of you, any easily confirmed data in front of you. Somebody should be able to show you something, and you should be able to type it in yourself, and it comes right up. And if it's not exact, it should be somewhere right in the neighborhood, because life is about approximation, right? So that means a lot to me. Genuinely a lot. You know, there are a lot of people, I appreciate you. There are a lot of Magic Negro, that name. There are a lot of people who, for some reason, there are a lot of people who, I don't know, maybe they're kind of new to having a command of facts. And so they like to present themselves as that person that has all of the receipts. And they always behave that way until I show up. And then when I show up, or they'll usually avoid me, or they're smart enough to keep my name out of their mouths. Because once I set you in my sights, if it becomes a clearinghouse, so to speak, of transparency about who is who in this arena, that's not going to be a long contest. Number one, my reputation precedes me. I've been doing this for many years. There are people who went through college watching me the whole time they were in university. I have students at the PhD level. I have students with their doctorates. I have students with their masters there. In fact, I have 2 students that are postdocs. Something I'm proud of. And so I had a young pastor recently try to school me on something. It's like he's in his early 30s or something. I'm like, dude, you're young enough to be my son. I was doing this before you were born. You're trying to school me about this, about how this is supposed to go? But that's what we're here to do. We're here to look at the numbers, because the numbers tell the story. And my thing is this. I'm not interested in all of the drama and all of the histrionics and all of the stuff that 𝑓𝑑 does. I'm not, with all due respect. You know, I look at people and I want you, oh, by the way, I'm in pain right now because I pulled a muscle in my back. I hope that anytime you get a pulled muscle, it's like you hope that that's what it is, because it's so deep in you that it's like, oh, please let that be a pulled muscle, even though it's a killer. Oh, killer, right? I just been doing a lot of different things with my body lately. I've been working with kettlebells. I've been stretching. I've been not stretching. Then I'm just all kind of things, sitting here too long doing research, all kinds of stuff. So my back is just out of whack. I got a throbbing pain in the right side of my back. But in any event, receipts, most people don't have the relationship with receipts that they like to market themselves as having. They don't. And part of the reason for that is because the computer, the cloud, the internet, even AI, those things can only compensate for so much. So what I try to explain to people is the way AI works, because I've been using it a lot lately, just to help teach people. The way AI works is that it's like any other information filter. Garbage in, garbage out. So AI is going to respond to you at the level of your IQ. This is what a lot of people don't realize. If you are a not too intelligent person, AI is going to respond to you with the type of answer that you will accept, with the type of answer that's good enough for your brain. That is how AI works. So if your IQ is here, AI is going to give you answers that conform at that level. If your IQ is here, by virtue of the type of questions that you ask, as I always tell my students, the answers that you get should always be commensurate to the veracity of the questions asked. In other words, if you ask a poor question, what kind of answer should you get? Poor answer. If you ask a good question, what kind of answer should you get? Good answer. If you ask a great question, what kind of answer should you get? A great answer. If you ask a divine question, what kind of answer should you get? Okay? And so this is the way AI works. So there are many people that will ask AI a question, and AI will give you a generic answer. Why? Because you have a generic brain. When you have an uncanny brain and you have an unusual brain, AI will give you answers that are commensurate with the questions that you ask. Okay? So AI is not as bad as most people think it is. It's not as good as many people like to make it appear. But if you know how to use it just right for a contraption that is correct 85% of the time, right? This is what Dr. Neil Tyson deGrasse, that was his estimate, that AI is correct roughly 85% of the time. You could only imagine the kind of questions he's asking. He's asking questions about physics, astrophysics, right? These are questions that most of you, that will never even enter your mind. Most of the kind of questions he's going to ask, you don't even know from a conceptual framework that these things even exist to ask. And he's telling you that AI is correct 85% of the time. Now, if a world-class physicist is telling you that AI is correct 85% of the time, then you get some little dummy over here with a bachelor's degree or a master's degree in divinity or some stupid shit like that telling you, oh, well, AI is not. Dude, you're not even right 40% of the times. Don't tell me about AI not being right. AI is right when it's asked the right question. When AI is asked the right question and you request certain things along with the answer. See, if you're the kind of person that just asks AI a question and you're doing research and you're going to present that research to people, you're going to present the answer to people. You can't ask AI a question and just present the answer to people. You have to prompt the AI to supply sources. Premise your answer on sources and supply those sources with your answer. So now the quality of the answer that AI is giving you is premised on things beyond the scope of AI. It's premised on original work, primary work. You understand? Primary evidence, primary documentation, or just original research. But it's premised on verifiable documentation that has veracity. So don't let people who tell you that, oh, well, if it comes from AI, it's not legit. Those are idiot people that don't know how to use AI. That's all. You just don't know how to use it. Just say you don't know how to use it. But don't tell people that it's illegit because it's Google AI, because it's Open AI. No, it's not illegit because it's Google AI or AI. If you don't know how to research and what to ask for so that when you're presenting to people, they know that what they are looking at and reading is already verified on its own merit. In other words, you want to give data that stands on its own merit, irrespective of the AI. Okay? I just use AI to give me verifiable data in a packaged, neat way. That's it. That's it. Cut off the fat, save me the work. I don't have to do ABC. Just give it to me in a nice little graph or just lined out, itemized bullet points or whatever. And make sure the sources are present. So, that's it. You heard? So, here we go. All right. Now, this one right here really meant a lot to me. That one really meant a lot to me, Magic Nigo. I really appreciate that. All right, so let's see. Yeah, okay, so let's see. Comment. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, we're going to get started, and in order to do that, we need to do what we need to do. See you in a second.
Yeah, we went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓. Whoa, wow, this is a hero.
Uncle Ebb, welcome. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. Welcome to Facts Over Feelings. And that's what I mentioned earlier. If you are easily offended, and if you get your feelings hurt, this might not be the, I appreciate you fighting words. This might not be the, that's another thing too. Let me tell people about something. Sometimes I have to warn people because they just haven't been doing this long enough. Be very careful with people who give peer-reviewed work too much credit. People who rely too heavy on peer-reviewed work don't understand the politics of the game. Because you will peer review yourself right out of a correct perspective. Only for your incorrect peers who have a consensus find out later on that you were correct. And now because you went following behind them, they're trying to catch up to where you already were, and you played yourself out of position because of peer, what do they call it? Peer pressure. That's what peer review is. It's peer pressure. Peer review is not synonymous with correct. Peer review does not mean accurate. Peer review is simply a commentary from other authoritative, quote-unquote, authoritative voices in your field. That's all it is. It's commentary and it's narrative. If you're lucky, and if it's good peer review, if it's objective peer review, then what you'll get is some objective insight. That is the true value of peer review. But there are works, I know, because there are very few people who live in archives the way I do. I know that there is obscure work that is not peer-reviewed at all, that is better than all of the peer-reviewed stuff combined. I know it. It's the reason why you have a Tesla or someone else of that nature who's called a quack in their lifetime, and then years later, they're a fucking genius. Well, the peers said that he was stupid. Isn't that what the peer review said? Said he didn't know what he was talking about. But now, 30, 40 years later, he's smarter than Einstein. And That's the value of peer review. It has its value, but don't overdo it. I know this one guy who I no longer even commiserate with. Every other word out of his mouth is, oh, that's not peer review. That's a peer review. Don't miss me with that, bro. You've been absorbed into the very people. Think about it. The very people who created a science called Egyptology to literally write you out of history, you are looking for their consensus to say what is and what is not. You're a fucking idiot. Yes, I do use profanity. You're an idiot. You're not even any good to yourself. You are more concerned with being a part of an old boy network to be able to speak with some kind of authority and say, I'm authoritative. Fuck you and your authority. I dropped out of high school in the 10th grade. I'm a 10th grade dropout. I'm autodidactic. I run circles around all of you combined. So you can come with your degree and it doesn't mean nothing to me. Oh, I'm linguistics. Philology doesn't intimidate me because I know philology's weak points. How do I know? Because I studied philology for decades. Right? So I don't need to be published in anybody's. Look, I'm a 10th grade dropout, but the PhDs put my name in their work. Look in their footnotes. Look at their bibliography. I'm in there. Are you? Mr. Oh, peer review. You know? Clowns. Knowledge is knowledge, and knowledge don't care about peer review. Facts don't care about peer review. Facts are facts. That's it. Right? Either you have a healthy relationship with them and you do responsible work, or you don't. No, I agree with that. It's not perfect, and we do have to have some kind of standard. The only problem is this, right? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. We do have to have some kind of standard, but the standard can't be your enemy's stamp of approval unless you're a special kind of stupid. If you are a special kind of stupid, then your enemy's seal of approval is what you are looking for. When it comes to history, why do I want a bunch of white men who did their best to destroy history and still do their best to destroy history? Why do I want their approval? Or why am I looking for the things that they agree on? Why am I putting their brains before mine? My brain goes back to stuff that they don't know anything about. Look at me. Look at my hue. Men. Hue man. Man of color. Hue man. They want to think about humus. Now, I ain't no humus. They just took the E out. Hue man. Man of color. They told you it was humus from the soil. Bullshit. Okay. Who are our enemies? Well, if you got to ask that, watch this. If you got to ask a question like this, I don't know what your background is, right? I don't know what your background is. I don't know if you're a white person. I don't know if you're a black person. I don't know if you're Asian Pacific. I don't know Far East Asian. I don't know who you are. I see a flag, right? Unbiased one, right? I don't know who you are, so I can't tell you who your enemies are, right? I know who my enemies are, right? And like every other category, there are different levels within categories, or there are categories within categories. Put it like that. There are categories within categories, right? So I can make a blanket statement like white people are my enemy. I can make that blanket statement. That does not preclude the fact that I have black enemies, or Hispanic, Latin, brown enemies, or Arab enemies, or just because you make a statement about one thing, it has no bearing on all of the other things that you didn't touch on or speak on or address. That's why I tell people, if you choose to take something that I say personal, it's just because you don't know the full picture behind what I'm saying. This is just a convenient statement for me to make so you can understand the topic that we're dealing with now, right? So, if I was to make a blanket statement like white people are our enemies and then have to qualify it, well, that's a very easy PowerPoint. When people sit around coming up with biological warfare that only kills black people, only a diabolical, demonic race would do something like that. When you look at the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, coming from South Africa, still traumatized by black liberation in South Africa. Him and Peter Thiel, they're traumatized by that. Do you think that they are ever going to allow that to happen again anywhere in this world? Black people underestimate what those two people are about, including David Sachs and 𝓈𝓁𓅁𓏭𓀢𓀁📫. Y'all don't know about them. Those are the other ones from PayPal Mafia. You only know about Thiel, Musk, and some of you know about Sachs, but you don't know about 𝓈𝓁𝓁𝓭𝓁. These are men who command whole economies, who do not have anything pleasant in mind for the future of black people. Most black people, or even this one right here, even that's true too. That's why I said there's categories within categories. And the same way I could say that white people are my enemy or our enemies. And the reason why I said that, so as a black person, right, this is what I normally tell black people. And I stand by this because I learned it when I was a child. I'm old school. I was a child back in the 60s, 70s, right? So we were taught early on by old folks who knew, who had been around for almost 100 years. They used to always tell us, a white man's heaven is a black man's hell. That's number one. Now, if you don't understand that, a white man's heaven is a black man's hell. That's number one. Number two, the salvation of the black race will never come from between the legs of a white woman or out of the phallus of a white man. Now, if you don't understand those two things, everything else that you think you understand is only going to confuse you. That's it. And at that point, you have no use for me, and I have none for you. Right? Or rather, did I say that correctly? Right? Or I have none for you, you have none for me. We are worlds apart. And that don't matter what your color is. Because, like I said, I have white partners who I love and respect and who I really fuck with. Because they fuck with me. And I was thinking earlier to myself, I said, man, you could be a white person and you got love for me. How could I not fuck with you? Because you already know I'm not going to change my conversation for you. I'm not going to hold your hand and try to make you feel good and try to convince you that we're friends. None of that shit. It is what it is. Where it's real, it's real. And when it gets too real for you to be in the room, get the fuck out. Because I'm not going to say something to make you feel good about yourself if that's not what the conversation is. The conversation is, we got to look at this. We got to hold this under the microscope and scrutinize this for what it is. It's like when I talk shit about black women through this presentation, as I did. I said earlier, one of the things that prompted me to do this presentation was back in August. I gave a presentation on 𝓖𝓿𝓿 TV. Shout out to my brother 𝓖𝓿𝓿. I gave a presentation on his platform where I said the number one problem in the black community is the black woman. And a lot of people really got their feathers ruffled. They made reaction videos to it and everything. They didn't even have the decency and the respect to invite me on their platform to say, well, Shakka, why don't you elaborate on that? Like, why don't you unfold that more, unpack that more so we can really understand where you're coming from? Because we don't think that we know what you stand for all these years, so we don't think that you hate black women. But you're saying that the number one problem is in the black community is black women. Now, for somebody to hear me say that and to equate that with Shakka hates black women, it says to me that you don't have too much of a high IQ. Two things can be true at the same time. Even three things. Shakka can love and respect black women, and three, acknowledge the fact that they are the number one problem in the black community. All three of these things can be true at the same time. Shakka love, respect, and worship black women. Yeah. Okay, no question about it. And also acknowledge the fact that she's the number one problem in the black community. I showed you the data. If you're stupid, if a person is stupid enough to argue with me, all I'm gonna tell you is don't argue with me. The one thing I can't stand with people, if I show you data and you come at me with your opinion, that already shows me that you don't respect three things you don't respect. You don't respect data, you don't respect me, and you don't respect yourself. Three things. I'm showing you data. You want to come back with me with your opinion. You don't even have enough respect for yourself, respect for me, and respect for the topic to go get some data that counters it and undermines my data so that then we're having a discussion on equal footing. I ain't saying you got to be better than me, but I am saying if you're going to have a discourse with me about something and I say something that you disagree with, have have enough mustard in you to go get the requisite information to come back and go, you know, how they say in poker, I'll see you on this point and I'll raise you on this point, right? Or checkmate. I checkmate people all the time in debate, right? I checkmate a motherfucker quick, fast, with data, sign, seal, and deliver. So don't come at me with your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. I don't even care about your perspective. Because in this, we're getting ready to go to the data right now. I'll share my commentary on the data. I'll share my opinion on the data. But usually when I'm speaking, my opinion and my perspective is usually laced with and imbued with insight. Insight. Informed insight. Why? Because I've already seen the data. I had to see the data before I put it in the presentation, which means I had to go look for it. I had to get it, right? I had to have things formulated in my mind already to know what it was that I was looking for, because I needed to get requisite information. Why? Because I'm doing an audit on the Black community, so that those who are serious about literally making a change in our lives as a community, you can't say Shakka did not give it to you. For those of you who don't know, it's called I'm say it now. I should have written it out, but I didn't. It's called, everybody repeat after me. Say it. Me say it. Come on. Very good. The Ahmose Christian Question. That's what it's called. The Ahmose Christian Question. You have to be able to answer, respond to, or address the Ahmose Christian Question. It's named after Shakka-Ahmose. You have to be able to answer that question for you to even be taken serious in a conversation about the Black church, Christianity, the Bible, or any of it. Well, what is the Ahmose Christian Question? The Ahmose Christian Question is, what did we learn in part 1 and part 2? We saw that all of the dysfunctional factors in our lives, persistently and historically, we saw through the numbers, the data, that Christianity was the leading factor in the Black community that caused it to lag behind all other communities in the U.S. population. IQ, income, and incarceration. The three things that impact our community the most. IQ, education, or the opposite of education, right? Income, directly affected by IQ. Yes. And then incarceration, often a result of IQ. IQ affects everything, because the universe is intelligent itself. What do Christians like to say? Intelligent design. I don't have any problem with intelligent design. I just have a problem with their cause and effect explanation for it. But intelligent design, I have no problem with. But if you can't describe the designer aptly, then shut the fuck up. That's all. Don't claim that you got some book that can describe the designer aptly when the book is unintelligent. How are you going to use an unintelligent book to define the intelligent designer itself? Silly goose. Silly goose. Absolutely. Okay. So here we go. That's real. That's real talk. Okay. So I always, there's no question about it. Absolutely. Yeah. Makes it a point. But do I think there's a middle ground with all of the pseudo BS out here? But your point is, you see, no, there is no middle ground. Something is either true or it's not. And then when there is when there are mitigating factors, just like white balance in film, in order to get the correct resolution, you have to do whatever is necessary to show where the concentration should be in the context of whatever it is that you're seeking. Right? If you're seeking something, but you put the concentration of it and identifying it in the wrong place, in the wrong area, then you're still off. Even when you got mitigating factors. So the thing is, what are we looking for? What is the decisive factor? In this presentation, the decisive factor is the Black church is the number one enemy in our community. Enemy. 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 Adversary. In fact, it's a predator. It is. The Black church itself is a predator. Religious predation. Psychological predation. Psychological predation. And they work in concert with other institutions that are psychologically predatory, namely the school and the prison. Okay? Okay. Back on my Trey Songz 2020 ride again. In the house, no matter what we do, no matter what we do, you got a problem because the city on fire. It's quiet when niggas die. It's all about the burden when we bury. Long I have to worry. Don't see those words out loud. Yeah, I'm in my soul moment. I just every little bit helps when it comes to motivation. Because getting through these presentations is not easy. Right? Okay. All right. I don't see anything in the comment section that's dragging me to it. So let's go back to I'm not going to play that part. Let's look at in fact, yeah, let's do that. Because it's going to touch on it shortly anyway. So for those of you who remember, I played this in part 1. I'm going to play it again.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything on their own. They expect everything to be given to them. So in my class, we did this thing where I made them write once a week. They would have some type of assignment where they would have to write at least a paragraph, meaning 5 sentences. 5 sentences. The amount of assignments that I got in with 1 sentence, 2 sentences, the amount of complaints I got with the whole 5 sentences, that's too much. That's too much. Can we do 3? Can we do?
So basically what she's saying is that, and you know whose students she's talking about. She's not talking about white students. She's not some teacher somewhere in a white school. Because first of all, how many white schools do you think are going to have black teachers? You think that white people of a certain economic status who can send their children to predominantly white schools are going to send their children to schools that have black teachers in those schools? The whole point of sending their children to these predominantly white schools in these economically progressive areas or zones is actually to widen the gap, the economic gap. Let me explain something to you that a lot of your parents did not teach you. I already told you 2 things. White man's heaven is a black man's hell. Salvation of the black race will never come from between the legs of a white woman or out of the phallus of a white man. That's no slight against white people. That's just, you have to know, like the old saying, you have to know what you stand for or you'll fall for anything, right? Rules change, principles don't. Principles remain the same. Rules change. Principles don't. So I'm talking about things from a principle perspective. You have to know in life what is immutable and what is negotiable. Right? These are fundamentals. It's like gravity. Gravity is not negotiable. You might be able to create a plane or a rocket ship, but you still have to deal with gravity on its own terms in order to get the flight that you want. Right? If you could get it any other way, hell, you would just be putting rocket ships up in the sky all the time or airplanes in the sky all the time, but you can't do that. You got to do a whole lot of thinking and a whole lot of physics and a whole lot of measuring, a whole lot. Right? To do what? To overcome. Okay? So I'm going to go a little bit easy on the talking tonight because sometimes talking can make you a little dizzy. Make me a little dizzy. Right? So let's get started. I've talked enough. I wanted to make sure quite a few people got in here. We get a few more people in here. We'll be at 100. Well, we're currently under 100, not too far under 100. I prefer to be over 100, but I used to get upset at myself for coming on late because I wanted to be on at prime time, like in the afternoon, 3, 1 o'clock. I was up early enough to do that, but I realized that I'm not in a headspace to do that earlier in the day. I'm just not. And then I thought about it. I was thinking about the moon. I don't remember why. I think I was looking at something on astrophysics, and it was just talking about the creation of the world and so on and so on, how it actually unfolded from a physics perspective. And I thought about, because my name is Ahmose, and for those of you who don't know who Ahmose is a theophoric name. It means born of Ahmose, or moon born of the moon. Okay? And I thought about that. I said, why am I more functional at nighttime? Why am I more in my head at nighttime, like during the wee hours? And then I thought about the function of the moon. It's very important. And I linked it to what I do. The moon lights up the night. It lights up the darkness. Without the moon, you are in utter darkness. This is what makes the moon so relevant. It's a light at night. It's a light in the dark. And that's what I try to be. I try to light up the dark. And with the kind of darkness that impacts Black people, that darkness can seem impenetrable. So what I try to do is I try to cut through it in such a way that you can actually see, you can peer through the darkness and see what's actually there. And so that's what we're here to do. So let's do that. I've spoken long enough. Okay, absolutely. Facts. Hey, I appreciate you. That's what's up. Okay. Right. I suggest streaming just when the algorithm resets. Now it's a matter of finding out if that's 12 a.m., 3 a.m. or whatever. The algorithm, the way the algorithm, I appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. It's very thoughtful. The term that we prefer is Kemet. We don't use the term Egyptian because Egyptian is a colonial term. It's a colonial name. So I'll show you what Kemet actually means, and then I'm gonna get started. Okay. Let me see. Oh, here it is right here. Okay. All right. So this is what Kemet means. And no, Kemet does not mean black land. People drive me crazy when they say that. Right? It absolutely make me crazy. Kemet does not mean black land. Right? That is what Kemet means. Okay? You're looking at the accurate definition of Kemet. Okay? It does not mean the black land. No, the black land. No, Kemet, there's no glyph here that means land. That does not mean land. That does not mean land. That does not mean land. And that does not mean land. This is the signifier or the determinative. 049, and it does not mean land. There are glyphs that actually mean land, and that is not one of them. So you can't call it the black land because some white person taught you how to say black land. It means black realm. Okay? That's what Kemet means, black realm. So that said, we're going to get started. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Just taking a quick look. All right, cool. No problem. So let's do this. Part 4, here we go. What am I looking for? Okay, I'm going to put this here. I'm going to give Trey Songz a break because he's been carrying me through this whole thing. Here we go. And we're going to go to Gladiator. Here we go. Yes. Here we go. And let's take this. Oops. No. Here we go. Yes. Take it off of 1. Here we go. That's what it is. That's what it is. All right, Dawn can do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's that moon. That's the moon and them stars. It's the moon and them stars. So it's very important to me that the women are with me in this ride because, as I keep saying over and over again, and this is what really matters. If I tell you that the black woman is the number one problem in the black community, that means that when we help her identify exactly what the problem is, she in turn becomes the number one solution in the black community. But you have to go through one before you get to the other. It's a process. And the problem with our sisters is that I'm going to take the responsibility as a black man to say this. The problem with black women in our communities is that black men have not taken their plight serious enough to impose a solution that benefits them, right? In other words, in order for black men, I need for both black men and women to listen to this part because this is not something I've ever said before or even thought before. Sometimes when I'm thinking live, it's when I'm doing my best thinking. So pay attention because you're going to hear me say something that'll probably get published someplace later. I said before that the black woman is the number one problem in the black community because of her relationship with Christianity, the church, as a result of slavery and what it does to the children and how it continues to affect us in every level of life. I showed all of that data. I'm going to show some of it tonight, but even more. As such, I've also said that once we, as her biological partners, as a Nigerian friend of mine says, as her biological partner, right? As her natural biological partner, once we help her identify what or how to solve that problem, right? Now, here's the thing. First, I'm going to say this. Let me say this part first, and then I'll go back to that. The first thing I would say is, if black men are serious about helping black women, this is a truth you're going to have to come to at some point or another. You cannot do it by asking her permission to help her. That's not how this works. If you see a damsel in distress, right? If you see a damsel in distress and she's in a burning building, do you ask her for permission to go save her? No, you don't. She's not in the position to think rationally or reasonably because she's under duress, right? So Black men do not have the luxury of asking Black women for their permission to come and save them. That's number one. Now, the other side of that equation, because there's a vicious side to that equation. The other side to that equation is that you cannot discount the world in which Black women have grown up in, the society in which they have grown. I've said in my previous presentations, the Black woman that you know today is the creation of her tormentor, the white man. That white man that traumatized her for 250 plus years. You got to remember, this was sex on call. It could be 4 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon, 5 in the morning or 5 in the afternoon. And she had no say in it. And this was intergenerational, even up to Jim Crow. In fact, even up to now, in many respects. Sometimes she doesn't realize her choice is an illusion. Why? Because economics pushes everybody at the end of the day. Right? Why do you think these white males, I call them honest white men, why do you think these honest white males are fighting tooth and nail to hold on to power and control as hard as they are? And they don't care. Who knows? They ain't even trying to hide it anymore. It's because that's what determines reality for everyone else. And so if power and control is what determines reality for everyone else on some level, then you have to understand that the Black woman that we're dealing with today, in terms of her values and the things that's important or whatever it is, and part of it might even be evolutionary, I don't know. We can have that discussion because I do have some of that data in other presentations. But at the end of the day, and I heard a Black woman actually talking about this earlier today. She was trying to warn Black men. I don't think Black men need to be warned. We already know. The primary factor for a Black woman is basically her own needs. Her own needs and her own satisfaction outweighs the welfare, health, and benefit of all other concerns. And the problem with that is that the fallout of that is, how can I put this? It's really bad. It's really bad because, number one, if you don't know how to separate your needs from your wants, which most people, men and women, Black and are not taught that. Right? That's an actuarial thing. That's a value thing. Most people don't know the difference between their needs and their wants. So if you're going through life chasing down your wants at the expense of your needs, and then on top of that, you want to recruit someone else that you call a high-value man to give you those things that you want, not even the things you need, but the things that you want, then your whole internal narrative and conversation is fucked. It's way off someplace else. We can't do anything with you. You beyond help. You too busy trying to help find solution for problems that should not have been created to begin with, which you most likely are the author of, right? So I'm saying all of this to say that at the end of the day, what I'm trying to do is crystallize something and hold something out front for you to say, look, this is where the Black community is. Not just the Black woman or just the Black male, just the Black children or the Black family. I'm saying this is where the Black community is. This is what has us here. It is repeat after me, come on, say come on, you can say it. The Black, say Black, the Black, come on, one more time. The Black, now say it with me, church. The Black church. Do that. The Black church. That is what has us in a trick bag. It's not white people. It's not. And that's going to make a lot of people angry. It's not white people. It's the Black church. I've shown you with the data. I've shown you why the general IQ level is the way it is. It related to Christianity. I showed you the data. Go back and watch part 1 and part 2. The income, the median income, which is more important than the per capita income. The median income is relevant to what? The religious choices of the black community, which is the black church. And what we're going to see tonight, which I'm going to revisit again, is the highest incarceration rate. And I'm going to show you they all follow the exact same order in a racial order. And the only defining factor that can do that is the religious factor. There is no other factor, no other variable in that equation that can cause the other variables to fall in line the way they fall in line. So these are numbers. Like the numbers aren't, people can lie about numbers, but the numbers don't lie. I'm just showing you the numbers. Okay? So do it what you will. That's why I said that after I show you this data, I don't want to hear any complaints from the black community. I don't give a shit. I don't give a damn what happens to you. Because if you don't have it in you to act on something that somebody is laying at your feet, right? If you're in prison and you want to get out of prison and I put the key at your feet and you act like it's not there, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to say that again. If you are in prison and you don't like being in prison, well, you say you don't. If you are in prison and I put the key in front of your feet and you act like I didn't, as if I did nothing, what am I supposed to do after that point? It's not on me after that. I said, here's the key. Unlock the door, come out. That simple. Love you back. Facts. Love you back. Okay? And this is real. Leave the feelings outside to come here to get these facts. It's called facts over feelings. That's why I did the disclaimer. I'm not here to hold your hand. I'm not here to, I'll take you by the scruff of the neck and show you what you need to see. But I'm not here to coddle people, coddle feelings, tell you how beautiful you are, you're this and you're that. I ain't here to tell you none of that shit. Because the black community is in a trick bag. And if you think that there's someone else that is going to come either before me or after me that's going to actually show you what the problem is, you sit around and wait for that. But for those of you who have eyes to see and ears to hear, this is your time to shine. This is not in 2026 and 2027 and all these other whatever's coming down the pipeline. That ain't it. Because you've already been shown. Now, once you've been shown, you have to determine, okay, in our communities, who is the thing or what is the thing that needs to be confronted and addressed? I'm telling you, it's the black church. You're going to have a bunch of other people on a bunch of other podcasts telling you it's it's everything else. They're going to tell you it's everything else. The moment somebody tells you that it's anything other than the black church in the conversation, just walk away. That's not somebody who's serious about solving black people's problems. I bet you $1,000 you ain't ever heard anybody put it this way. People talk shit about the Bible. They talk shit about Jesus. They get into all these little insignificant debates, but they never put it to you square on this way. I am illustrating something for you. You have no other problem in the black community. It's not drugs. It's not promiscuity. It's not rap music. It's not the father's not in the home. It ain't none of that. All of those things are a result of the black church. This is what I'm telling you. So if you don't understand the relationship between cause and effect, you are not somebody that can contribute to the solution. I'm only talking to people who literally have the receptivity capacity to understand what it is that I'm illustrating and exposing them to. You are going to be the one that has to execute the change. right? Why is that important? Execute is the root word of executive. Okay? Remember that. You want to be the executive? You want to be the boss of all bosses? Then you have to be the person that execute on what it is that you are exposed to. Period. Okay? Here we go. But here's the crazy part, though. While Drewski has America laughing at him and us, African Americans, them churches ain't nothing to laugh at. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Oh, no, you didn't miss the school to prison pipeline. This is called, first of all, it's not called the school to prison pipeline. It's called the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline. Get the title right. That's number one. Number two, the question actually does kind of make sense because I've dealt with the church part. I've dealt with the income part. I've dealt with the IQ part. And I've dealt with the incarceration part. Well, I'm about to re-deal with those things shortly. But then we're going to move into this part, which is the school part. Because we have to talk about that. It's part of that pipeline. And if you're not interested in breaking up this pipeline, I hate to tell you this. You part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. You part of the problem. Because you got 2 ears, 2 eyes, a mouth, a brain, and hands, and time on your hands to decide whether or not if this problem means anything to you. If the health, welfare, well-being, and interest of the Black community does not mean anything to you, then this presentation is going to be meaningless to you. Meaningless. But if the health, well-being, welfare, and interest of Black people actually mean something to you, then you're going to find great, invaluable data in this presentation, stuff that you won't see any place else. So let's do it. I've gone on way long enough. Yeah, I've been on over an hour and I haven't got started. Okay. Normally I have people here to help me out with that, but apparently I come on too late for some people. But like I said, my attitude now these days is the message is for whoever shows up. I mean, they'll be able to watch it afterwards anyway. But in terms of getting it live, I think it's different when you're getting it live, you know? So let's do this. Yeah, Drewski has America laughing at the church and African Americans, but what's the old saying? Why you laughing? Because ain't nothing funny. How'd it go? Hold on a second. Let me do that again, right? Yeah, real talk. Why are you laughing? Because ain't nothing funny. Ain't nothing funny. Okay? So let's do what we came here to do. Get my window right. I'm in the right window. Open up. Here we go. And allow. Go. All right. Okay. I'm going to put this down here. Okay. So let's get started. We're going to start off from here, the median income. Well, it should have been it. Oh, no. We're starting off from here. This is a recap. The majority of African Americans are Christian, primarily Protestant. Black Americans are more likely to identify as Christian and report higher levels of religious importance and practice than the U.S. population as a whole. Protestantism. 2/3, 60% of Black Americans identifying as Protestant. 6% Catholics. 3% identify with other Christian faiths, mostly Jehovah's Witnesses. That's 75%. that number comes to 75% of African Americans are Christian. Do you know what kind of number that is? That influences everything else in your community. When you have a number that large that everybody else is dancing to the same tune to, that is the foundation of your reality. You don't have to believe in the Bible or believe in Jesus. It's still the foundation of reality because it's a cultural phenomenon. It's not just a religious phenomenon. Okay? Hispanic Americans, right? They're at 67 to 73%. Overall Christians, right? Overall Christians, 67%, 73%. Okay? So they're just slightly lower. We're 75%, they're 73%. Okay? Hispanics are slightly lower. And everywhere they fit in with religion, you're going to see every other factor in society follow our religious fealty. Which means that if we are the most in one field, and Hispanic people are just slightly below us, you're going to see the same exact numbers reflected in the amount of Christians in that group, which means the numbers are inverted, directly connected, to be quite honest. Okay? To be quite frank and direct. White Americans are 68%, 62 to 68% Christian. So you see, as you go down or as you go across the racial landscape, the numbers decrease in the amount of Christians in these groups that I'm naming. Who comes after white people? The Asians. They have the least amount of Christians. What ethnic group in America consists of the least Christians? Asians. The least Christians is Asian Americans. 30 to 34% identify as Christian. That's a big leap. Okay? We also showed, in terms of Christians, right? Oh, so let's look at what we just looked at. Asian Americans, 34% Christian. White Americans, 65% Christian. Hispanic Americans, 70% Christians. African Americans, because we went to their lower end because we're rounding at 62%, right? So we met in the middle between 75 and 62. We met in the middle at 70% to round them off. And then African Americans at 75%, right? So this is the number hierarchy. And then we go to IQ. We covered this. I'm just redoing this so that you can understand what we're going to go into, right? So when you go into IQ, right? True or false? In terms of IQ, Asians register above white people, Asians register above white people and black people. White people register below Asians but above black people. Black people register below both Asian people and white people. And sure enough, it's true. Based on widely cited longitudinal research and standardized testing data updated for 2026, the ranking of average group IQ scores in the United States and globally is as follows. True, people of East Asian descent consistently register the highest average IQ scores. So they have the least Christians, but the highest IQ scores, 101 and 107. And right behind them, just like with the religion, are white people in terms of IQ. So white people have the next least amount of Christians. They also have the next score in the IQ, right below Asians. Right? So these numbers are correlating 1-to-1. Okay? People of European descent, white, register on average IQ of approximately 100, which is below the East Asian average, but above the African American IQ. True. People of African descent register an average IQ score of approximately 85 to 90%, placing them below the reported averages for both Asian and white groups. Right? People get angry and upset when they want to hear this, and rather than say they want to blame the test and blame they want to blame everything other than what the problem is, which is the black church. And that's why it persists. How you going to get mad at other people because you don't want to solve your problem? Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry, that's a bar. One second, folks. I'm sorry. I got to stop. Hold on. No. That one there, That I tell you, I do my best thinking when I'm live. So let me do that again. Get my color right. Boom. How you gonna get mad at other people because you don't want to solve your problem? Straight up. I heard there's a certain influencer who I'm not going to name. He said he's not a black man, he's a Christian. That's what he said. He said, I'm not a black man, I'm a Christian. Okay. How you going to get mad at somebody else because you don't want to solve your problems? You're going to be mad at Asian people. You're going to be mad at Somalians. You're going to be mad at everybody in the world. Everybody. You mad at everybody in the world except the black church. You mad at the White House. You mad at the Justice Department. You mad at the Supreme Court. You mad because you... Look. Niggas don't know. Folks, please. I am not a... I appreciate the super chat. But what we do here on this channel, and I appreciate you, what we do here on this channel, Demi, is we do straight up Cash App. If you look at the top of the YouTube platform, if you look at the top of the YouTube chat, you'll see the Cash App. If you look at the description, you'll also see the Cash App. If you want to show love and support and respect to the platform, that is where we look for it at. That is the support and love that counts. Because those super chats pretty much just go to YouTube. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you guys. Let me see, brother. Professor X. What you know about Professor X? Do you know Professor X and I? We actually embraced each other in the street. We ran into each other one day outside of a recording studio, and we had a conversation. This is right before he passed away. And I embraced that brother. The same way I ran into Brother Khalid Muhammad, the illustrious ancestor, and I embraced him. We embraced one another in the street. Full embrace, full-on embrace. And those moments really meant something to me. It really did, you know? It really did. So, Mr. Futon. Okay. Guys, keep the comments relevant, right? Because this right here has no relevance to anything. Okay? All right. So, here we go. All right. Okay. Share screen. Boom. All right. Yeah. How you going to get mad at somebody else because you don't want to solve your problem? I'm literally showing you what your problem is, and you don't want to solve it, but you want to blame everybody else for your problems. Right? I'm trying to show you what your problem is. Literally. Okay? So after below white people and their IQ is black people and their IQ at 85 to 90. Right? And they tell you it's not genetic differences. It's socioeconomic status, particularly what? Educational quality. Look. Educational quality. See that part? So you don't want to deal with this part. Because then you're going to have to go back and do an audit of your education. And education in the black community traditionally begins where? At Sunday school. And who you ever heard give a whole presentation on Sunday school in the black community? No, I ain't never heard nobody give a black people are the only people I know that overlook the obvious. And that's why you never solve your problems. You never look at the obvious. What is what is the one obvious thing? The school going on in the basement in this building. The Sunday school. And then where do the Hispanics fall? Well, if we look at where the religious status is, as far as how many Christians they have, it's going to fall in the exact same place between white people and black people. Look, in terms of average IQ score in the United States, research updated for 2026 indicate Hispanic Americans generally fall between white Americans and black Americans. Hispanic Americans typically score an average IQ of 89 to 94, placing them below white and Asian Americans, but above black Americans. It is the pecking order, people. Look, the same way your religious numbers go are the same way your IQ numbers go. Asians at the top, least Christians, highest IQ score. They have less Christians. That means they have the next IQ score. They have more Christians, which means they have the next IQ score. They have even more Christians, which means they have the next IQ score. They have the most Christians, which means they have the least IQ score. These numbers correlate. Look, they correlate. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is the Ahmose Christian question. The Ahmose Christian question is, how do Christians and pastors explain these numbers? They have to explain these numbers to you. If they can't explain these numbers to you, they got a lot of explaining to do. They have a lot of explaining to do. In the U.S., what ethnic group has the highest income per capita? Well, what do you know? The group that has the least amount of Christians also has the highest IQ, and they also make the most money. Asian Americans generally have the highest per capita and median. See this? This is the one that matters, not the capita. They have the highest per capita and median household income, followed by white, non-Hispanic individuals and Black Hispanic groups having lower incomes. I know I covered this in the last one, but I'm going over it again because of how we're going to segue into what comes after. Right? True or false? Hispanic Americans have a slightly higher income per capita than African Americans. Hispanic households often have a higher median household than Black households, while Black households have a higher per capita. But the higher per capita doesn't matter. So when you look at this, it's going to seem, this is the only place it's inverted. The only place it's inverted is when it comes to income. African Americans have a higher per capita income. Hispanic Americans have a lower per capita income. So it doesn't add up here. But watch. When you do the median outlook in 2026, the order of median income descends from Asian to white to Hispanic to Black. It follows the religious filial, just like the IQ and the income. Well, this is the income. The income follows the IQ and the religion pecking order. The least amount of Christians, the most money. The highest IQ. The second least amount of Christians, the next most money. And the next highest IQ. The third most amount of Christians has the third most money and the third highest IQ. The one that has the most amount of Christians has the least IQ and makes the least money. The only factor that is correlating here, people, is the religion. I'm showing it to you. Least Christians, highest median income. Whites, third most Christians, second highest median income. Hispanic, second most Christians, third highest median income. Black households, most Christians, least median income. This order reflects persistent income disparities in the U.S. It doesn't ever change. But if you like it the way it is, and you think marrying white people is going to change your situation, then go ahead. See, now it adds up because you're looking at the income that matters. It's not the per capita. It doesn't matter if, in other words, it doesn't matter if you have a John Bryant Hope over here, or Will Smith over here, or 50 Cent over here, or Oprah over there. That is not going to move the needle for Black society. This is the income that moves the needle for Black society. The median income, because it says what the household makes, not what the individual makes. It's what the household makes. That's how immigrants beat Black people. They come over here, they all live in one house together, they pool their income, and they make investments from that income. They buy gas stations, hotels, all kind of things that they dominate, while Black people want to be Mr. and Mrs. Individual. I'm Miss Bad Boy Boss Bitch, look what I got. I'm Mr. So-and-so, look what I drive. While you are the clowns of society. And you wonder why other people come over here and don't respect you. They don't respect. Hold on, let me explain something to you. You do not have the right. You do not, and fix my light. You do not have the right to anticipate and expect other people to come over here and respect you when you have made every sacrifice in the book for everybody else to get ahead, and you are the only ones that have not figured out how to break that formula that has kept you from doing it. You do not have that right. Nobody is obligated to respect the fool, even on a racial level, on a whole collective level. Black people are the personification of a fool. You allow the black church to persist in your community today unmolested. And if you don't know what that term means, you should discover what it means. Oops, my bad. Here we go, right? If you don't know what that term means, you let them miseducate the black community and exploit the black community without impunity. Then nobody has you have no right to tell somebody else to come over here and respect you. Who the fuck are you? Nature judges everybody by the same standard. If you do wise shit and you take wise actions, people see the fruit of your actions and they're like, yo, them people over there, you can't get away with that shit in their community. They don't play that shit. They got their numbers together. You the only group that ain't got your numbers together. Which means that you choose to be a fool. You are a fool by choice. Who the fuck is supposed to respect you? I ain't respecting nobody because of the color of their skin, not even black people. I'm going to respect you because you're intelligent and because you're wise. That's it. That's it. No other reason. That's it. And because you're a good person. That's it. Really, because you do what's necessary. I always teach people the only thing that outdoes wrong or right is that which is necessary. Necessary trumps wrong or right. I always hope and pray that what is necessary is right. In fact, what is necessary is always the right thing to do. So if black people are not going to solve their own problems, and I'm showing you the numbers that are proving to you that the deciding factor or the decisive factor that determines all other outcomes in your community, the decisive factor is the black church, Christianity, the Bible, and your fealty and religion to it, or relationship to it. Not just in terms of religion, but in terms of culture. You cannot upend 250 years of culture overnight. You also cannot go one more day without starting the reversal process. You cannot go. Every day that you go forward without starting the reversal process is a day that you are stealing from your children. That's a bar. Hold on one second. You know what I do when it's a bar. I don't have anybody here to do it for me, people. So you're going to have to forgive me. But yeah, every day that you move forward, without reversing that problem, without bringing that problem to a halt and beginning to reverse the process so that you can be restored to your right mind. You know, black people don't even use that term restoration. They use the term reparations before they use the term restoration, right? Until you start that process and begin to reverse it, every day that you move forward without doing that is a day that you are stealing from your own future, from your own children. Not white people. You. Somebody has to tell you. Somebody has to tell you the truth. They're going to want you to think it's everything else other than the black church. I am pointing out to you that it's like if you go to the doctor and the doctor takes an x-ray and he says, yo, you got a problem with the valve in your heart. Like, if you don't fix it, you got 3 months left. Are you going to complain about your elbow too? You're going to complain about your knee? You're going to complain about the ringing in your ear? Or are you going to focus on what the doctor is telling you? I'm telling you that it's nothing else It's not elections like Don Lemon wants you to think, or like Joyce Reed wants you to think. It's not elections. It's not politics. It's not. Asian people barely vote. In fact, I don't like to lie on people. Let me look that up very quickly. Hold on. Let me see. In the U.S., what ethnic group, oops, here we go, votes the least? In the U.S., here we go. Bang. I love, you know me, I love answers. Here we go. All right. AI mode. Let's see. Yep. Asian American. Asian American groups consistently record the lowest voter turnout rates among major ethnic groups. Well, actually, it says Hispanic and Asian Americans, but I'm focused on the Asian Americans because they are the one. So, how interesting is that? That while both of these groups are, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm looking at. Here we go. Oops, put this here, right? Share my screen. Here we go. Allow. Okay, here you go. All right. In the U.S., what ethnic group votes the least? They're right there, Asian American. Do you see that? I'm not even looking at this because we know they're always going to be the number one group in every category. They vote the least. They have the least amount of Christians. That's where they got the Hispanics. They vote the least. They have the least amount of Christians, the highest IQ, and they make the most money. Now, here's my problem with black people. My problem with black people is, I got to fix my color. Okay. My problem with black people is you have no right to ask anybody to respect you when you can't even look at somebody else's numbers and fix your fucking problem. You know what that means? I'm about to say something else. This is going to be a bomb too. I'm going to drop a bomb. I'm going to tell you what that means. It's a reflection of your low IQ. You know why? It means you're so fucking stupid. Listen, because I love you. It means you're so fucking stupid. You're too stupid to even cheat on a fucking test when the answers are right in front of you. That's how big that was. I dropped some serious bombs in here tonight. That shit about every day you move forward, every single day that you move forward without bringing this black church issue to a halt, without forcing a confrontation and finding a way to resolve this issue so we can begin to reverse the process. Because the process is going to be long. The process will take as long as we seriously address the problem before you start seeing results. You're not going to see results over, well, maybe you can see results. You might see results a lot sooner than you think, but the point is you got to start somewhere. Where is you form all of these groups. They got the Black Panther Party. They got Black Lives Matter. They got, where is the group that is confronting the black church? That's the group I want to be a part of. Let me be a part of that group. Where is the group that is confronting the black church? Like direct confrontation. That's the group I will sign up for. Fuck all the rest of you motherfuckers don't care about moving the needle because you think everything else is the problem. You're not looking at the numbers. I don't fuck with people that don't look at numbers. People that don't look at numbers and then make decisions are very dangerous. They will get everybody hemmed up, right? You don't look at numbers. I'm looking at the numbers because the numbers tell me what's up. The numbers tell you what time it is. How you going to be so stupid you can't look at somebody else's numbers? They got the least amount of Christians, the highest IQ, They make the most money and they vote the least. What does that tell you? Politics don't solve your problems. Meanwhile, you got black people getting caught up with ICE. You don't even hear Asian people talking about ICE. But people like 𝈖𝉔𓄿𓅅𓏭𓀢𓀁, he want to be right in the middle of that shit. You know why? Do you know why? I'm going to tell you why. People like 𝈖𝉔𝓁 can't think for himself as a black person. He can't. He can only think in terms of what white people tell him is news. If white people say that this is news, then for 𝈖𝉔𝓁, that's news. If white people say that, you know, this is what's important and this is what you need to be looking at, then that's where you're going to find 𝈖𝉔𝓁 in the middle of that shit. That's where you're going to find Joyce Reed. That's where you're going to find even the people on the Brown, what do they call themselves? The Brown Report or some shit. What do they call themselves? I forgot not the Brown Report. It's another name of the group, something Brown. But it's that show that I think Mark Lamont Hill is now part of their cast, right? They're part of their panel now. I forgot the name of it, but or it's Indigenous something. I forgot what they call. Or Native Report, something like that, right? What do they call? Let me see. I think that's it. Oh, the Native Podcast. That's it. Right. I just remember the name of it. Yeah, Native Land Podcast. That's it. Right. I hate to say it. Right. With all due respect, I fuck with them too. Right. When they had that debate between Native Land Podcast and Joe Budden, it was a no-brainer for me. I was on Native Land Podcast side. I've always said that rap music and rappers have had a retardation effect on the black community. Everybody knows that. That ain't no secret. And the fact that Joe Budden took offense to that, I think was, I'll put it to you like this. There was nothing wrong on his part for taking offense to what everybody had to say about it. I think everybody had no right to have any expectations of Joe Budden, because why are you having expectation of rappers? Rappers have told you a long time ago what they about. So why would you as an intelligent black person think that rappers really give a damn about bigger issues than, you know, I'm not, you know, with all due respect, I'm not looking at Cameron and Mace, shout out to my brothers, I'm not looking at Cameron and Mace to discuss the import-export ratio of precious earth metals out of the Congo into the international market, right? And or to look at the Sahel's new monetary policies towards the World Bank and the IMF. I'm not expecting to get that kind of information from Mace and Cameron. Certainly not from Jim Jones. And certainly, I mean, the one place I have a little bit of hope for, because he tries to be a little bit more diverse, is Math Hoffa. But you know my policy. I ain't got respect for nobody's show until they invite me on it. The mere fact that most of the people who have had me on their shows have been, how you gonna have somebody like Jesse Lee Peterson, Uncle Ruckus, Sambo type of Negro? He had enough respect for me to have me on this platform. And I got a lot of following behind that. In fact, they just re-aired it, right? So how can I put this? And I still think, I'm starting to think with Jesse Lee Peterson, I'm thinking it's all an act. Because I was watching him the other day, and I said, there's no way anybody can literally be this stupid. There's no way. It's just, there's no way. He does things to antagonize people, to elicit certain things from them in order for the third party watching. And I said, this man is bright. He's very, very bright. So, but I'm like, where are my people from the community, from like my community, who's supposed to be like, yo, Shakka, can we have you on? I just got an invitation from my brother, I don't even want to say his name. I don't want to mention nobody's name. When I'm on their platform and you see me on it, then I'll be on it. But, and I've already said, people from the Kemetic community or the so-called conscious community, they damn sure don't like me, right? And I'm comfortable with that. I'm like, it's probably better than you that you don't, you know? They don't like me because over the years, I think they felt I may have gotten too much attention or something like that. But it's like, it is what it is, you know? I'm not going to say that it's not hurtful. I'm a human being. It's hurtful. You always want your own. Well, that's I don't have any peers. That's the whole problem. I don't say it. I'll be the first to say it. I don't have peers, right? I don't have any peers. There are a few people who I consider peers. Brother Reggie is a peer. Jabari is a peer. And if I call you a peer, I'm giving you mad respect. Because I don't have peers. So when I say Brother Reggie, Jabari, who else? There's one other brother. I can't recall his name. It's something Osiris. He's on Saturday TV a lot these days. I really, really respect his scholarship. But there's very few. I don't name many. There's not many that I would consider a peer. But in any event, Kadir, one of my students, is definitely a peer, right? So in any event, if you're too stupid to look at the numbers and cheat, then that means that you are too stupid. Think about that. Let me phrase it this way. Even stupid people, just think back in school, even the less intelligent people were smart enough to cheat if they knew they had no other way. How do you think the white man got everything he got? He's smart enough to cheat. How did he cheat? By enacting racial laws. So that two-thirds of the stuff that we invented, they took credit for. This is documented. 2/3 of the stuff we invented, if not more, they took credit for. So that their descendants today, see, that's the one evil outcome about the asymmetrical relationship between blacks and whites in a color-coded battlefield with a color-coded history, is that their progeny and their offspring, the way that they structure things, their progeny and their offspring are born believing certain things, right? And the one thing I always say, I was going to save this for another platform, but I'll say it now. I'm going to make a meme out of it so you'll see it. But this is coming from Shakka-Ahmose. And don't be stealing my shit, because I'll find you. Like, I noticed that after I did this presentation, this whole Black Church and School to Prison Pipeline, I see people posting certain things. I know I can tell that they watched it. So they watch it, and they take little bits and pieces, and now they want to have a conversation on their platform about it. That's fine. But show me my props. Hit me up. You're Shakka-Ahmose. I love what you're doing. I'm going to talk about it, right? Even Hotep Jesus told me, yo, I showed 20 minutes of your presentation on my platform. Now, I told my brother, Hotep Jesus, I am not on that platform until he stops fucking with a certain individual, because I cannot be on the same platform with people who I know are genuine, real losers. I don't do that. In other words, we had a saying from the old school back in the day. The old folks used to say, I don't deal in mixed company. I don't deal in mixed company. I just don't. You can look at my closets right now on my shelves. All my shirts are with my shirts. All my pants are with my pants. All my socks are rolled over here with my socks. All my belts are with my belts. My boots are with my boots. My sneakers are with my sneakers. And my sandals are with my sandals. Everything is where it's supposed to be. All of my receipts are where all my receipts are. All of my books and all my research stuff is where all my books and all my research stuff is. If you look at my closet in the kitchen, where I keep all my food, everything, all my spices are with my spices. My glasses are with my glasses, right? My condiments are with the condiments. In other words, I don't deal with mixed company. When you deal with mixed company, that says something about yourself. You got to protect your own brand, right? In fact, I told one dude, I'm not coming on your platform anymore because you keep bringing this dude on your platform. So he chose to sacrifice his relationship with me for this dude. And now the dude cut him off. You know what that deserved? I didn't name any names, so don't guess who I'm talking about because you don't know. Right? There is one individual in this world that I do not fuck with at all. It's best that I don't ever see him. He don't see me. Oh, that's his name, YK Osiris? Yeah, I like that brother. I like him a lot. He reminds me of me. I like when I come across scholars that remind me of me because that's rare. Right? And it gives me hope for the people, you know? It really does. So let's get back to it, people. My feet are freezing. I want to put my, where they at? Oh, they right there. I can put them on in a little while. All right. Let me see. Oh, I'm starting to get my second win. Thank God. Here we go. I do this because I love you motherfuckers. That's why. I'ma always love black folk. And whoever got a problem with it, fuck them. But look at this. What ethnic group votes the least? Asian American. Come on, people. Come on. I mean, stop being stupid on purpose. It's one thing to be stupid on accident. Don't be stupid on purpose. Oh, shit. That's another bomb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, look, I gotta do it. Don't be stupid on purpose. You feel me? It's one thing to be stupid by accident. Don't be stupid on purpose. Black people are stupid on purpose. If you're stupid on purpose, I've given you at least 3 reasons, 3 legitimate reasons why you should expect sympathy and respect and empathy from no one. All leading back to you, the black community. You got 3 pointing at the finger at one person, you got 3 pointing back at yourself. So while you want to blame white people for this, and you want to blame Spanish people for this, and you want to blame Somalians for that, and you want to blame Asian people, you want to blame everybody but you. I heard somebody, what's the big thing that black women love to say? You want to blame, you want to victim blame and victim shame. Shut up. You the problem. Sister, I love you, but you the problem. 75% of Black America is Christian. 70% of that 75% are Black females, the Black woman. Do you know what kind of number that is? You got a dragon in your community that is hanging from a cross. Do you understand what kind of number 75% is, or 70% is, out of 75? Do you know what that was? At 90%? 95%? 95% of that 75% Christian? 95% of that is the woman. She's the one that is fucking up your kids' brains with their analytical process, introducing them to religion, particularly Christianity. I showed you the data on that. I'm not even going there right now. Let's go. Don't argue with me. Argue against the data. If you take data personal, get better data. You're too damn lazy to do that anyway. Let's go. I'm showing you the data. I'm not making up these numbers. Asian IQ, I already showed you, right? Look, the IQ follows the Christians. The income follows the IQ. They're all in the exact same order. Asian American, white American, Hispanic American, African Americans. Why is the African American lit up? Because these are your numbers. This is your reality. And it's all based on this. Let's go. Here we go. I didn't show this in part 3. I'm showing it now in part 4. All right? Incarceration patterns for 2026. I may have shown it in 3B, but I redid it. Incarceration patterns for 2026 follow a similar hierarchical trend in relation to the racial and income data provided. That includes the religion, with rates increasing as median income decreases across these groups. So look, that means if your income is a reflection of this, do you see this? If your income is a reflection of this, that means that this, look at me now, dummies, look, that means that this is responsible for this. Okay? I'm sorry, where we at? I'm sorry. No, that should have been it. Hold on, where we at? Did I put that there? All right. Anyway, this is the median income. We already did the median income, which is it right here. I don't know why that's there. Here we go. Hold on. Oh, yes, I'm correct. Incarceration. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for this word here. We are, okay, incarceration patterns. Yeah, so let me say this again. That means if this right here is responsible for this, that means that this is responsible for this. I forgot to put the star there. My bad. Okay? That's why I couldn't find it. Okay? Right here. Incarceration patterns. It says the incarceration patterns follow this. Well, if this is following this, because this is following this, that means ultimately this, the black church, is responsible for this. Now, I don't know. I know I'm talking to some low IQ people. I know it. I'm going to be patient. I know it. You can get mad at me if you want. I don't lie to make people feel good. Okay? I'm not going to lie to you to make you feel good. Look. Incarceration patterns for 2026 follow a similar hierarchical trend in relation to the racial and income data provided, with rates increasing as median income decreases across these groups. So they're telling you that your median income is going to determine your incarceration rates. Your median income is premised on this right here. Your intelligence, how you manage your finances, your economics, and your money. That is premised, your IQ is premised on your analytical abilities, which Christianity, what did the data say before? Christianity retards it. This is why Asian Americans have the least amount of Christians, the highest IQ, the highest median income, and guess what? The lowest incarceration rate. They defeat you in all numbers. And you're talking about you proud to be black because you got melanin? Do you know how fucking stupid you sound? You sound like a third-rate fucking retard. And somebody needs to tell you that shit. Your melanin is not solving these problems, stupid. I saw these black girls on Facebook the other day singing a song. I got melanin, You know why you got to brag about having melanin? Because you ain't got no fucking money. That's why you got to brag about having melanin. Because you ain't got no fucking money. Because you don't have a high IQ. So you can brag about other things. You got to brag about melanin because most of your melanated men are in prison. Or too many of them are in prison. I'm tired of black people and their bullshit because they want to have conversations about everything else other than what's going to actually make a difference for our children. Black people don't give a fuck about their children. If they did, they would give a fuck about this conversation. Period. Ain't nobody showing you this shit. Nobody. Not Andrew Tate. Not, I don't even want to say his name. I'm gonna leave his name up my mouth because I try to keep certain people, because you got people out here wanting you to think that they the dopest YouTuber on the fucking planet in the black community. They're gonna solve all your problems. But every time you turn around, they're chasing a white girl on camera. Right? See, we got rules from the old school. You can't be talking black while chasing white. It don't work like that. You talking all this black shit while you chasing white girls. Nah, you not coming to solve black people's problems. You got more evolving to do. Your intentions might be well, but you got to know how this thing is fully fleshed out and built out. You just started toiling in this field. Some of us have been toiling in this field since you was in fucking grade school. So you got to respect that there's levels to this shit. There's problems that can be solved. Now, the real flex, if you want to know what the real flex is, the real flex is if you got resources, but you're not going to see this in the black community because the black community don't have a high IQ. The real flex is if you got resources, you put your resources with the person that has the vision and the idea and the data, and you make shit happen. That's how white people do it. That's how Asian people do it. Black people don't do that. You know why? Black people, everybody black want the attention and they want the limelight, and everybody wants to be the fucking star. Everybody wants to be the man. There are some people that cannot be replaced. Try as you might. There are some people that cannot be replaced. Show me one black woman that can replace Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. She doesn't exist. And what did you do with Dr. Frances Cress Welsing? How did you show your appreciation and your gratitude? By being Mark Lamont Hill and going on a white platform and calling her a racist on the day that she died. So he would get pecking points from white people for talking down on an ancestor on the day of her passing. To me, he will not ever be forgiven for that. There's nothing he can say or do to ever be forgiven for that. Nothing. I don't care. Don't even bother to apologize in front of me. I heard he apologized already. To me, he should have saved his breath. There is no apology for that. Period. For me, you get a permanent fuck you for that. Go save Palestinians. That's what the fuck you do. Right? He want to run around the world solving everybody else but his own community. Fuck Mark Lamont Hill. I said it. I don't mean it totally, because I do got a certain kind of love for him. But if he's a real brother, he'll understand where I'm coming from when I say fuck him. Because real brothers, they know when we get to a certain point, it is what it is. It is what it is. Plus, I'm a nobody anyway, so he shouldn't care what I think anyway. I'm a nobody till I'm somebody. And then when people find out too late that all along, oh, this nigga was really a somebody. Yeah, well, you know, have that conversation with your ego. That's what I say. Have that conversation with your ego. You know, I'm just Shakka-Ahmose. That's all I am. I'm just me. I'm just some dude in a jacket with a funny haircut and too much rose hips, oil on my lips, and that's it. I don't know. I'm sure you can find something else to critique and criticize, right? So let's get back to it. But that's some deep shit. You can't even look at somebody else's numbers and cheat off their test. Then you don't deserve to get what you're trying to get. Because what that says is that you ain't even trying to get it right. That's some deep shit. I'm showing you the fucking numbers. Yeah, these people, they're not, that's what I said, they want to be entertained. Right? Yeah, Speed, ISO Speed, and Kanai, whatever his name is. These people, even Kanye, somebody as big as he was, or is, or whatever, I don't know. These people do, as far as I'm concerned, really, for me, they don't exist. Like, I try to watch them to see who's doing what. And one thing I'm not is a hater. I like to see people win. Because I'm gonna tell you why. This is what taught me how not to be a hater. Anytime you see somebody doing better than you, listen to me, and I want you to listen to me carefully, because this will help you stay away from envy. It doesn't mean I don't envy people. I'm a human being. I envy people. I see people who are extraordinarily wealthy, D-cars. I would love to have, you know what it's like to be a certain age. You see somebody half your age, got a 20-car garage, living in a mansion somewhere, and yada, yada, yada. And that has not been how your life unfolded, right? But I'm going to tell you what, this is what should help you not envy people. I always think of that person, right? Let's take NBA Youngboy. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan. I like his music. I like his swag. You know what I mean? I like to see people, when you do something, it should be done a certain way. Like if you really trying to put something out there, and I like what he does. So doesn't mean I approve of all of, I don't really listen to his stuff enough to really know what he says, but you know, there are a few of his songs that I work out to and train to, and I always love the vibe. And then I like his vibe too. So imagine if instead of NBA Youngboy being who he was, imagine if he was some angry, frustrated dude in a halfway house somewhere who wanted to solve his problems by murdering his baby mama, or doing some crashing out the way a lot of frustrated people do who don't know how to solve their problems. Imagine if he was somebody who was really causing havoc on the Black community because of his own shortcomings and lack of direction, and lack of cultivation, or even neglect from his own community. But he's not that person. But here's the problem. There are too many millions more who are that person. So when I see a Black individual or any individual, I think that way about any person, doesn't matter what their color is, because here's why. You don't really understand humanity until you see people at their most vulnerable. When you see somebody break down because of pain or loss or whatever it is, or just constant abuse. I wasn't going to say this. I was thinking about this the other day because I was having a conversation with somebody, and I didn't want to bring it up because it was on air. But it was a similar topic. The thing that taught me I really had to have compassion was I used to fight a lot in the street. It's a bad habit I picked up from my father. My father used to fight for money. So I like to, the fade. I'm a fade person. And I like to put it on people. I used to do it for money. That's what I got paid to do for many years, right? A lot of people know that. You know what can change you though? Is when you putting it on somebody and then you realize all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it might be like a sixth sense that the person that you putting it on, they probably get bullied a lot in another area of their life. They probably grew up with no food in the fridge, no mother, just getting the short stick of life all the time. And now here you are adding on and compounding that punishment, even if it's for a legitimate reason. And then you realize, damn, now I've also had to learn that mercy can get you hurt. This is what I'm telling you. Mercy can get you hurt. So because I know I don't show mercy in certain circumstances, I just avoid it altogether. Always my position, if I'm not going to go all the way, leave it alone. I tell that to anybody. I tell it to a young person, if you're not going to go all the way, leave it alone. If you go all the way, be prepared to live and deal with the consequences. That's it. Just think it well through. That's all. Just think it well through. I always say, if violence is not your business, then violence is bad for business. For many years, violence was my business. It's how I paid my bills and took care of my family. Violence. Hand to hand violence. That was how I survived. Once that stopped being my business, I had to learn the hard way. If violence is not your business, violence is bad for business. It can mess up your other money, right? You might get short-term satisfaction because you dealt with a situation the way you instinctively wanted to deal with it. But now, when you look at all the financial consequences that you got to deal with, it's like, was it really worth it? When all you had to do was, the best thing, because one of the most dangerous things in politics, when you or just in life, when you study the Sabayets, you have to learn you can't let things go. Because if you let a small thing go, they go into big things. So the best thing to do is just avoid situations altogether. Avoid it altogether. That's it, to the best of your ability. So anyway, yeah, that's real talk. That's 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 going around the world solving everybody else's problem except his own communities. That's real talk. Hey, Rebuke is back. But hold on, Rebuke. Here's the problem I got with you, Rebuke, right? The problem I got with you is you cannot refute the data. Hold on. What? Hey, Rebuke, stay right there. Stay right there. Right? I mean, on some friendly shit. I'm not even trying to like get at you or beat up on you. Right? I really am not. This is just on some person-to-person shit. You got logic, I got logic. Right? Let's forget about all of the bashing for 1 second, Rebuke. Hang out in there, Rebuke. You got logic, I got logic. Right? And Rebuke, if I'm wrong, say, Shakka, you wrong. And here's why, right? I got no problem. It's called communication, right? But Rebuke, what I'm saying to you is, it's unfair to say that I'm beating up on Christianity when the numbers show what they show. This is data. This is not beating up on Christianity. How are you calling this beating up on Christianity when this is data? The exact numbers in terms of Christian inclusion reflect the exact hierarchy of the IQ, which reflect the exact hierarchy of the income, which reflect the exact hierarchy of incarceration. That's not beating up on Christianity. That's called facts. This is AI. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. Do you see what this says? AI mode. Incarceration patterns for 2026 follow a similar hierarchical trend in relation to the racial and income data provided, with rates increasing as median income decreases across these groups. The racial income that was provided was literally this right here. And it showed the relationship to Christianity. So they factored that in. All of the data that was fed in included religion so that it could be placed in its proper perspective. I'm doing responsible research here. This is not apologetics. This is not me trying to get a one-up on Christianity. This is me saying, look, we got a problem, right? Let's identify what the problem is. Let's identify what the correlations are, right? If the correlation is this, you cannot argue with these numbers, Rebuke. If you do, you'll be wasting your time and my time. You have to come with a better argument, right? Then you got to come with a better argument with the IQ reflecting this, right? Then you got to come with a better IQ with all three of these being, you got to come with a better argument with all three of these being in order. Shaka's not making this up. And it would be unfair and dishonest of you to say, well, Shaka's making that up. And in other words, not only would it be disrespectful to everybody else watching because everybody else could see the numbers. These links are here because all I got to do is copy and paste the link and go live, and it'll take you right to the exact same readout. I don't put the links there because I'm trying to hide something. African Americans, 75% Christian, highest Christian rate. Hispanic Americans, 76% Christians, second highest incarceration rate. White America, 65% Christian, third highest incarceration rate. Asian America, 34% Christian, the lowest amount of Christians, lowest incarceration rate. Lowest amount of Christians, they make the most money and got the highest IQ. Everybody else falls right in line. That is not beating up on Christianity. That is the leading factor. Christianity is the leading factor that affects all the rest of this. I'm sorry, folks. You know what that requires, right? You already know before I even say it. So hold on one second. Let me just do what I got to do. I got nobody here to do it for me. Christianity is the leading factor. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. That is the data. And now you want to, for whatever reason, say Shakka. You know why? I'm going to tell you why. See, my mind is working in real time. You got to be careful my mind is working in real time. It's extremely agile. The reason why you want to say Shakka-Ahmose is beating up on Christianity is you want to redirect and distract. You want to make it personal about Shakka-Ahmose, because that way they no longer focus on the problem, which is what your ideology is. You are more heavily invested in protecting your ideology than you are in saving the Black community. That makes you a what? A deficit, a liability.
Booyah.
That's what that makes you. A liability. Okay? That's what that makes you. A liability. If you are more heavily invested in your ideological worldview than you are in saving the Black community and in restoring the Black community to a place where it can thrive and survive and get out from under what has been oppressing it, then you are a deficit and a liability to the Black community and even to yourself.
Booyah.
You know, that's just what it is. You know, I mean, and that's nothing to even argue about. I'm not here to argue about that. That's the facts. The facts. Look, the facts are on my side, right? He said the only thing you can advise Black folks at this point is to stop watching CNN. Okay. I gotta remember too, because hold on one second. Let me take this. Book and proof. Right. Okay, I got it. Because I went looking for your channel the other day and I couldn't find where I put it. Cool. All right. So I have it. Facts. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, not at all. Bro. I'm literally raised up in this society. I was raised in that society. I didn't come to that society through YouTube or anything like of that nature. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? Nowadays, know about the why. Yeah, I mean this is true too. You got to remember, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark used to pay people to come so they could teach them. Not, I'm charging you this much. They used to say, I will pay you to come in and learn. That's the difference of the people we came from. They cared about our future. And they realized that our future had to be fought for here. Not here. This comes before this. Because if you get this first, but you don't have this, somebody else, you're going to end up getting this for somebody else. Not for yourself. Anybody that knows money knows that. So there's certain fundamental truths that Black people don't want to accept. if I put a key on the floor in your jail cell and you decide to stay in the jail cell, and I put the key inside the jail cell with you, what I'm supposed to do? You don't pick up that key and walk out? If you don't pick up that key and walk out, why would I want you with me anyway? We've already determined you're a liability and a deficit. Why do I want you with me anyway? All you're going to do is drag us down. And you all know that saying, and I hate to say it's one of the ones that everybody ain't going to make it. Hell, I might not. Everybody ain't going to make it. For me, in my own sense, I did. Like, whatever awaits me down the road, right? Life itself is a tragedy, right? So everybody needs to, like, when they see something tragic befall someone, they don't need to be on some, oh, it was bad luck or something they did. No, it's life. That's what life is, right? There's no such thing as a happy ending, okay? So I just said that to say that even with whatever awaits me in life, I did make it because of what I can see between my ears. Because of what I can see between my ears. If you can't see it, I feel bad for you. Because you're trapped. And there's no worse place to be trapped than between your ears. You know what I just said? Hold on a second. There's no worse place to be trapped than between your ears. And most people are trapped between their ears. How you gonna walk around with an 85 to 90 IQ talking about, you know what you're talking about, while everybody else is in the hundreds and 101s and the 110s? And do you actually follow the conversation of Black people online? I'm only confused about one thing, because I follow everybody talking online. And the one thing that I can tell you from somebody who's a research specialist, I don't know who's dumber, Black people or white people. Because if you follow the conversation, I'll tell her. I had to, unfortunately, show my face to a Black woman the other day who tried to school me on something. And I said, I know she doesn't know who she's talking to. We're on Facebook. And somebody made a statement, a video, the guy in the video would say he's so proud to be African because Africans have never colonized people. That we are too human for that. And I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, dude, don't you study history? Of course Black people have colonized people. And I pretty much said that in the comment section. Black woman going to show up talking about they tried to destroy our humanity. Don't lay that troglodyte stuff at our feet. We don't do that. We never colonize people. So I said to her, this is what I mean about Black women staying away from history. You guys tend to lead with your emotions and your feelings. History does not care about your feelings and your emotions. It just is how it works. In other words, dates and primary evidence don't give a damn about how you feel, and neither do I. So now when it comes to history, I'm going to chop your head off because that's what I do. And so I went to Google AI. I Googled it up. It gave me citations for Black Athena and a few other texts. It said, sure enough, it gave you all of the epochs in which Black people colonized other people. And then she had the nerve to tell me that she said, how stupid of you to not realize that Black people in those periods of Egypt's history were no longer there. She said, that period when Egypt was colonizing people, Egypt had stopped being Black. So then I went back into Google AI and I said, give me the kingdoms in which this colonization was taking place. Guess when the kingdoms were? The Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom and the Second Intermediate Kingdom, the Second Intermediate Period. If you know anything about Kemet's history, the Middle Kingdom is super black. The New Kingdom is uber black. The only kingdom where it wasn't black led, presumably, was the Hyksos period, which was the Second Intermediate Period, the 15th dynasty. Particularly the 15th dynasty. So when I put all that data in front of her, then she really got emotional and just wanted to make it about something else. She had to say, why you keep tagging me? Why do I? You commented on my comment. You responded to my comment. And then you're going to be stupid enough to ask me, why am I tagging you? I'm responding to your challenge and I just destroyed you with facts. And that's what, whoo. Black women do not like that shit. They do not like to be put in their place with data. It's an emotional thing. I mean, I don't think anybody does, being there, male or female. It's just that black women tend to be, from my experience, a bit more vicious. They don't like to be wrong. And most black women would say, I have a page that I have called Honest Black Woman, where I just put up videos of black women being honest about what black women are really like. Because you need that. It's because if you only hear it from us, you're going to say, oh, well, he hates black women, blah, blah, blah. But when it's coming from the horse's mouth, what you gonna say? She hates women and she's a woman? That's kind of stupid. And she's a black woman and she's just telling you the truth? I'm gonna put some of those on. I'm gonna play some of those on my platform too, on this platform. Because we gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it. We gotta start having honest conversation. Right? Everybody gets to hide behind a keyboard. They get to hide behind your social media, your Instagram. Oh, no. Let's put it out in front and center. Had a conversation. That's what I want to do. Solve some motherfucking problems. She's going to try to tell me something I've been studying for damn near almost 30 years, 35 years. And she came to it what, 2 years ago probably? And going to tell me I need to read a book. That's what she said to me. You need to read a book. How you going to say these are black people? You need to read a book. And then I came back with the brat. And she was like, yeah. And then tried to change the subject matter, talking about why you keep tagging me. Why are you talking about me tagging you now? I'm looking at my tongue. I'm sorry. I'm drinking hot cocoa, so I'm changing the color of my tongue. But she, and I wasn't trying to be funny, people. She, let's get back to what I'm doing. Too distracted. Because that shit, I was going to actually do a whole presentation about that. Because when I'm talking about things, I don't want people to think I'm just making stuff up. I'm not making stuff up. I'm telling you that, like, what's going on out here in these internet streets. Right? Here we go. So, yeah. Rebuke and prove. Rebuke and prove. You can argue with Shakka-Ahmose. You don't have to like me. You can think that I'm just a hater or but let me tell you something, what I always tell black people. If Christianity is working for you, stick with it. If it makes your life better, stick with it. I never told anybody to stop being a Christian. But if you cannot have an honest conversation about Christianity and what it actually is, right? If you are incapable of doing that and still being comfortable with being a Christian, the problem is not myself or the data. The problem is you having what's called cognitive dissonance. That's what you're reacting to. You're reacting to your own cognitive dissonance. You're reacting to your mind's own inability to integrate these two things that are mutually exclusive. You have facts over here saying that this stuff is bad news, and then you're trying to you've already sold to yourself that it's the best thing since sliced bread. So you have to resolve that within yourself. What I'm saying is, don't make your struggle our struggle. We already have a large enough struggle trying to fix this process. But when the numbers are clearly showing us what the problem is, see, you might think you have control and knowledge of this, but if you ain't got no knowledge of this, rebuke and prove. If you ain't got no knowledge of this, if you don't have any knowledge of this, if you don't have any knowledge of this, and you cannot tell us how all of this is in, if you cannot explain to us why they all follow the exact same order, you're not even worthy of having a conversation with us. I would rather you just stay away, because all you could be is a distraction. You cannot help us solve our problems. And that's what I care about. I don't know what you care about. I care about solving our problems. Let me make sure my window is in the right place. Yes, it is. Cool. Hold on. For those of you who want to show your appreciation, the Cash App is at the top of the YouTube chat. And it's also in the description of the video. Okay? And I have to be honest with you. I was so impressed by, oops, my bad. We're getting there, folks. So here we are. The leading factor is this number. This 75% is causing you to have the lowest IQ, the lowest median income, and the highest incarceration rate. All because of this. Now, if you're okay with that, don't complain to anybody about anything. Don't go on anybody's channel. Don't join anybody's group. Don't tell anybody you got to complain. I don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. The only people who can call me and say, Shaka, I want you to rock with us, you got to tell me that you are confronting the black church. You are putting black pastors on notice, and they are going to be dragged into this conversation whether they want to have it or not. Their church members are going to see this data whether they want them to or not. If you are not about doing that, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Unless you just want me to come on. I mean, I'll come on your platform to talk about it. And I'll also come on your platform to gain support for Kemetville. But other than that, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Because I just make it a policy not to deal with stupid people. And the one thing about stupid people that I've learned, stupid people have no problem with wasting your time at all. They are experts at it. And they can only do it if you let them. Moving ahead. So this is why this statement, which I showed at the top of it, says religion, politics, and economics are connected in the U.S. And it's a highly accurate statement reflecting deep historical, cultural, and structural ties, where religious values shape work ethics, influence policy debates, and economic systems affect religious participation. So they're telling you that religion is the thread that runs through it all, creating a complex interplay of moral frameworks, market choices, and governance. Scholars across sociology, political science, and history acknowledge this. But you know who doesn't acknowledge it? Dumbass Christians. There you go. The black Christians. They don't acknowledge it. They want to let the church say amen. That's what they want to do. Right? Hold up, folks, because I just need to get comfortable here for a second. Here we go. Hold on. Normally, I would cover my channel when I do this, but I don't really care. I would cover my camera. Here we go. All right. So much better. Cool. All right. Here we go. I was having a meeting with somebody. Oh, I was teaching a very, very valued student of mine. And I was teaching a very valued student of mine. And as we were talking, I backed up too far and I knocked back. The whole thing fell. And I was just like, I just kept it right on moving, like, and right? It's part of life. You know what I'm saying? So it was so funny, though. I felt like on the Wizard of Oz. Don't look back here. No. You know. But all right, folks. Here we go. Right? I mean, I can't be doing too bad if the Hebrew Israelites is coming through here. You know what I'm saying? If they're coming through here we go. Right? The fuck? You wish You talking about indigenous black man talking about regurgitating. First of all, with a name like indigenous black man, you know I ain't regurgitating the damn thing you saying. Now you calling yourself indigenous, right? I damn sure I'm not regurgitating the damn thing. I beat you up on school to prison pipeline 3 years ago. See, look at this right here. This already proves. This is why I say, with a name like indigenous black man, you can't fuck with me. The name of this presentation is not school to prison pipeline. It's black church to school to prison pipeline. That's a different subject matter. So I cannot be regurgitating some shit you ain't never spoke about. This is what I mean. Inferior minds don't come to my platform talking about Shakka and regurgitating something you said. No. I couldn't regurgitate anything you said even if I wanted to. My shit is on a whole nother level. The name of this presentation, if you read the motherfucking title, is The Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline. The school to prison pipeline is another conversation. You left out the most important part. So how the fuck am I regurgitating something you said? That don't even make sense. Come on, cuz. Don't come over here saying dumb shit. Right? Putting the black church on trial sounds like a good idea. I might just do that shit. Right? Hold on, no. Right? All right, anyway. You living in your own world, indigenous man. Right? You ain't got nothing talking about the black church to school to prison pipeline. So, no. Right? Go sell that to somebody else. Here we go. First of all, if you had it, I would have seen it. Okay? I searched for things like that. You ain't got nothing like that. Exactly. Look, see that? Your reputation precedes you. People already know. People like that, they live in their own world. They live in a strange world. Right? Yeah, you live in a very strange world. What they call it, the greatest in their own mind, a legend in their own mind, some shit like that. Anyway, let me get back to what I'm doing and ignore the distraction. Here we go. Regurgitating his talking points. Fuck out of here. All right. Here we go. Back to what we're talking about. All right. So we showed this. Now we're going to get to another part. Because now we are at, being that he wanted to talk about that, now we are getting to the part of the school to prison pipeline part. We've already dealt with the black church. Now we got to deal with the school shit. Let me make sure my window was in the right place. Yes, it is. Cool. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right. Here we go. All right. What sex and race comprise the majority of school teachers in the U.S.? Now, this is where you're going to lose all respect for black people. I'm telling you right now. I'll tell you right now, I would love to be one of these people who show up at a town hall meeting and just cuss black people out. That's my dream. That's my fantasy. I want to show up at a town hall meeting and cuss black people out on air live to pull them to account for all of their bullshit. You want the whole world to feel sorry for you while everything about you ain't nothing but fuckery. Everything about you ain't nothing but fuckery. Look, the majority of U.S. school teachers, K through 12, are women, predominantly white, with women making up about 3/4 of the workforce and white individuals representing around 77 to 80%. Creating do you know what 80% is? Creating a demographic profile that is what? Mostly white women. This contrasts with the growing racial diversity of the student population, making teachers less representative of the students they teach. All right, for all of y'all who don't know what I just read, because you just don't have the intelligence to understand what you just heard and saw, I bet you Mr. Indigenous is going to tell you he showed you this part too. I just showed you the majority of the teachers in the school system where your children go are majority white women. If your child lives in the U.S., that means the likelihood that their teachers are white women, very high. And that because of the growing diversity, the teachers who teach them are less representative of the student body. And then you wonder why you got this situation.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read, they cannot write. There is no type.
You know why? How many white female teachers did those kids pass through before they got to her? Oh, Shaka, you being racist. No. I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell the Christians. The data is being racist. It's not me. The data is saying that the majority of the people teaching your kids are Karens. 1 second. Yeah. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Bet you didn't know that.
Yeah. The majority of the teachers teaching your children are Karens. You know, those white women who hate black people. They say, well, Shaka, can you prove they hate black people? Yeah, give me a second. You know I don't come here, I don't sell wolf tickets. In any context of my life, I do not sell wolf tickets. I don't. I don't sell wolf tickets. You know, the era that I grew up in, it's you taught early on, your bite should always be 100 times worse than your bark. Why? If you got to bite somebody twice for them to leave you alone, that's not a good look. That's not motivation for them to leave you alone. Your bite, a nip alone should make them want to put as much distance between you and them as possibly, because the pain was just too mind-blowing. That's how your nip is supposed to be like that. You're not even supposed to have to bite full force in order for them to feel you. You feel me? So, you don't know what I need to make it through this, boy. It's not easy. But yeah, when I have to do that, facts. When I got to drop that bomb, I'm dropping that bomb, partner. Here we go. All right, let's do it. I'm on screen time. Here we go. Why is this here? Oh, that's cool. I already did that. That don't even need to be there. I did that, right? Yeah, close that. Cool. What's this? Yeah, I don't need to be. Oh, that's cool too. All right. So we already saw that Asians vote the least. They vote the least, so we know politics ain't gonna save you. They got the highest IQ, the least amount of Christians, and the highest income. Please. And black people are literally at the opposite end of every spectrum of the Asians. Please. Are you kidding me? Look. Close that off. Here we go. Cool. All right. So, 3/4, look at it, mostly white women. That's the data. Shaka didn't write any of that. The largest demographic group of history teachers, listen, the largest demographic group of history teachers in the U.S. is white men, with white individuals making up over 70% of history teachers. There goes that 70 again. That 70 always shows up to explain why your brain is fucked up, black people. And men slightly outnumbering women, though the overall teaching profession is predominantly white women. Okay? Now, active investigations as of late 2025, internal data showed over 1,000 open racial harassment investigations initiated in previous years, most involving the harassment of black students. Student reports, a 2024 CDC survey found that nearly 46% of black high school students reported experiencing racism in school. Underreporting. A report from the Southern Poverty Law Center indicates that fewer than 5% of hate or bias incidents witnessed by educators are reported in the news media, suggesting that public reports represent only a fraction of actual occurrences. So whatever you see here, they're telling you it's only a tiny fraction. Recent specific incidents, 2025. Documented cases in early 2025. Now remember, the majority of the teachers are white and the majority of them are women. Now listen to this. Documented cases in early 2025 involving teachers and the N-word include Loganville, Georgia. A white teacher at Walnut Grove High School was terminated in April 2025 after a viral video showing him writing the N-word on a classroom whiteboard. Macon, Georgia. Bibb County School District investigated a middle school teacher in April 2025 for allegedly writing a racial slur on a board during class. Bettendorf, Iowa. A district investigated a teacher in April 2025 who allegedly used the N-word multiple times while questioning black students about why she could not use the slur. Newark, New Jersey, 2025. All of this just last year. Report on the School Global Studies documented 11 reported incidents of anti-black racism where students endured racial slurs. Here we go. By the teachers. Documented, that's 2025. Let's look at 2024. Several high-profile cases involving teachers using the N-word were documented through district investigations and media reports. San Antonio, Texas, 2024. A teacher at Bradley Middle School was fired after a viral report alleged she used the N-word in the classroom following a viewing of the film Hidden Figures. Now, for what reason could a teacher have to use the N-word after watching a film like Hidden Figures in a classroom? Because they just had to use it. South Bend, Massachusetts, a teacher was placed on leave after using the N-word while reading aloud from a book, even though the slur was not in the text. In other words, they have this compulsive need to say the word nigger in front of students. The incident was part of a larger controversy involving a mock slave auction held in the classroom. So she was reading from a book about slavery. She was having a mock slave auction, letting the black kids be the slaves and the white kids be the slave masters, and was using the word nigger. And y'all don't, okay. Jenks, Oklahoma, a teacher was placed on leave after allegedly calling the student the N-word. Local reports indicate she remained on leave through early 2025 while the investigation continued. Several incidents involving teachers using the N-word were widely reported in 2023. So what we did 25, now we're doing 24. A geometry teacher at Glendale High School was recorded by a student using the N-word twice during a classroom discussion. The teacher was subsequently removed from the school system, though the student who recorded the incident was initially suspended for violating a no recording policy. So they suspended the student for recording the teacher saying the word nigger twice. And eventually they removed the student after people complained. Right? A staff member at Woodbury, Minnesota, November 23, at East Ridge High School, was placed on leave after using the N-word while discussing inappropriate comments another student had made. So what you got, we're going to keep going. Let's go to 2022. Several specific cases involving teachers using the N-word gained national and regional attention in 2022. So for every year, I want you to think about this. For every year, you're getting multiple reports. And remember, this is a faction. You're getting multiple reports of white teachers using the N-word in classrooms full of children of color. Sacramento, California, May 2022. Now we're in 2022, a white middle school teacher at Kit Carson International Academy resigned rather than face termination after she was recorded using the N-word during a classroom discussion. Investigatory findings revealed she continued to use the slur even during the district's investigation process. In other words, she couldn't stop herself. You don't understand how sick these people are. Park Hill, Missouri, February 2022. A high school teacher chose to retire after being recommended for termination for using the N-word in a conversation with a student. Fontana, California, 2022 to 2023. Reports surfaced of a language arts teacher at Sequoia Middle School who reportedly used the N-word more than 15 times while attempting to force a student to pronounce the word as part of a lesson. Woo! Teacher bias research. A December 2022 study analyzing listen to this. A December 2022 study analyzing focus groups with white teachers found that 36 out of 38 teachers, did you hear that? 36 out of 38 teachers voiced racial stereotypes at least once when discussing their students, illustrating the systemic nature of bias that often precedes verbal slurs. These are all white teachers. Okay? Houston, Texas, 2021. So now we went from 2025 to 2024 to 2023 to 2022 to 2021. A teacher at a Spring Branch ISD high school was placed on leave after a lesson about the N-word included the slur written out on the whiteboard next to a quote. The teacher was white. Tucson, Arizona. See, a lot of times they'll just say a teacher. They don't tell you what the race is. You got to go look and confirm the race. So anytime you see me that means I went to look and confirm it. Because all the other nuts, I'm like, why are they leaving the race of the teacher out? They just say a teacher. You say it was a white teacher. Motherfucker, you say when a black person committed a crime, black man was caught. Why do you say when it's a white teacher using the N-word in the classroom? So here you got a profession where the majority of them are Karens responsible for educating your children, and they have an epidemic of calling them niggas. And you wonder why your children can't read or write. As black people, you should be ashamed of yourself. Not the white people. As black people, you should be ashamed of yourself. That you would send your children to be educated by the same people who still hate them. And don't even try to hide it. Tucson, Arizona, 2021. A science teacher at Tucson High School was placed on administrative leave after being recorded defending his use of the slur, telling teachers that calling people that word was a part of his culture. The teacher was white. McDonough, Georgia, December 2021. At Luella High School, a white teacher was recorded repeatedly using the slur, claiming everyone could say it. The district confirmed that at least 2 teachers were disciplined following the student protest. Both were white. Moncks Corner, South Carolina. Community leaders spoke out after a teacher using the N-word during a classroom discussion about racism, leading to a public apology from school officials. The school was white. Documented incidents from 2020. Even during 2020, during COVID, the teachers couldn't stop calling black children niggas. Gainesville, Florida. An English teacher at Bunkholtz High School, Robert Cecil, was recorded saying the N-word in the classroom. He was reassigned to another school rather than terminated, claiming he used the slur to start a discussion about his hurtful history. It's not that. White people have this thing that something in them feel that they have to be able to say that word. Okay? Burgo, North Carolina. An investigation at Pender County High School found that teacher Karen McGowan used the N-word twice in the presence of students, violating professional conduct standards. Jacksonville, Florida, 2020. These are all white teachers. A 2024 audit of late reported misconduct cases in Duval County revealed 3 allegations of teachers using racial slurs, dating back to 2020 that had previously slipped through the cracks. So this is an ongoing thing. Bainbridge Township, Ohio, February 2020. A teacher at Kinston High School was placed on administrative leave after reportedly losing their temper and using the N-word in front of students. He got mad and said, nigga. Broader context. In the midst of all of this, additionally, 2020 data showed that black boys remain nearly twice as likely to face out-of-school suspension or expulsion compared to white boys, reflecting broader racial disparity in school discipline. Now, what did I just illustrate for you? Right? We're going to come back to this in a second. I just showed you through the numbers that the majority of the teachers throughout the school system in the U.S. are white. The majority of them are white women. The majority of the ones teaching history that are destroying. So basically, the church softens your child's analytical skills on Sunday. And then the teachers finish the job throughout the week by subjecting them to white males teaching them history. How could you let a white person teach your child history when it's a weapon they have used to destroy us and continue to use it to oppress us and rule over us? You think they stopped doing it? Then you're a fool and you get what you deserve. You see, I belong to a race of fools. The only difference between you and me is I'm not in denial about it. I know I belong to a race of fools. I watch black people send their children to school every day in America, and they don't give a shit about what's being taught in history class. They don't ask about it. They don't want to see the textbooks. They don't want to know who's publishing them. They don't know who's creating the curriculum. They don't want to know none of that shit. Just go to school and get good grades. I belong to a race of dummies, but I'm supposed to be polite about it and lie about it. I'm supposed to go, oh no, I'm proud to be black. What the fuck are you proud for? You're the dumbest people in the fucking country. You got the lowest IQ. You make the least amount of money. You got the highest incarceration. You get insulted. You got the lowest IQ. I said lowest IQ already, I think, right? The only thing you can brag about is you got the most Christians. That's it. That's all you can brag about. That's where you beat white people. You got the most Christians and the most incarcerated out of all of the races. That's all you can brag about when it comes to the most. I'm trying to tell you how to solve your problem. And you got the people who put you in that position to begin with teaching your kids. And you think something's not psychologically wrong with you. I tell white people all the time, do not feel bad for black people. I don't care how much crying they do. White people need to look at black people and say, when you solve your own problems, we'll have a conversation with you. Period. You made mega pastors billionaires. The first black trillionaire will be a mega pastor, because when you give that reparations money to black people, if 75% of them are Christians, where do you think that money gonna go? To the church. You think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? Watch this. Show you something. You think I'm lying? Watch. I'm gonna show you what black people do to their money with their money. Watch. Here you go. Watch this. How much money did Beyonce, right? Here we go, get her name right. How much money did Beyonce donate to the church? Beyonce donated a significant $7 million to her childhood church, St. John's United Methodist. What the fuck? Okay. With funds helping establish the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝓅 Place apartments. Okay. I'm not mad. For the homeless, alongside other contributions through her Bay Good Foundation, including large sums for disaster relief. Those specific church-only totals. See, that's what I wanted to see. Specific church-only totals aren't specified beyond the initial $7 million gift for housing. See, I want to know what the church good. What did the church get? I like this. I don't know how much of this unfolded, but I respect the fact that she did that and she used the church to do that. But I can guarantee you, because I know how the church works, they kept the majority of this. I know that. I hate to say it, but I know it. Oh, her family also previously donated $1.5 million for the 𝓈𝓔𝓄𝓅 Center for Youth at the same church. Now here's the problem. None of this stuff is moving the needle for black people with that kind of money. Because all you're doing is you're feeding the problem that is creating the problem. The black people are homeless because of the black church. Black kids who ain't got nowhere to go because they come from broken families because of the black church. If you went back to part 1 and part 2 of this presentation, you'll understand why that's true. If you're watching this right now, you're going to think I'm just making shit up. I'm not making shit up. Okay? But in my personal opinion, even though I don't agree with giving that kind of money to the black church, I think that, they say I like the term to give the devil his dues, but you got to give a person their dues. I respect the fact that on surface, it looks like a good, well, one of the things that churches are good for are tax shelters. So you got to keep that in mind too. They're good for laundering money and all that other kind of shit. So when you see people give large amounts like that, you got to really wonder what that's all about. But let's continue on what we're talking about. But the point I'm making is that these celebrities, they give all of this money to these churches, right? As a matter of fact, let me take a look. I didn't even bother to look at that. That was premature. I stopped my church. In fact, I stopped my, Here we go. We're going to go to 4IA, and I just want to see something. Here we go. Now, how many other Here we go. Boom. I don't know if you can see this. Here we go. See if we can get a bigger picture. I just typed in one person. All right. Wow, Tyler Perry only gave 100,000. Okay. Oprah Winfrey, 2 million. Right? Denzel Washington, 1 million. Right? You gave a church $1 million. Hey, look at this. This is some funny shit. Denzel Washington gave $1 million to a Methodist affiliated HBCU, right? It's a religious school, basically, to reestablish its debate team. You know what the one thing they're not going to debate? Christianity. Hold on one second. You know what that was, people. You already know what that was. Right? That's going to be the one thing they don't debate. Christianity. So it's a waste of money. You could have solved your problems. Because every time Denzel opens his mouth, he's always talking about Jesus and the church. You think with all that money, he would have got some fucking education. Right? And I'm saying that. Tired of these high sedity niggas with all this money and can't educate themselves past Jesus in the fucking church. You can read all them scripts, make all them $1 million, travel the world, and not discover where this shit actually comes from and know that it's bad for black people, that it's poison and toxic to the black community. Fuck your career then. That's how I feel. That's how I honestly feel. You ain't doing nothing but a look at me. That's all you are. You are a look at me. That's it. And how I feel about you basically is fuck you. Period. That's how I really honestly feel about these people. Fuck them. You got all this money, travel the whole fucking world, and you're going to tell me you got all this money, travel the whole world, and you're going to tell me you can't hire a little old Shakka-Ahmose to give you a Zoom class and teach you where Christianity really comes from and why you should not be putting money in that shit? If anything, you should be donating money to fight that shit. You should be donating money to siphon power out of the black church and into other institutions. How about create some new ones that don't have the disease of the black church? No, because that would require black people actually thinking. What was I thinking? We don't do that as a collective or as a people. We don't. And one thing about black people, they will make sure that their best and brightest go through life unannounced. As black people. Woo. The most unrewarded. I tell anybody who signs up for that shit. If you sign up to save black people and that's just your thing because it's in your heart, I hate the fact that it was put in my heart. I hate it. I despise it. But I'm honest with myself about it. My mother put that in me. She made sure I was raised in it. It's a part of me. Right? The same way that Jesus shit is a part of you motherfuckers because I was raised up in it. I was raised in that stuff too. But we got out early enough so in our formative years as we were still learning and we still being sponges and soaking shit up, we had Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Francis Cress Welsing, Chauncey McIntyre, Edward Scobie. The list goes on and on. Asa Hilliard, ancestor Charles Finch, who is an ancestor now, who just recently laid himself to rest, passed on. We thank you. What's the name of his book that I love? The African Origin of Science. I think it is. I love it. It's one of my favorite books. It's a really good book. Charles Finch could write some books. I give him his credit. Him and Dr. Ben didn't get along, but he could write some books. Yeah, he really did. Dua'u Jertu, Charles Finch, thank you for your contribution, sir. We appreciate you. And you'll not be forgotten. That said, moving on, because the faster I can get through with this, the faster I can warm my feet up. Here we go. What am I looking for? I'm looking for here. And now we're going back to the presentation. I'm in the right window. I don't have to double check. And I'm here. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on, open up. Here we go. There we go, people. Let's go. Let's do this. All right, let's see where we are. So now you know what's going on in your school children, in your school system. It's ran by white people who call your children nigger. Period. The majority of them are white women, and then all of the history teachers are white men. And you want to know why your children don't know shit. Well, I tell you, deep. Black people are piece of work. I tell anybody, do not have any sympathy for black people because they don't have sympathy for themselves. It's just the truth. The Black Church and School of Prison Pipeline. Now, this is ChatGPT talking. It's talking about the data, not my opinion or my perspective. The data. It says, your data set is internally consistent with what is reported in national statistical and sociological sources. Here is a strict APM analytical synthesis linking those variables, religion, IQ, as measured by standardized testing, income, and incarceration, with the black church to school prison construct we previously built. A structural overview. The data you provide demonstrates, listen people, a tiered correlation among Christian adherents. Are you listening? Reboot and prove. The data, not my opinion, not my perspective. Shakka-Ahmose is not giving you that. I respect you enough and love you enough to give you data. The data you provided demonstrates a tiered correlation among Christian adherents, cognitive development indices, or IQ, median income, and incarceration rate. I got to stop that. I'm going to tell you why. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part where Shakka-Ahmose gets this. Thank you very much. I just showed you the data. It's not my opinion. I'm not making this up. I didn't go into ChatGPT or Google AI and said, here's my opinion. Tell me what you think. I didn't do that. I said, I went and got the data. I asked a question. How many people doing this? How many, what are the numbers for this? Okay, give me that list of numbers, right? Put it back in the AI. What does this mean? I got the numbers for the religion. I got the numbers for the IQ. I got the numbers for income. And I got the numbers for incarceration. Is there a pattern? And if so, what does the pattern mean? This is how intelligent people do research. You can't do something. This is why I know all these black podcasts are full of shit. Ain't none of them did this. Oh, that's always, my mother could tell you about me. I sometimes get frustrated and upset and angry because I feel like, why do I have to be the one to come along to do something that all of us should have been on? And I get mad about that. I know maybe I shouldn't get mad. Some people will say, oh, well, Shakka, that's why you're you, or that's why I got to, with all the black people we got, why it got to be me? Maybe that's my own trip. That's my own trip. I got to trip. And so you're tripping with me a little bit with me. You know what I'm saying? Hold on one second. All right. So I got rules in here for those of you who don't know that. If you come in here and you're in my chat and you're not talking about what I'm talking about and you're distracting from the discourse, I'm going to boot you out of the chat. Don't come in my platform and grandstand. As a matter of fact, one second. Let me get rid of this dude because he's a fucking clown. All right. Dude is in my chat. He's not contributing anything. One second. But if I see you in my chat and you just running at the mouth because you need attention. See, look, this is what I'm talking about. Look, watch this. Republican states, watch this. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you something. Watch this. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you one thing. And this is why I say don't fuck with black Christians because they're low IQ motherfuckers. Watch this. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. This is what you call, I hate to say it, this is a dumb nigga. I'm going to show you what it is. Watch this. Look at this. Look at what this dumb Christian says. Your child has the best chance studies show in any school not run by Democrats. Now, I told you it's the black church. Now, he says, as long as it's not meaning that Republicans, and he thinks it's a political thing. Remember I told you, Asians vote the least. They got the most money and the least Christians, so they don't have fucking retards like this in their groups. This is why they are ahead. We got 75% retards like this. He's saying that Democrats, it says shut these stores, any school not run by Democrats, your children have a better chance in. This is what he says. Your child has the best chance studies show at any school not run by Democrats. Now I'm going to show you something. Watch this. I'm going to show you why a black Christian cannot ever solve your problem. Remember what he just said. Now look at what I show you. Look at this. Let me show you how stupid these fucking Jesus heads are. Based on data from the 2020 to 24 period, the statement that the states with the highest per capita murder and violent crime rates are Republican-led is true. Let me hold on one second. Watch this. This is where I come back. I go to where I gotta go so I can just get the, where's it at? Fucker. You stupid motherfucker. How the hell is your child going to have the best chance at Republican? Well, hold on. Your child is going to do best in the schools in states that have the highest crime rates and the highest most violent and most murders? This is literally what you just said because you think it's a Democrat-Republican thing. This is why a black Christian cannot solve your problems. They are incapable of thinking outside of their circumscribed construct, which they're given from the Bible and the church. They can't think. You're literally dealing with a psychologically dilapidated person. All of the facts do not know them. They are strangers to the facts, and the facts are strangers to them. And this is 75% of your population, black people. You should just wear a shirt. Black people should wear a shirt that says, I'm with stupid, and it should just have a picture of another black person on the other side of it. Or just put your own picture. Hell, you can put my picture. I gotta be stupid because I dedicated my life to try to save you stupid motherfuckers. You know I'm stupid. You probably ain't put shit in my Cash App. I'll spend 28 fucking years sacrificing, just only studying so I can be the best at what I'm doing so I can help save black people, bring them shit, and motherfuckers be like, Cash App, what's that? But then go spend some money on some bullshit and give their money to somebody who ain't doing, lifting up. Like Tupac said, how the fuck do you reward somebody who don't do shit for you and you don't do shit for the motherfucker that sacrificed the most for you? I always tell people, and I don't lie, and I don't care if I'm in front of a white audience or a black audience. I tell people, black people are the most ungrateful motherfuckers on the planet. Period. Period. Sacrifice your life for them and see what they do for your family. Sacrifice your life for them. See what they do for your family. Not a motherfucking thing. Barack Obama didn't sacrifice his life for you. But you sucked his dick all the way to the fucking bank for how many years? And still sucking it. Yeah, I said it. He ain't even black. I love him. I like Obama. I appreciate him for what it's worth. I'm not crazy about all his policies. I don't think he was all that in terms of his policies. I think he did a lot of fucked up things. Really bad shit that made the black community worse off. Real talk. Made a lot of communities worse off, not just the black community. But the point I'm making is that he didn't sacrifice his life for you. Martin Luther King did. Malcolm X did. Yeah. Yeah. Medgar Evers did. Till I forgot, huh? You don't even mention his name. Black people don't even celebrate a day for Medgar Evers in this country. Let me tell you how shitty black people are. Let me just really take a big dump on black people. These motherfuckers are such scumbags. They won't even make a national holiday for Harriet Tubman. That's what scumbags they are. That's black people for you. Here's, you know what's even worse? Black women talk all this bullshit about the patriarchy. Are you waiting for black men to make Harriet Tubman's birthday a national holiday? Miss Matriarchy? You're full of shit. You don't even uplift your own women. You're full of shit. You suck the dick of the patriarchy, and then you complain about it. You don't do shit for black women. You don't give a fuck about black women. In fact, most black women know that black women can't stand each other. Most real black women know that. The first thing most serious black women will tell you is, oh, I don't have many girlfriends. Because you have no code of honor. You don't. You have no code of honor, and nothing that really glues you together is based on any real shit as far as moving the community forward. I miss those sisters who used to lock arms back in the day to produce a certain, because I came from a black woman like that, who locked arms with other black women to produce how you think you got a Shakka-Ahmose? Because a bunch of black women locked arms together and they decided to create their own school system because they're like, our children are not going to go to these meat grinders and fucking be part of a statistic. Most of the people who came up with me where I'm from are no longer existing. I'm pushing 60 years old. Most of them are no longer existing. I always think it's kind of weird that I'm even still around. I just do. Hopefully, I pray that you have that experience yourself. That you live long enough to have that experience. Life. But I mean, I just like to keep it a buck, keep it 100 with you. I don't want to. We don't say enough real shit to each other. And the thing with me is, real is the only thing I know how to be. I don't know how to be fake. And so that's why a lot of people don't like me. And I hurt feelings. And that's why the name of this platform is called what? Where's it at? The name of this platform is called what? Where you at, baby? I got this. Oh, here it is right here. This is the name of this platform.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓖𝓔𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
Facts over feelings, baby. All the time. All the time. Facts over feelings. These are your feelings. These are the facts. Okay? There's a reason why feelings rhymes with ceilings. Because a ceiling is a border. It's where shit stops. This is where you feel. This is where the bullshit stops. With your feelings. Facts over feelings. It's like the sky over the ceiling. You cannot compare the ceiling to the sky. Although some of you dumb motherfuckers would. Like rebuke and reproof. Yes. He said, your children, it says studies show that your children stand a better chance in Republican schools. How do your children stand a better chance in Republican schools when when the Republican states have the highest violence, the highest crime, and the highest murder rates and the highest incarcerations? That's data. The one thing I learned about Black Christians a long time ago, they live in a bizarro world. Everything that they say is the opposite of truth. Everything that they think is the opposite of truth. But that's what that Jesus parasite does to your brain. It causes you to see the world invertedly. That doesn't mean that I don't love him as my brother. I love and respect him as my brother. But I love and respect him as my brother enough to be truthful with him. If we were sitting live together in front of one another, my demeanor would not change. I would be exactly the same way. We could be sitting in the same, you ask anybody who's ever come to my home. I don't care how, you see me almost getting to people in my home, right? Remember Gabar from the Christian group? Gabar was a solid dude. He could curl my weights. I got 70-pound weights, 70-pound dumbbells. 70s are not light. Any motherfucker that could curl 70 strict and slow, I got respect for him because I know you got the kind of power I got. You can snatch a motherfucker's jaw off his face. You got that kind of grip power. So cool. I respected that. But he wanted to get it popping with me because my demeanor stayed the same. But what he failed to understand is in my home, bruh, I might have took that kind of person when you might have got a bit more than just hands. Like because it's my home. Right? What is it? Eminent domain? Right? Yeah. In my home, you gonna flex on me in my home? That ain't smart. That is not smart at all. Real talk. Oh no. But I wouldn't have needed that. I wouldn't even take it that far. I was like, if it's gonna be the hands, even in my home, I'll give you a shot. You ain't gonna like the outcome. I'll give you a shot. I damn sure, because I'm not gonna give you bragging rights on me. You're not going to be able to say, I did A, B, C, and D, Shakka-Ahmose. I'm going to be like, okay. One of us will be bragging. It will not be you. I promise you that. You know, everything I own. I'll promise you that. Let me see what you're talking about. Let me see who's in here talking some shit. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, people are stupid. Come on, fam. Look. I respect those who are paying attention. If you come in here to learn, you're going to learn a lot. But if you're going to come here and try to prove something that all of the data is against, you're basically a fool, right? Hold on one second. You're basically a fool. Yeah, and you have nothing constructive to contribute. You know what? You want to put something in the chat? Let me help you out because you guys need help. This is what you could put in the chat. Come up with suggestions and ideas that concerned persons like myself can link up and confront the Black church. Put those ideas in the chat. Put your brains to work, something constructive, instead of talking about bullshit. A high IQ person would have did that already. If this was an Asian group and I'm an Asian person, I'm talking about this, some Asian person, because their IQ would have been in overdrive. Would have been, okay, it's time to move on to this. Shaka's talking about problems. We need to provide solutions so that this becomes a synergistic thing. No. Low IQ niggas want to do low IQ shit and talk about shit that don't matter in the fucking chat. It's scary. Being Black is fucking scary, bro. Yeah, it's fucking scary. Imagine you a turtle in the ocean and you realize all the other fucking turtles are stupid. Like, what do? You're going to be a lonely ass fucking turtle. Because the one thing you're going to learn is avoid all the other turtles. These motherfuckers have a habit of swimming into orca territories, and so the orcas chew them up. The orcas have turtle soup. So if you're going to be the smart turtle, that also means you're going to be the lonely turtle. Because you're going to be alone most of the time. Because all the other turtles are stupid as fuck. Even when you try to help them. In fact, when you try to help the other turtles, they're going to tell you, you don't know what you're talking about. This motherfucker ain't even been alive as long as I've been alive. I keep saying I'm pushing 60. I can guarantee you the person talking shit to me in the chat about you're wrong about this, they're not even fucking my age. I've seen more sunrises and more sunsets and more afternoons than you. I've seen more rocket launches than you. I've seen more assassinations than you. I've read more history books than you. I've seen more data. I've seen more primary evidence. I've studied linguistics, I've studied papyrology, and I've studied epigraphy much longer than you. What the fuck makes you think you can even hold a candle to my least thought? You have to be a highly ignorant person. It blows my mind. Like, I love those people who are listening. Like the ones who listen, like when that person just said that a few minutes ago, that really made my heart warm. Right? But he said this right here. Right? This made my heart warm because I know I'm not wasting my time. And I said tonight before I came on here, if just one person hears this, if just one person gets it, if it really sits with one person, then this was not in vain and it was not a waste of my time. But I can tell already that part 1 and part 2 and part 3 is doing their jobs, because when people are showing their appreciation in your Cash App and you didn't even have to say anything, that's a big deal. That's the signal I look at. If I'm doing my work through the week because I already put the work in here, and motherfuckers like, yo, let me hit this dude off because he's saying he's the only one saying what really need to be said. And we got to motivate him to keep going. With that shit right there, I'm like, yeah, it tells me you listening. Showing up in my Cash App says, Shakka, I hear you. I'm re-listening, bro. You think sitting up here and talking like this is easy? I'm supposed to be saving my voice for the fucking studio. But I got to push my singing like months away from this because I got a bunch of PowerPoints I got to do, which means I probably won't be able to do any singing in the studio until July. You know? But woo. Real. Oh, well, I appreciate that. That was you. Yes, I appreciate you now, boy. Very much so. I appreciate that. That was very thoughtful of you. Very much so. Absolutely. I like this. Let me see this. Ignore. Ignorant equals ignore. Only letters left is as ancestors. Don't forget your ancestors. That's real. Right? But here we go. But what did the ancestors say? I can show you some shit that the ancestors said. But you're going to be bugging out. They're going to be like, Shakka, let me see that. Let me see that. Nah, I'm going to save that for another presentation. Because most of you don't pay attention to what the ancestors said. In fact, what your ancestors said was so important that the Bible writers thought it was important enough to steal, plagiarize, and appropriate for themselves and put it in the Bible. It's in Proverbs and Psalms and Hebrews and Job. Yes. And Revelations. All of the things that your ancestors said was put in those texts. Now, the Bible writers thought that what your ancestors had to say was important. You don't. You don't think what they had to say was important. You don't give a fuck. When was the last time you read something your ancestors actually said? What day do you have devoted in the week that's strictly to study what your ancestors said? And what repository do you use? I don't want to go too deep into that because that's all of the stuff that I got coming up. Anyway, let's get back to the presentation. I digress. I'm just like, yo, motherfuckers is too stupid to cheat. It's too stupid to look at other people's numbers and figure out how to solve their problems. That's crazy. To me, that's literally insane. Let's look at this. I'm sorry. I went off on a tangent. Your data set is internally consistent. Let me make sure my window is in the right place because I don't want you to be like, Shaka, we can't see it. All right. Here we go. I do this because I love y'all and I don't give a fuck. If I dedicated myself to doing this, I'm going to do it. Real talk. Shout out to all the people I've ever loved. Jermaine, TC, Nicole and Kelsey. Who else? And Zinger, Gina. All of you who made me so happy throughout the years. I love you all. And I love you more today than I ever did and always will. If anybody who has a problem with that, fuck you, don't care. Okay. I love you all. Absolutely. Alexandria and Denise too, all of you. Let's see. What am I looking for? You too, LaShawn. I ain't forget you. What am I looking for? Oh. I ain't on here to be light to get, I'm just here to fucking do my job. That's what really this is. This is just, to me, this is just doing my job. When you know that you're capable of doing something, do your fucking job, period. Okay? Your data set is internally consistent with what is reported in national statistical and sociological sources. Here is a strict APM analytical synthesis linking those variables. Religion, IQ, as measured by standardized testing, income, and incarceration, with the Black church-to-school prison construct we previously built. Number one, structural overview. The data you provide demonstrates a tiered correlation among Christian adherents, cognitive development indices, IQ, median income, and incarceration rate. I wonder why Anton Daniels doesn't tell you that. In sequence, the higher the religious adherence, Christianity percentage, the lower the IQ and income metrics, and the higher the incarceration rate. Do you see that rebuke and reprove? I'll read that again. In sequence, the higher the religious adherence, percentage of Christianity, the lower the IQ and income metrics, and the higher the incarceration rate. Why do you think every time you state a fact out of your mouth, rebuke and improve, or rebuke and reprove? Why do you think every time you say something, I show it absolutely to be incorrect? It's because you literally see the world inverse as it actually is, but you're too stupid to know it. That's scary. That's like a person with an addiction. They can't help themselves. Oh, that's what I'm going to call it, the Jesus addiction. I like that. Yeah, it's an addiction. People are addicted to Jesus. And you know one thing about it, some people's okay. They tell you, I want to be addicted to Jesus. Okay, you are. This inverse relationship, now pay attention. This inverse relationship is not incidental. It mirrors sociocultural conditioning rooted in theological epistemology and its suppression of analytic cognition. Black people, I am giving you the fucking key to get out of loser prison. No one has ever shown you this before. No other platform, no other channel, no other so-called scholar has shown you this before. Look at it. Tell everybody that you know to watch it. Tell them where you got it from. I don't like people stealing my shit. I don't care if you use it. Just tell them where you got it from. Yo, this is Shakka-Ahmose research. You need to see this. They're not showing you this in school. They're not showing you this in church. They're not showing it to you in your family. They're not showing it to you on Math Harford. They're not showing it to you on Jim or Jim Jones and whatever, Dipset, whatever. They're not showing it to you on Cameron and the Brothers and the or Joe Budden or Native Land Podcast or Mark Lamont Hill. None of them are showing you this. Nada. This inverse relationship is not incidental. Why the hell didn't I underline any of this? I don't know. It mirrors, I must have been tired. It mirrors social culture. Normally I would have had all of this shit underlined. It mirrors socio-cultural conditioning rooted in theological epistemology. What? And its suppression of analytic cognition. So what it's telling you is that this right here, right? Percentage of Christian, IQ range, median income rate, incarceration rate per 800. Asian American, 34%. Christian, 101 IQ range, median income range, 88 out of 100. White American, you already know the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is. Most Christians, lowest IQ, lowest median income, highest incarceration. The least. This is what you call an inversion. When there is an inversion, that means it is a structural issue. This is a structural thing. So when Rebuke and Reproof said, he said it himself. He said Asians have a different cultural thing. Well, didn't I say that the problem in the black community is the black church as a cultural phenomenon? Goddamn, that's the one thing Christians are experts at, not listening. I said what you said already. It is a cultural thing. But in the black community, it is a religious cultural thing. God damn, you can't teach a nigga. You know, if the white boy ever stood out in the field and ever said, you know, you can't teach a nigga nothing, I would probably look at him and say, you know what? If he's a Christian, you're right. If he's a Christian, you're right. Can't teach a nigga nothing. Or if she's a Christian, you're definitely right. Can't teach a nigga nothing. Period. Oh, I did underline it all. I was like, Shakka, what happened? Your data set, I just went through all of that without the highlights. Your data set is internally consistent with what is reported. National statistical sociological sources. Here is the strict APM analytical synthesis linking those variables. Religion, IQ as measured by standardized testing, income and incarceration with the black church to school prison construct as we previously built. The structural overview. The data you provide demonstrates a tiered correlation among Christian adherents, cognitive development indices, IQ, median income, and incarceration rate. God damn. Y'all niggas can't even afford this kind of information. Let alone going to see my Cash App at the top of the YouTube chat where it's pinned and in the video description where it's pinned. Let alone going to see my YouTube chat and just showing how you respect this kind of knowledge. And the effort I put in, y'all don't know what kind of research went into this. All the nights and the sacrifices and the swollen feet and the hurting back, the 18-hour days of studying. Somebody yesterday, one of my students said, you know, I really like your PowerPoints. I said, you know how much time and energy and effort goes into my PowerPoints? Because it's constructed so that when you're looking at the whole screen, you get it. I have to approach both sides of your brain. I have to approach the left hemisphere of your cerebral cortex, and I have to approach the right hemisphere of your cerebral cortex. So when you're looking at my PowerPoints, there's a reason that they impact you the way they do. I'm not just throwing up fucking pictures and words. I'm designing it so you can actually learn, so that when you walk away, nobody can stand in front of you and lie, because you can say, I've already seen the data. Not only have I seen the data, I can go verify the data myself. I'll screenshot this shit and go make sure all his numbers are right, or at least close. Come on. It says, in sequence, the higher religious adherence, Christianity percentage, the lower the IQ. Reprove and rebuke. You can't reprove and rebuke shit. You're too fucking stupid. And income metrics, and the higher the incarceration rate. This inverse relationship is not incidental. It mirrors socio-cultural conditioning rooted in theological epistemology. This is where your brain gets fucked up, because it suppresses analytic cognition. And that's why your group, look at the Christians, this is the leading factor. These numbers decide these numbers. It's really simple, people. These numbers, the percentage of Christians in your group, decide all of the rest of the numbers. Now, if I just showed you that, and you claim to be a black revolutionary, if I just showed you that, if I just showed you what that graph just showed you, that all of your other numbers follow the percentage of Christians in your group, how can you say you're blessed and highly favored when you got all the most fucked up numbers? You either can't count, you're special education material, or you're just fucking stupid. And nobody loves you enough to tell you. And you get mad with people like Charlie Kirk and I hate to say it, I'm gonna say it. You get mad when they tell you about the whole IQ issue and Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes gets a lot of shit wrong. But what they say is true. The numbers show you. It's true. You gotta take responsibility for your own shit. That's called being a grown-up. See, one of the things that black people don't like to admit is they always felt as long as white people solved all the major problems, we're just here to take advantage of it because we earned it because of slavery and we worked hard and we built this country. So therefore, yeah, but you're not on your job. Excuse me. You talking about you no longer under any religious spell. The fuck you are. The fuck you aren't. Yes, you are. Absolutely. Yeah, you absolutely are. Yeah, absolutely. You better believe it. You better believe it. This is the Enlightenment. Nah, no. Hagen and Seti are not on my level. With all due respect to them. They know it. Both Hagen will tell you that. Hagen will tell you Shakka been studying a lot longer than him. So they can't they can touch on pieces of it. But in order for this to be what it is, what you're seeing here, you can't just do pieces of it. You have to tie it all in. I'm the only one who's ever tied it all in for you. With numbers, you can't show me nobody's video with graphs and numbers and data tying it all in. You can't do it. Claude Anderson hasn't even done it. Frances Cress Welsing didn't even do it. Frances Cress Welsing, and here's where she's wrong. Frances Cress Welsing told you that the number one problem and the number one reason for mental illness in the black community, I feel she's wrong. Frances Cress Welsing, the illustrious ancestor, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said the number one root cause of mental illness in the black community is white supremacy. I used to think that too, until I turned my gaze toward our community. And I got to really see who was doing the most damage. Is it really white people? Or is it something at the core? Any problem you have in your life, let's put it like this. Any problem you have in your life, if it's your sink, if it's your bathtub, if it's your stove, what do you always look for? You always want to look at what is at the center of the problem, especially if you pay to get these things fixed. Because you don't want to pay to fix a symptom without what is at the center of the problem. And what my gaze showed me by virtue of the numbers was that, I'm sorry, white supremacy, I'm not saying white supremacy, I'm not saying that white, I don't use the term white supremacy, number one. White racial ideology, that's the term I use, WRI, white racial, right? Call it worry, if you want to worry about something, right? Worry, WRI. White racial ideology. Or if you want to make it word, WIR, right? White ideological racism. Flip them. Either one, they're legit. White ideological racism is not black people's number one problem. It's not. You don't think white people were racist against Asians? They put them in concentration camps in this country during World War II. American citizens, Japanese, put in concentration camps in this country. You don't think Americans are racist? They had names for them: gooks, chinks, all of the above. Do you think Chinese people gave a fuck about racism? I'm asking you, do you think that? Chinese people ain't give a damn about no racism. Black people are stuck on racism because, in my opinion, I really genuinely believe that black people are actually fearful of the black church. I believe that they're fearful of the pastors. They're fearful of that confrontation. They know that, I mean, when you really think about how many ignorant black niggas you're talking about, that is a fearful thing to come up against. You're talking about all of them chaotic motherfuckers that you see on TV when they acting crazy in the club or crazy at the Waffle House and they want to throw all the chairs around, all them insane black animals acting the way they act, because they all going to be in church on Sunday morning. Those are the same people. And anybody would be fearful of dealing with that type of people. You're talking about the most ignorant bunch of black people in the black community. I would probably have a more intelligent conversation with Crips and Bloods, with all due respect, than with black Christians in the church. That's a cult. What's worse, a gang or a cult? Think about it. What's worse, the gang or the cult? I think we all know the answer to the question. I think we all know the answer to the question. Wow, I can tell by oh yeah, it's time for you to go. Yeah, let me get this clown up out of here. First of all, the mere fact that he got the name indigenous in his name tells me he's a fucking retard. So that's one retard I no longer have to deal with. Okay. It's about Shakka self-hating. You stupid ass. No, nigga, I hate you. Talk about you indigenous. You indigenous to these nuts. You ain't indigenous to nothing. Talking about you an indigenous. I got another person that got. All right, let me say this to people who are new to my chat. If you are not addressing me and you are addressing somebody else, put their name in front of your statement. Because if you make a statement like you're a clown or you're this or whatever, and there's no name in front of it, as far as I'm concerned, you're talking to me. And if you're talking to me, you up out of here. So, Edward Barber, you need to clarify who it is you talking to. See that statement right there? You need to clarify who that's talking to. Who you talking to? Clarify that up. Clean that up. Let us know who you talking to. Oh, yeah, this dude's a clown. Let me get him up out of here. I don't deal with stupid people. I don't even know how he found me. I don't know how the fuck stupid people find me. What's up with the algorithm? The algorithm should be showing me the people who are intelligent. Why are you showing me the stupid people? That they got to show up in my first of all, if you ain't got no haters, you ain't on your job. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't saying nothing and you ain't doing nothing. Right? How does a vampire act when the sunlight shows up? He has a reaction to it, right? If you go to a vampire, you got garlic. How does he act? Or a cross? How does he act? He reacts to it, right? Although I don't know why he reacts to it, because Dracula was originally a Christian hero. Y'all know that, right? Most of you didn't know that. All right. They do what they do. I don't need your validation. If I was under the spell, I would not be here. All right. So I don't know what that's all about, but just remember whose house you in and speak accordingly. Yeah. All right. All right. Cool. Look, it's not. Look, see here. This is what I mean about stupid people. People always remember this. Stupid people will always have stupid talking points. He said, if my ideas about Christianity, to the people in the chat, am I giving you my ideas about Christianity? This is what I mean about a soft or low IQ. This is why the people with the most Christians have the lowest IQ. Look at what he said. Every statement he makes proves the data. In the chat, am I sharing my ideas about Christianity? Yes or no in the chat. I want to see who's intelligent. He said, my ideas about Christianity cannot stand cross-examination. What good are they? I'm going to wait. I'm not going to move forward until I see something in the chat. Are these my ideas that I'm sharing? No, Lauren's here. Do you see that? I took a screenshot for that as a memento. She's rare, right? 1 minute you see it, next minute you know. So, right? So, no. Am I sharing my ideas with the people? Am I sharing my ideas about Christianity, people? No. No. I'm not sharing. This is what I mean about a stupid. Christians cannot think their way out. I'm going to say some shit I ain't never said before in my life, but it's just the way I think about Christians. If Christians were toilet paper and you had to wipe your ass with them, you would have a dirty booty all the time. That's how ineffective their thinking is. I ain't never said no shit like that in my life. That's the same person who said your children have a better chance in a Republican-led school, right? Because that's the only other option, Democrat or Republican, in a two-party system. And then I went directly to the data that showed you. They talk while I document. That's the difference between you and me, right? You know what it's like? I'm going to say some shit that's foul, and this is called facts over feelings. So if you're sensitive, don't listen. That's like saying only motherfuckers that got a phallus between 8 to 10 inches could come in here. If your phallus is smaller than 8 inches, you got to stay on that side. Right? This dude is the kind of person that's going to spread propaganda about everybody that got a phallus 8 inches and bigger. Because he's stuck where he's stuck. Dude, the facts determine reality. It's the facts. The facts determine reality. I'm not sharing my opinion with you. That's my whole point about this presentation. Do you think I spent as much time putting together this presentation as I did? Sleepless nights, no partying, no company, no hanging out, lonely. I got a big L on my head for fucking loneliness, right? Do you think all of the shit that I sacrificed Do you think that I did all of that work just to come here and share my opinion and I can't ask you questions about what you think, because what you think, asking a stupid person about what they think is stupid. Seriously. Asking a stupid person about what they think. Well, look, I'm going to say this. I don't doubt that. I'm not an atheist, but I don't doubt that. I'm not an atheist. I'm sorry, I'm not. People get mad about that. I'm not an atheist. Right? I don't understand atheism. To me, atheism just shows another side of the short thinking coin. That's just me, right? So exactly, that's my whole point. Unfortunately, sometimes I end up agreeing with Christians about certain things, right? Yeah. So, but hold on, Christians do the same thing. How was Jesus Christ resurrected saying atheists like to parrot what they heard without thinking? What do you think Christianity is all about? That's why you got doctrines. That's where you got the whole Trinity thing from. You're just parroting things, and then you're taught how it makes sense, how it fits together, exegesis, right, and hermeneutics, and all this other bullshit. All of these psychological devices used to seduce your thinking and to cripple your analytical skills. It's sick, right? Hold on one second. Anyway, that's wild that a Christian is talking about somebody parroting some shit. Everything you learned about that fucking religion, you learned about from parroting. Let's get back to how I'm going to talk about my ideas about. I haven't shared my ideas about Christianity. In fact, I keep my ideas about Christianity to myself. What's the point? I'm doing all this research to share my ideas. My ideas about Christianity on the whole, I'd probably go to jail if I can't fucking share my ideas about Christianity and what I think we should actually do. You know, I want to see black people get free. I want to see black people. I mean, I go to jail. I'm not thinking in those terms, but sometimes sometimes the only thing people react to is existential situations. And the question is, do you love black people enough to create an existential situation? That's it. I know white folks love white people enough to create plenty of existential situations. All black people want to do is march and protest inside of churches. Correlation analysis, causal sequence. Number one, religious. Now rebuke and reprove. This is not my ideas. This is AI. Argue with the AI and argue with the data. Because all AI is doing is running down the data. Correlation analysis, causal sequence, religious overrepresentation, Christianity percentage. Christianity functions as a cognitive framework. The higher its saturation within a group, the stronger the correlation with deference, obedience, and externalized locus of control. That's why you can't control your communities. Because of this. Right here. Here's your problem. Oh, I'm sorry. Bang. Christianity functions as a cognitive framework. The higher saturation within a group, the stronger the correlation with deference, obedience, and externalized locus of control. I'm showing you the cognitive reality of what's taking place in the fucking black community. Fuck your beliefs. You stupid motherfucker, you're stupid. The data show Christian adherence increases as income and IQ decrease. I'll say it again. The data shows Christian adherence increases as income and IQ decrease, indicating religion's adaptive role in compensating for structural disempowerment. Let me explain that to the stupid people out there. Because you ain't never seen no shit like this in your life. I know it and you know it. No, hold on a second. Because they say, don't wait for nobody to give you your flowers. This is where I get my motherfucking standing ovation. You can't give me my... You can't... You can't give me my flowers. You ain't qualified to give me. You want to get my flowers? Go to my Cash App. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat, and it's also in the description of the video. Give me my flowers. That's how you get my flowers. Show me I didn't waste my time. Show me that I should not have been someplace else making money, focused on money. Because when you don't visit my Cash App, that's what you tell me. That's your way of telling me, Shaka, we don't really value this. Go ahead and do something else to make some money. Go focus on your investments. Go, forget us. Because you just gonna keep talking, so we gonna take it for free. Okay. All right. If what I'm showing you something nobody ever showed you. Don't come in my chat mentioning names of people that have not ever shown you anything like this. I'm showing you data. I'm showing you the data for all you geniuses out there, or you AI geniuses. If you're such an AI genius and you're so caught up in the AI world, then why didn't you show these fucking numbers on your platform, liar? Because most motherfuckers out here are posing for you. That's what they're doing. They posing. They ain't really with this shit like this. I'll say it again because I'm not shy. They ain't really with this shit like this. They're not. There's a lot of people that are posing. They want the attention. They don't give a fuck about your future. I'm not judging people. I just know that when I left YouTube, because I got busy for a few years, I was not distracted. I had just life, right? It was a journey I had to go on, and I went on that journey and with no regrets. And I noticed, like, where all these new dudes coming from? Like, they're the answer for the black community, and I got the answer, and da-da-da. And I'm like, how the fuck you got the answer? And you ain't put in half the work I put in, but you got the answers? Because I'm gone now, because I'm off of YouTube, you got the answer? No, you not off. You ain't no, my dude. No. You playing yourself. You playing yourself. Because now that it's shining bright to the point where people get blinded, now you don't look so bright. You don't look so brilliant. And think about all the shit that I'm holding back when it comes to my knowledge base. You don't understand. When I say that you don't understand, you really don't understand the levels of this shit. When it comes to seeing things as they actually are. Because everybody talks so much shit. Lauren, how many people had this on their platform? What I'm showing you right now. Like this. Any of you watching, how many people had this on their platform as I'm showing you like this? Jasmine, if you watch it, how many people, shout out to my homegirl Jazzy, how many people had this type of data on their channel since they know so much? They got the same AI at their disposal as I got on my disposal. I got ChatGPT like they got ChatGPT. I got Google AI like they got Google AI. Why they didn't show up with the numbers to help you solve your problems? Since they on Shakka-Ahmose's level, you can't name any commercial news or any private platform that has shown you what I've shown you here this evening and what I've been showing you for the previous 3 episodes. They don't exist. Everybody wants to talk to you about stocks. They want to talk to you about investments, real estate. They want to talk to you about how to get your taxes. They want to talk to you about everything under the sun. except for how to solve your motherfucking problem on a system-wide level. Why do y'all want to have 1,000 people digging 1,000 holes on a beach when you could take half that number and just dig one hole on a beach and solve the whole problem for everybody? I don't understand. I walk around, my next tattoo is going to be a question mark. And people say, why you got that question mark? Because I don't understand why black people don't want to solve their problems. That's what the question mark is there for. I mean, I'm going to put a question mark there. Shaka, why you got that question mark on your arm? Because I want to know why black people don't want to solve their problem. I'm giving you the key. I'm coming to your cell. I'm doing some shit they didn't think could ever be done. I know it sounds aggrandizing, self-aggrandizing. Forget me. I'm just saying, look at the data. You know who made me fall in love with data? I got to give her props. The person who really made me realize the importance of data as a standalone bulwark was Yvette Carnell. That's right. Shout you out, sister. Shout you out. And I always say she probably wouldn't even like me. Right? She probably wouldn't even like me because I got all my chauvinistic ways and my biases and all that other shit. I'm a man, right? But I respect the fact that her whole thing was always data. And she was always data this, data. And I used to go, yeah, go ahead, girl. But when there were certain things that I wanted to solve through AI, which is different from just reading history, when there was certain things, when I realized that how quickly AI could aggregate, because that's what I'm always looking for. Once it came to my attention how quickly AI could aggregate, I was like, oh, for me, it's game over. With the level of knowledge that I already have, now it's just a question of getting the numbers attached to those topics. That's it. And that's what, for me, that's what the purpose AI serves. All I need is just straight raw data. Give me the raw data on, because I study epigraphy. That's my main thing, right? Give me the raw data on mean dates for for radiocarbon dates. Give me the updates on mean and rough dates for radiocarbon dates, so I can have a really good idea of who's lying, who's telling the truth, who's engaging in marketing when they're telling you this manuscript is this old, this manuscript is, that kind of shit. Now I'm just talking. Let's get back to the data, because ain't nobody showing you this shit. You guys better fucking recognize what you're seeing with your own two eyes. And there are people, I'm not going to name any names, who begged me to share all of this stuff on their channel. I wouldn't do it, because once you show me you're not really worthy of it, that you don't really give a fuck about it, then why would I do that? I'd be playing myself. There's no fucking way. And I would be playing the people. I'll be disrespecting the information itself. This information is for you guys. It's for those who get it. All right, we dealt with this. Correlation analysis, causal sequence, religious overrepresentation, Christianity percentage. Let me make sure my window's in the right window. 1 second, sorry. Yes, because we're back on. Great. All right. All right, that's all right. I'll be fine afterwards. Correlation analysis, causal sequence, religious overrepresentation, Christianity percentage. Look at this. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is the data. Christianity functions as a cognitive framework. The higher its saturation within a group, the stronger the correlation with deference, obedience, and externalized locus of control. The data show Christian adherence increases as income and IQ decrease, indicating religion's adaptive role in compensating for structural disempowerment. Okay, so that means that all of the things that you are supposed to have in place structurally in your society or in your community, where it is non-existent, you instead fill it with religious ideas. Okay? Okay. That means that the majority of your reality is imaginary, whereas the majority of the white person's reality is structural. This is where you have been disarmed. I'm trying to rearm your stupid ass. Cognitive, speaking of stupid ass, cognitive performance, IQ proxy. IQ range corresponds roughly to environmental stimulation and analytic engagement. Populations with the lowest exposure to empirical reasoning environments due to religious epistemology and underfunded education register the lowest aggregate scores. Here's your source. Nisbet, Intelligence and How to Get It, 2009, Herrnstein and Murray, and the Bell Curve. Critically contested, but data correlated. See, people got offended with the bell curve instead of telling the truth about it. Income distribution. Median income hierarchy follows IQ and educational performance indices, which themselves are shaped by access to analytic frameworks and what? Critical pedagogy. This part of your life starts in Sunday school. That's why when you work backwards, you're fucked up by the time you get over here. Critical pedagogy, analytical frameworks, right? IQ performance indices, median income hierarchy, right? They all follow one another, but it starts from here. Incarceration gradient. Incarceration rates invert directly against income and IQ distributions. The lower the cognitive capital, the higher the carceral exposure. Why do you have a lower cognitive carceral? Because you have a critical pedagogy problem. It's called Sunday school, you stupid motherfuckers. Oh, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. All right. Integration with the Black church to school prison pipeline mechanism. This is data, people. The Black church, highest religiosity, 75% Christian, indoctrinates belief structures emphasizing faith, obedience, emotionalism, and anti-intellectualism. Limits development of analytical cognition required for academic and social economic mobility. Reinforces patriarchal and moralistic constraints that suppress adaptive reasoning under systemic stress. I ain't gonna even try to break that down for you dumbasses, because it's like, are they even worth it? I'm just gonna read it. I already did the research and I'm gonna present it and I'm gonna keep it moving. Because people don't have no idea how exhausting this is on the body. Right? The Black church, highest religiosity, 75% Christian, indoctrinates belief structures emphasizing faith, obedience, emotionalism, and anti-intellectualism. Limits develop. That's why more your sons act like bitches. They don't know how to control their emotions. Crashing out on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok. Limits development of analytic cognition required for academic and social economic mobility. Reinforces patriarchal and moralistic constraints that suppress adaptive reasoning under systemic stress. School. Educational environments dominated by role learning and disciplinary overreach. No analytic cultivation. Heavy reliance on authority, compliance, religious carryover. So that means that what you experience in school is a carryover from your religious indoctrination. In other words, they prep you for school by sending you to Sunday school. And the ideas that they fill you in Sunday school is what allows you to accept the bullshit that you get Monday through Friday in school. Male behavioral nonconformity criminalized early. There's something in the male because of his ability to protect and survive. There's something in him that rebels against all of this early on because he realized something's wrong with it. Prison. For-profit prison system monetizes predictable outcomes. Incarceration acts as economic recycling of cognitive suppression. Thus, religious saturation leads to cognitive stagnation, which leads to economic immobility, which leads to carceral profitability. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the motherfucking, where you at? Fact! That's the facts. Those are the... If you let any fast-talking pastor or any fast-talking religious imposter talk you out of what you just seen, you deserve everything you got coming to you, including your kids. Yep. You deserve everything you got coming to you. I don't wish anything unfortunate on you. But for me, to sit here and do this kind of work for weeks and months on end and have people just look at it like this shit just fell out of the sky or anybody could do this kind of work, I don't accept that shit. Because I know that there was nobody that could show me this stuff. What the hell was that? Was that a motherfucking spider? 1 second, y'all. Is that a spider web or some shit? I saw something fly by. Like, what the fuck? All right? Do you know what I just showed you? I just showed you the data. The religious leads to the IQ, leads to the income, leads to incarceration. This is literally the church to school to prison pipeline. That's deep. That's some deep shit. I don't need all of the fanfare, all of the this and all of the that. I just showed you, but ain't nobody else showing you. Everybody gonna talk to you about ICE, the elections, the investigations, Greenland, all this shit you ain't got no control over. The one thing you got control over, you don't want to exercise any control. You got control over these black churches. Yes, you do. And if you don't, you better start seizing control of these black churches. That's the one thing I give white folks credit for. They know that the way to get control is to seize. Black people have not been imbued with imperatives in their language. This is a psycholinguistics thing that you learn when you study language. Certain groups are given a certain language that does not have command words in it that deal with agency. So you can speak the same language as another group. That doesn't mean that the emphasis in the vocabulary are on the same words. Black people don't really have a vocabulary of agency in terms of imperatives. So that when other people speak to you, that's why when white people speak to you the way they do, the imperatives are all in their sentence structures. They're not in yours. That's why you usually answer with a question or a few, like, it's always a question. The white person ain't answering with a question. They're direct, and they will continue to be direct, whether they're correct or incorrect. But black people are taught to question and to step back because the imperative is not in you. You don't even understand the importance of that. You better grow some things and get at these churches. I'm so glad that I actually fucking did this, because I knew what it was going to take. I knew it was going to be late at night. I knew there's not going to be a lot of people around, not going to be a lot of hoo-ha-ha. This had to be done, period. You know? One more person in here, I got 100 feet, 100 folks. Call a few people and get some people in here so they can see this. Because whether you know it or not, this is history in the making. And if you're here right now, you are part of history in the making. This is the first time in the history of this country black people have actually seen what I've showed them. Malcolm X didn't show you this. Martin Luther King couldn't show you this. None of them showed you this. I just literally gave you the keys to walk out of fucking jail. The question is, do you have the courage to walk out? How do you walk out? You get that black church in check. You are going to you give them an ultimatum. You either bring the truth, the facts in the church, or you shut your doors. Or yeah, really, you're going to have to go there. These are your ultimatums, these are your options. You either bring the truth in the church, the facts, or you shut down shop. Or else. That's not a terroristic threat. I'm just saying that this is my message to black people, especially free black people. The only people who are a people of consequence are people who have consequences. If you don't have any consequences, don't expect to be treated like a people of consequence. I've been waiting to say that shit to you for years. If you do not have consequences, do not expect or anticipate to be treated like a consequential people, because you're not. Anybody can come in your room and just open up shop and do anything. They already do it. The Arabs got all the stores in your neighborhood. Who else got all the stores? Either the Arabs or the Latinos or the two words every black community knows: Papi and Aki. Papi for our Latino extended cousins, right? Who got the bodegas, right? And they don't even hire us. You would think they would throw you the bone and give you a job working there or something. Nah. Right? And then you got Aki, right? Because, you learn to call the Arabs, Haki, right? Or Aki in Arabic. My brother, my Muslim brother. So I see these black dudes walk in the store and they be screaming at the Arabs, dude, yo, Aki. Which in Spanish, Aki means something else. But, come here, right? I'm talking about Aki in Arabic, or Ak. So if you know Ak, they'll say Ak for short. Yo, Ak. You have to be a people of consequence. In order to be a people of consequence, you're going to have to find some men. Definitely, you're going to have to find some men among men to help make this happen and bring it about. I think it's a beautiful thing, but it's going to have to be a transitional process that the black community has to go through. My thing is, even if there's going to be rough spots and bumps in the road, at least you got the shit moving in the right direction. But if you ain't even trying to get it in the right direction, you can't ever say I didn't do my job, and I ain't gonna give a fuck. When I'm done, I'm done. I went, I showed them what they needed to see. If they were too stupid to move after that, it ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business, because I did my job. That's my greatest nightmare. My greatest nightmare is not showing you the things that I know exist that you need to see, and the thing that scares me, I know that nobody else can show you. If I thought somebody else could have shown you this, I would have waited until somebody else did this. But I know there ain't nobody else gonna show you this shit. Oh, we had 100 people. Here we go. All right. Anyway, ain't nobody else gonna show you this. If they could have, they would have. And as usually they don't. Because everybody's trying to be entertained, I guess. I don't know. Thus, Religious saturation leads to cognitive stagnation. Let's read that again. Thus, religious saturation leads to cognitive stagnation, which leads to economic immobility, which leads to carceral profitability. They're showing you that this is through the data. This is the data, people. All I do is highlight it. This is not Shakka-Ahmose's ideas about Christianity. This is the data telling you how this thing is structured, that you are living in, that your young men are operating in. And you have to remember the role that the black woman plays in this. Go back to part 1, because she's an integral piece. She is the majority of the Christians in your community, 70% of 75%. And she infects and contaminates your children with this shit. With this. See this? This. Comparative macro observation. At the macro level, the Eurocentric system. Religion functions as a social anesthetic within economically subordinate populations. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. This is just the data. The black community reflects the extreme end of this dynamic. Christianity weaponized as containment ideology, inherited from colonial pedagogy and perpetuated through maternal transmission. That's just what I was talking about. It's the child gets it from the mother, and they know it. Oh, you thought they put the father out of the home in the 70s strictly for welfare? No, stupid. It was to increase this part. You didn't know that, dumbass. Conclusion. This is not Shakka-Ahmose. Do not say Shakka-Ahmose, your idea. Do you see all the sources down here? Do they say Shakka-Ahmose? Do any of these sources say Shakka-Ahmose? Look, do you see my name here anywhere? No. The empirical correlation between religious intensity, diminished cognitive metrics, low income, and high incarceration exposes the theological infrastructure of economic and carceral design. The black church, as the most religious and least economically mobile group, sits at the apex of systemic predictability. Why is that important? Do you remember what it said? The for-profit prison complex relies on a predictable system. And at the top of that system is black people. The black church, particularly black males coming out of the black church, they are the ones that are the most incarcerated. Hello. As the most religious and least economically mobile group, it's saying the black church. It didn't say the whole black community. It said, look at this, dummies, the black church. And you never even made the connection. The black church, as the most religious and least economically mobile group, sits at the apex of systemic predictability. That means that white folks can determine their stock portfolio based on how many young black males are infected by the black church's Christianity. That they literally have diagrams for that shit. This is the church population. This is how many males we anticipate, right? They do all, y'all don't know white folk like I know white folk. Now I can tell you right now, you don't know white folk. You think you can have trillions of dollars by leaving shit to chance? You think they would leave something as important as that predictability to chance? You get abusive pastor after abusive pastor after abusive pastor. Either they fucking all the little boys in the church, or they fucking all somebody's wife in the church, or they cheating on them. You get abusive pastor after abusive pastor. These motherfuckers don't even get audited. I'm losing my voice and I'm wasting my time. Let me get the fuck out of here, because I don't even think I even care about this shit. I can look in the chat right now and I bet you they all talking about bullshit. Let me see. Let me see. Yeah. This dude is just stupid. He's lost in politics. He's on some GOP policies. And he just, a black Christian will always leave you with the impression that they're permanently stupid. Facts. See, he couldn't answer this. Ain't none of them going to answer that. Now, who created Christianity? They ain't going to answer that because they're too stupid to fucking know. They don't know. They're too stupid. Yeah, you going to have, I tell you, everybody ain't going to make it. Facts. Facts. Absolutely. Kalanji. Facts, facts. Yes. Yep. Don't talk about intelligence when all your answers are wrong, stupid. Now, Habi is another one. Habi is not Aki or Ak. I know. When you grow up in black neighborhoods, you hear that's one of the first words they learn once they go into the mosque. Look at this dumb nigga. Oh my God, man. Why he could talk about everything. Why are blacks supporting the hold on? Instead of asking why are blacks supporting abortion, instead of asking stupid shit like this, why don't you ask why are black churches miseducating black people? Why don't you answer that question? Answer that question for us. What business do black people have worshiping a Hellenistic God and worshiping a Hellenistic book? Answer that. Come on, hold on. Here we go. You want to answer since he wants to ask questions? Let's ask some questions. Here we go. Let's ask some questions since Rebuke and Reprove wants to ask questions. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Read that. Can you read that? See, this is why they don't want to ask questions. They want to talk about everything else. Talk about that. Was first century Palestine Jesus influenced by Hellenism? Yes. Jesus in first century Palestine was significantly influenced by Hellenism. I don't have to read nothing else. Don't come in my chat with that bullshit, you stupid motherfucker, when you can't even ask the right questions. You're too fucking stupid to ask the right questions. You want to know about it. You want to talk about abortions. You want to talk about this. Nigga, you worship a God that was influenced by Hellenism. What's your excuse? What is the black church's excuse? How do you explain that it's okay to teach little black children that black people have any business whatsoever worshiping a God who was influenced by Hellenism? How can you worship a God that's influenced? Under the influence. That means you're worshiping a God that was influenced by some man-made shit. Hellenism is man-made. Because the average Christian is too fucking stupid and uneducated to know what Hellenism is. I don't even bother explaining it to them. When Martin Luther King tried to explain it to him, they tried to excoriate him. Like Damon Richardson did and all the rest of them. They were, this old 19th century Protestant shit and liberals and blah, blah. They always want to go back to politics. Because history will always make them liars. So what they do is they design these parallel alternative talking points and they try to pass it off to you as history. There's no such thing as a Christian scholar. It's an oxymoron. They don't exist. No such animal exists. None. Maybe culturally Christian, but religiously Christian? No. No, 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 no. I said, we're going to get these pagans up out of here. And now I'm going to let them talk shit for a little while. But, hold on. Prove what comes from Greece. Prove what comes from Greece? All right, hold on. Watch. Look, hey, guys, see this? Watch this. Prove it comes from Greece. Do you see that? Do you see that? You need to go back and watch part 2, where I proved that the Bible was originally Greek. Go back and watch part 2. Stupid. It's all Greek. Watch. Here you go. Hold on. He said, keep that on the screen. I'm going to keep that on the screen. Watch this, everybody. I'm going to show you how to make a Christian look stupid. They don't need any help. They do it themselves. Leave that on the screen. He said, prove it. I'm going to leave it on the screen. He said, prove it comes from Greece. Here you go. All right, let's look. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. See this? Can you see that, stupid? Yes, the Bible, especially the Old Testament, Hebrew Bible, the New Testament contains significant Hellenistic influences. Do you see that? That means Greek. Greek. Blending Judean traditions with Greek ideas, not Judean ideas with Greek traditions. There's a difference. If you don't know the order of these two words, then you are just a stupid motherfucker and nothing else. You are a piece of shit that came out of your mother's vagina. That's all you are. Because you don't even understand the importance of this sentence. Judean traditions with Greek ideas and literature and cultural concepts, which means in the Bible. What does that mean? That means the traditions are Judean, but the ideas and the literature and the cultural concepts and even the narrative styles and themes are all Greek, mirroring Greek models. The only thing Jewish about it, right? The New Testament explicitly used the common Greek language coined and what? Hellenistic philosophy. The fuck out of here. Prove it's Greek. What you mean is that you are the last person to know. You in my fucking chat. I told you I got no mercy. This is facts over feelings. We do not give a fuck about your feelings in here. Fuck your feelings. You just a stupid motherfucker. And that's all you are. And that's all you will ever be. Nothing until you evolve and grow with education. You are your own biggest problem because you're having a Jesus addiction. You have a Bible addiction. And I know what addiction is like. I know what addiction is like. I stopped smoking cigarettes when I was in my early 20s. Like 22, 23, 22. I stopped smoking weed when I was in my 30s. And that was just about 30 years ago. Okay? I was in my 30s just about 30 years ago. Okay? So, you made a claim without proof. He's still in my chat. I'm going to get him out of here. Look at this. See this? Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. This bullshit right here. AI is not going to give you full context. You cannot help. That's why I say, do not swim out in the ocean to save a drowning person. Let the sharks eat them alive. But here's the important thing. You must keep them away from your children. Listen. Let a drowning person who is intent on drowning, they're in love with the drowning, you have to leave them where they are. But you must also keep them from your children because you will look out into the ocean and see your children drowning right next to them. So if that's what you want for your children, keep sending your children to these churches. Because they will be about retards like this. He first made the statement that You showed no proof that any of it was Greek. I showed you Jesus was influenced by Hellenism. Better yet, let's do another one. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. In fact, hold on 1 second. Let's do it from here. Because I love going back to this part. This is some of my favorite shit. I don't know if I'll be able to make it back there, but let's try. Because I got to wait. See, I got to wait for this to render. If I can get back there, I will get back there just to show you. All this shit you talking. Hold on. I probably should not do this for you. Guys, give me a second. I'm just doing this because when they come in my chat, I'm like, you know what? I should just make you go back and watch part 2 because I already proved it all came from Greek. Now I got to interrupt everybody else's lesson to show you. Stupid motherfucker. Niggas is stupid as hell. Gonna come out in my chat and be stupid. Why you can't go in somebody else's chat and be stupid? Why you got to come in my chat? I'm wrong for doing this. I already know I'm mad at myself for doing it, but I'm doing it anyway because I want to see it on the screen. That's all right. I want to see this on the screen. So I don't know if y'all can see me, but I got to let each page render. Okay, I'm almost there. Come on, Shakka, you're almost there. Keep going. Don't quit. You know how you do. Get to that data. Get to that jail data. Come on. No, get to the Bible data. Oh, damn. I went that far back? Shit, I didn't realize I had to go that far back. My bad, people. I just really wanted to get this on the screen. I'm going to pull this sack up. I came back this far. If I came back this far, I might as well go all the way. Here we go. All right, dummy. He said all of this shit about, here we go. Excellent. I got it right here in front of me now. Since you want to say all this shit about Christianity, that's the one thing I can't walk away from is a good. Here we go. All right. Let's look at this. He said, we have not proved that all of this shit came from the Greek. Hold on a second. Let me share my screen. I said, you know what? After I do this, I'm going to ignore him so that this is why, that's why I tell people stay on track because you're going to pull me off of my shit and yada, yada, yada. But because I got it. Here we go. Look. This is for the dummies. A Christian dummy, pay attention. You said we did not prove that this was Greek. I already showed you this part. Or what did Martin Luther King say? This is Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. You remember, BA from Morehouse, Masters of Divinity from Crozer University in Pennsylvania, and then a PhD in theology from Boston University, an Ivy League. You remember him, right? I don't think you got the PhD, stupid motherfucker. How about you listen to somebody, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him, meaning make him into this. We must remember that the logos, or what you call the word concept, had its origin in Greek thought. You lying motherfucker. Thought you said it didn't come from Greeks. It was only natural that the early Christians, after coming in contact with the Greeks, would be influenced by their thought. Nigga, you worshiping shit you don't even understand. That is your fucking problem. You, Anton Daniels, with his Uncle Ruckus self, As much as I like him, I have to admit, he's one of the few Uncle Russ's I like, right? But don't sleep. Every Uncle Ruckus don't act like Anton Daniels. Some of them don't act like the streetest street niggas that you will ever see. They talk all this black shit, but they ain't bringing nobody super black on their show to do some real teaching. Because what? I said, niggas just want the spotlight and the attention. That's it. They do not want black people to learn. Look, can you see this? In order to receive inspiration, this is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This is a PhD. That makes him a scholarly source. Unless you didn't see my other post that I put up for source documentation and what qualifies as that. He is qualified as a scholarly source. He's a PhD. In order to receive inspiration from Jesus, the Greeks had to apotheosize him. We must remember that the Logos concept had its origin in what? Puerto Rican thought? In Russian thought? In Irish thought? In Japanese thought? No. In Ghanaian thought? In Trinidadian thought? No. In Greek thought. It was only natural that the early Christians, after coming in contact with who? The Dominicans? The Koreans? Who? Who did he name it here? Only one group. The Greeks. You have no education. I'll say it again. You have no education. These black people in these Greek fraternities have no education. None of them. Zero. I don't care who you name. You can name all of the Roland Martins you want. You can name all the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢. You can name all of these black women who belong to these Greek sororities. None of these boule motherfuckers belong or have any education, because they are all affiliated on some level with these black churches who practice this demonic shit. It is demonic. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, I'm jumping the gun. I wasn't supposed to tell you that part yet. And then he says, this is Dr. King on page 227 in his own writing. He says, the church had found God in Jesus, and so it called Jesus the Christ. And later, under the influence, how many times y'all done seen that word influence and Greek in the same sentence? Under the influence of Greek thought forms, the only begotten Son of God. How dare you? In fact, I'm kicking you out of my chat for coming in my chat and saying we did not prove it was Greek. All of this shit is Greek. You don't have an education. You got a D&E. You got a dumb nigga education. And so you want to come and try to tell people who actually do PhD level research, peer-reviewed research, you want to come and try to tell us what we know and what we don't know. And you think you earned a place in my chat? Where you at? I went to do that, and just for, let me kick you the fuck out of here. Where's he at? I'm going to find him to get him out of here. Yeah. All right. See you? You're gone. Just for being a distraction with your dumb shit. I'm not going to kick you out permanently. I'm just putting you on timeout. Normally, I kick people out. All right. Here you go. Normally, I kick people out. But right now, you on timeout. None. I just showed him documentation. Do you know that that's a university paper that Dr. King had to write in order to get his degree, right? That is a scholarly resource. It's in journals. That's a scholarly resource. That's a PhD from Boston University, an Ivy League. Telling you that the origin, and I showed you on Google AI. And then he had the nerve to stay in my chat and say that the Google AI won't show you the whole context. Dr. King just gave you the whole context. But you think you know more than Dr. King. You didn't visit half the places in this world Dr. King spoke at. But you think that you know more. Do you know who Dr. King's professor was at Closure University in terms of anthropology and archaeology? No, you don't. Why? Because you're just a dumb nigga. That's it. That's all you were ever taught how to be. They're going to kick me off of YouTube for telling you the truth. I don't care. I have no respect for dumb niggas because the black community suffers the way it does because of dumb nigga-itis. And the only thing a black woman knows how to make is a dumb nigga. And then look at white boys as her solution. That's why she's in such a rush to... Why do you think she's in such a rush to now start dating outside of her race? Because she realized that her product is bad shit. Who you think made these dumb niggas? You did. Black woman, you did. You see that low IQ motherfucker in my chat? He's a product of a dumb black bitch. Straight up. Sorry. See me in the street, handle your business. You know I love that shit. I live and eat, sleep, breathe for that shit. Handle your business. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know about you. I like to taste blood. Maybe not as much as I used to, because I've learned to respect being whole, you know? You know what I had to learn the hard way? A lot of people don't understand this. I had to really learn this. You can't... You heard? Didn't it, though? Lauren, didn't it? It got real quiet. Facts. That's facts. You heard? That's why I went and I did that. I'm not even going into the rest of the documentation that's there. In fact, let's do that since we up here. Fuck it, we up here. Let's do it while we here. I put it up there, so might as well. Right? He's talking about his stupid ass. That's the problem. They have no exposure to real scholarship. If I don't show them, no one will ever show them. And you would think they would be grateful that I'm showing them instead of saying stupid shit. Oh, my pastor never showed me that. My church group never showed me that. Stupid motherfuckers. Dumb as the day is long. Let me make sure I'm in the right window. Yes, I am. Okay, let's do it. We already know this. Yes, it's all Hellenistic. It says, yes, the Bible, especially New Testament and parts of the Old Testament, is deeply intertwined with Hellenistic culture, right? Okay. You know what deeply intertwined means? It's like the veins and the sinew and the arteries inside your body are deeply intertwined. That's what that Greek shit is in the Bible, deeply intertwined. Excluding the spurious letter to Philocrates, the weight of internal structure, linguistic dependency, and Hellenistic source alignment establishes the Septuagint Greek primacy over any presumed earlier Hebrew Pentateuch. I will read that. Hold on 1 second. You know what that means, right, folks? You know what that deserves. I ain't got to say it. Y'all already know what that is, right? It just told you. It said Greek primacy over any presumed Hebrew presentation, right? So what does that mean? That's one. Okay. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Booyah.
Stupid motherfucker. Talking about it's all Greek. The very first one was Greek.
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
It was not ever Hebrew. The Hebrew is some later shit. The whole thing started in Greek. Not the New Testament. The New Testament too, plus the Old Testament. Both started in Greek. Remember, it's Judeo traditions that have married themselves to Greek thought and Greek thinking and Greek structure, and it's all Greek. It's all Hellenism. It's satanic. It's satanic, stupid. Why? Because in Hellenism, you don't know what the fuck they mixing with what. Why? Because they're using interpretatio, not interpretation. I know. You are too fucking stupid, too low IQ, and no education to know what the difference is between interpretation and interpretatio, because you have no education. When I'm talking to niggas with no education, I got to pretend like they understand what I'm saying. And so all these Jesus motherfuckers with no education who don't know the difference between interpretatio and interpretation, they don't understand what harm Hellenism does to a brain who's trying to grasp reality. It's like trying to save a mentally ill person by explaining to them what mental health looks like. That's what's going on right now. And that's why I always find myself exacerbated. And I have to get off of this train. I can't do this much longer. That's why I decided to do this run, because I'm not going to be doing this in the future. You cannot make a mentally ill person well by explaining to them what a mentally normal mind looks like. It's for the same reason that insane people don't speak sanity. Sane people don't speak insanity. It's two different languages. We don't, no sabi. We speak two different languages. That's why I said, this is like some charity shit. I'm like giving you my best research so that, or top tier shit, so that if you really want to solve your problem, you can see what it is. But I ain't gonna fight you on it. I'm like, you niggas want to stay drowning? Drown. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I hope your whole generation drowns with you. It'll be better for the whole community. The more you niggas that drown off, the better it is for us. I hate to tell you that. The last thing we need when we start our own community is some dumb nigga trying to make a church to drag you back into Hellenism so you can repeat the same fucking problems. Because nobody ever bothered them to teach them about Hellenism. And this is not Shakka-Ahmose. Read the sources, fool. Verdict: Septuagint primacy. The Pentateuch as a textual phenomenon emerged within the Septuagintal process, not before it. I know you don't understand what that means because you're stupid. Right? Goes on and on. Connection to primacy, Alexandrian authorship. Here we go. Right. Pre-exilic myth. Here we go. I'm not going through all of that shit. You want to watch this shit again? Go watch part 2. I'm getting back to the presentation. Fuck you. Stupid. Stay out of my chat. Now I'm going to kick you out just for being stupid. Where you at? Just for being a fucking... If I see anybody in here pushing Jesus again, they out of here. Because you distracted me. Hold on, let me find somebody pushing Jesus. Hold on one second. You fucking right. All day long. All day long. Facts. All motherfucking day long. Go back and watch part 2. All that shit is in there. You think I'm up here teaching you all of this shit so that you can fucking just ignore it? Like, what the fuck? All right, Robert, right? Is that who I think it is? Is that my Robert? I don't know if that's my Robert, right? When I say my Robert, I mean one of my homies. Right? Don't get shit twisted. You got to watch people out this bitch. Motherfucker, you say something, motherfucker trying to make it seem like you said something else. Nah, motherfucker, I ain't say that. Right? That's what you heard. These dumb motherfuckers don't know shit. They couldn't tell you who Philo of Alexandria is because they're too stupid. Right? It's too stupid. Fucking right. Another Christian lie. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Another Christian lie. They got the nerve to be in my chat saying we didn't prove it. I proved it last night. I proved it 2 episodes ago. Like everything else in life, you're late. And now you want us to backtrack to save you. Fuck you. Stay out there. Give a fuck about you. Why should I give a fuck about you when you don't give a fuck about the black community or saving it? Or you give a fuck about some damn Greek lie that you don't know anything about because you don't know where it came from. Because your educational construct has not been laid out for you. You ain't got no critical scholar. You don't know shit about shit. You just stupid. And somebody needs to tell you you're stupid. Who made you stupid? A bunch of black women who were traumatized by slavery, so they stuck in stupid. That's why they 75% or 70% of the Christians. Out of 75%, actually they're 90% of the Christians, or 95%. They are 95% of the Christians. Because if black America is 75% Christian and black women make up 70%, that means they're 95% of the Christian population. They are responsible for this intellectual deficit in our community. The black church is a matriarchy. Now you have seen what kind of intelligence a matriarchy produces. A people with the lowest IQ. So that's what you want? And that's why you keep getting your ass kicked. Because you're fighting against the people with the higher IQ. Why? Well, because history doesn't give a fuck about your feelings and your emotions. And since black women are more addicted to their needs are, how can I put this? Their needs are very attached to their emotions. You have to understand that about black women. Their needs are very attached to their emotions. You cannot have a demographic that is overly invested in their emotions leading. Do you think Donald Trump is doing the shit he's doing based on, hold on, watch this. Watch this shit. Let's think about it. None of us like Donald Trump. We can all admit that. Do you honestly think that Donald Trump is doing all of the shit he's doing based on emotions? The Trump administration, you think they're doing what they're doing based on emotions? No. You're reacting with emotions. They're not doing what they're doing based on emotions. Project 2025 did not come from emotions. They don't say, well, we feel this way and it struck me this way. Any black woman that comes to you with emotions outside of intimacy, keep her as far away from you as you possibly can. She's a danger not only to herself, but she's definitely detrimental to you. Definitely. If you can't deal in practical terms 100%, don't call yourself my equal. One of us is going to have to divorce ourselves from our emotion much quicker. And the problem is that most often people who think they're slicker or think they're more intelligent, they've first seduced themselves into thinking that they've divorced themselves in their emotions, from their emotions, in their preceding behavior. When in fact, they've just doubled down and just decided to conceal it more. Because the emotions have taken a hold of them. That's a, I don't want to call it an evolutionary thing. It's just something when you've operated that way all of your life. And that's all you know. It's your go-to. It's your default. What the fuck you gonna do? It's your motherfucking default. Okay? Here we go. Now, pushing Jesus is pushing the drug. Not for everybody. Some people are blessed enough to come out of it and break out of it. You know? Yo. Bro, as long as you learn it in the process and getting the information, that's all I really give a fuck about. Everything else, I don't give a shit. Don't care. All I want to know, Black School to Prison Pipeline, where we at? Oh, we passed this part. All right, let me get the document. Let me get this back to where we are so we can get back on point. Sorry about that person, people, but he just struck my nerve when he said that shit. Oh, y'all haven't proved this Greek. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you think we up here doing? Anyway, back to what we were talking about now that the dummies are gone. Because all they do is show up to be distractions anyway. They still worried about, we done moved on to the real shit. Talking about the black church, the school, the prison pipeline, they're still stuck on Jesus in the Bible. You can't deal with these fucking low IQ son of a bitches. Fuck them. Okay? I'm not reading this whole page again. We already did this page, I'm pretty sure. Right? Let's read this again. Median income, right? We did this right here. Yeah, the lower, yeah, we did this part right here. Right? I'll just go over it again real fast. Correlation analysis, causal sequence, religious overrepresentation, percentage of Christianity. Christianity functions as a cognitive framework. The higher its saturation within a group, the stronger the correlation with deference, obedience, and externalized locus of control. The data show Christian adherence increases as income and IQ decrease, indicating religion's adaptive role in compensating for structural disempowerment. That means it makes you stupid motherfucker. IQ range, cognitive performance. Speaking of stupid motherfuckers, IQ range corresponds roughly to environmental stimulation and analytic engagement. Populations with the lowest exposure to empirical reasoning environments due to religious epistemology and underfunded education register the lowest aggregate scores. Source, Nisbet Intelligence, and how to intelligence and how to get it. Herrnstein, Murray, Bell Curve, 1994, critically contested but data correlated. Income distribution. Median income, which is the most important income. Hierarchy follows IQ and educational performance indices, which themselves are shaped by access to analytical frameworks and critical pedagogy. Incarceration gradient. Incarceration rates invert directly against income and IQ distributions. The lower the cognitive capital, the higher the carceral exposure. If you don't understand that, go to jail. Fuck you. Here we go. Black church, highest religiosity, 75% Christian. Indoctrinates belief structures emphasizing faith, obedience, emotionalism, and anti-intellectualism. Limits development of analytic cognition required for academic and socioeconomic mobility. You want to raise your sons in that shit? Then you get what you deserve, right? Reinforce patriarchal and moralistic constraints that suppress adaptive reasoning under systemic stress. School, educational environments dominated by rote learning and disciplinary overreach, no analytic cultivation, heavy reliance on authority compliance, religious carryover, male behavioral nonconformity, criminalized early. Why? Because we rebel naturally against that which is against our survival. Prison, for-profit system, monetizes predictable outcomes. Incarceration acts as economic recycling of cognitive suppression. Thus, religious saturation leads to cognitive stagnation, leads to economic immobility, leads to carceral profitability. I'm giving y'all the game. If you don't want to pick it up, fuck y'all. Stay where you are as a race. Don't give a fuck. Comparative macro, because I did my job. Comparative macro observation. At the macro level, Eurocentric system, religious function as social anesthetic, or within economically subordinate populations. The black community reflects the extreme of this dynamic. Christianity weaponized as containment ideology, inherited from colonial pedagogy. And in other words, instead of calling it Christianity, just call it what it is, containment ideology. Inherited from what? Colonial pedagogy. It came into being as a colonial pedagogy, you fucking idiots. Right? And perpetuated through maternal transmission. That means the mother's passing on. The empirical correlation, did I highlight that? I'm sure I did. The empirical correlation between religious intensity, diminished cognitive metrics, low income, and high incarceration exposes the theological infrastructure of economic and carceral design. The Black church, as the most religious and least economically mobile group, sits at the apex of systemic predictability. The moral architecture of its faith perfectly tuned to the economic interests of its captors. That's it. That is the source of your hell on earth, the Black church. There is no other problem. Dumbasses. Axis and variables of the graph, because it showed you the graph. African Americans, 75%. Highest exposure, predominantly white female teachers. Do you see this? 75% Christian. IQ range, 85 to 90, you're the lowest. Median income, the lowest. Incarceration rate, the highest. Teacher bias note, you have the highest exposure of teacher bias. Why? Because they're predominantly white female teachers. 90% bias prevalence per your 2022 focus group data. Interpretation. The teacher bias layer functions as a magnifier for pre-existing social cognitive suppression seeded by religiosity and social economic factors. Excuse me, this is where I get another round of that shit. What they call that? Where they at? Where they at? I'm sorry, folks. They calling me. I just gave you the whole game. I just showed you the whole shit. Ain't nobody ever shown you that shit before. This is literally history in the making. And we're all present for it. Now the question is what you're going to do. Because Shakka has shown you. Seba, that means teacher. Headmaster, the headmaster has shown you. Or what do they call me in the streets? The legend. You know that's what they call me, right? The legend. Shakka-Ahmose. Yes. It's one of my favorite words. I've always liked that word. Because people that I admire are legendary. So to have that term conferred upon myself, yes, it's a distinction and an honor, right? I just showed you some shit ain't nobody ever showed you before in your life. This is the truth of the matter. These are the relationships between these numbers. Your numbers are a direct inversion from your religion to your incarceration. That's why it's called the Black. I wasn't just picking on the Black church. I had to go where the data led. If the data would have said it was something else, I would have went to if the data would have said the gym class, that's where it starts, or the streets, or drug houses, or premature sex, right? If whatever the data would have said, bad examples in the home, I would have went there. That's not what the data says. The data literally puts the Black church at the source and the foundation of all problems that ail the Black community. How can you know that? How can you have those statistics and that data in your hand and do nothing? How can the next day be normal for you? How can you walk through your community and feel like a good person? Looking at other young Black people going to and from school, knowing you have young Black people in your family going to schools. How can you feel like a decent, where's your self-respect as a Black person? Now that you know this, now that you've seen this, you could have screenshot any of that shit and just have that data at your disposal. How can you know this and do nothing? Maybe I'm different. Maybe because I'm from the 60s and the 70s and I know I lived experience directly what Black people of that period did. I'm a product of that. So maybe I have more fealty to that and more respect for it. But like Dr. Clark used to say, you are a disgrace to the skin you wear. When he used to say that shit, I used to be like, woo. You are a disgrace to the skin you wear. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I got some faults, all capital letters, faults, right? But I mean, I just got one fault, but it's such a horrible fault. It's just like, but that's my fault. Everybody got a light side and a dark side. That's just how it is. That's like, we didn't make that. I'm very leery of perfect people, though. I do not fuck with perfect people. If you are perfect, stay the fuck away from me. I have read the Sebayets. I know what the Sebayets say about perfection. If you come across something perfection, it's unnatural. Leave it alone. It's not natural. Okay? Why do you think the earth wobbles? Why do you think you have a counter circumpolar retrojection of the stars in astronomy? Right? You want to know what a miracle is? I'm going to do something Moses and Jesus can't do. Teach the unteachable. That's a fucking miracle. Teach motherfuckers that cannot be taught. No, I got it even worse for you. This one deserves a bomb too. It ain't teach motherfuckers that can't be taught. It's teach motherfuckers that will not be taught. Okay? Big difference. Willful ignorance. That is the black community's number one enemy. Not white people. Not the white man. Willful ignorance. Why? If I was a KKK member and I saw that you motherfuckers were still going to church and worshiping Jesus and all this other shit, you think I would respect you? You got to be out of your mind. The teacher bias layer functions as a magnifier for pre-existing social cognitive suppression seeded by religiosity and social economic factors. Let me just check on my window and make sure I'm in the right window. Yes, I am. Okay. Yeah, this shit takes stamina like your motherfucking jag. Analytic notes for the graph. The pipeline is cumulative and compounding. Church, cultural religious conditioning, partial intellectual suppression. School, majority white female teacher workforce, plus systemic racial bias, leads to academic underperformance and disciplinary targeting. 3, prison, exposure to structural law enforcement and for-profit prison system leads to the highest incarceration rates. They're giving you the layout. Correlation observation. They're telling you that all three of these things are related. Higher religiosity plus lower cognitive index plus lower income plus systemic educational bias equals exponential rise in incarceration probability. You already know what the fuck it is. Hold on, where we at? I had to do it. I'm giving y'all the game. I'm giving you the fucking game. The way you should follow me when I read stuff, I should not ever have to read it twice. Once I read a sentence to you once, what I said should stick with you like, holy shit, what the fuck did he just say? And then repeat it to yourself. Because what I'm showing you, nobody else can come and tell you different. They got to show you different. There's a difference. They can't tell you. All they're going to do is this. They're going to try to tell you different. They can't show you different. That's why they're going to try to tell you different. I'm from the show me state. I'm from the show me state. Period. Oh yeah, baby. Where we at? Let me see. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second. I just want to check something. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I told you I'm still here. I ain't going nowhere. At least not at the moment. Okay. So, where we at? Motherfucker think I came to play with you. No, nigga, I came to teach your unteachable ass. I could be in bed, curled up, watching a movie, chilling, right? Minding my business. Instead, I'm here trying to give y'all the fucking game. Hopefully, one of you will have enough cojones or the breastises to actually go present this information where it really matters, so you can help make a difference. I shouldn't have to do all the work. You know what I mean? This is work, people. Look, see that? Correlation observation. Higher religiosity plus lower cognitive index plus lower income plus systemic educational bias equals exponential rise in incarceration and probability. It's just coming to these conclusions from the data. That's it. Here's the graph that it created. Teacher-mediated racial bias increases pipeline risk. Black church leads to school, leads to prison, or the black church to school to prison pipeline. Religion, IQ, income, incarceration, and teacher bias. And then it gives you the graph to show you where people land. White Americans, Hispanic American, Black American. And look at the big gap where Asian American is. Look at that gap. The least involved in politics, the most money, the highest IQ, and the least amount of Christians. There's only one factor creating all of this. Only one. That's this right here. This is the only factor creating all of that. You better look at it. You cannot pay for this kind of knowledge. But I hope you have enough respect to go see my Cash App, which is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat, and it's in the description of this video. Whether you're watching it while I'm doing it live, or even if you watch it when this is over. If you're watching this a week or a month from now, go see my Cash App because you're getting the knowledge. Don't steal from me. That's what it is. If you come here and you get this kind of knowledge and you ain't going to see my Cash App, as far as I'm concerned, you stealing from me. That's it. I said it. You don't like it? Keep it a buck. It's breaking down the axis for you. The x-axis, religiosity, shows that African Americans have the highest church adherence. Asian Americans the lowest. Y-axis, IQ midpoints. IQ declines as church adherence increases. IQ declines as church adherence increases. That means the more church, the stupider you get. African Americans appear at the lowest end. Bubble size, incarceration rate. Incarceration rises sharply in groups with higher religiosity. And lower cognitive index, highlighting the macro effect of systemic constraints. Y'all see what the fuck I'm showing you? There ain't nobody even published a book on the new Jim Crow. What's that shit by Michelle Alexander, Kemetville, whatever her name is? This shit ain't in nobody's book. You can't find somebody's book showing you this shit. They're going to tell you it's the new Jim Crow. It's the prison system. That's the problem. It's racist laws. That's the problem. The problem with all of these black female scholars is they cannot see that they are the problem. What? In this system that has been set up, your own sexuality as a black woman, the white man was smart enough to make his greatest weapon. And you don't understand that because you take it for granted and think he's the one with the low IQ. No, he's smart enough to get you to produce men with lower IQs than him. The problem with the black woman is that she does not understand the Frankenstein that created her. I'm sitting here watching all of this shit from what's called 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁 in ancient Kemet, one with many eyes. I'm watching this shit from angles y'all can't even conceptualize just so I can get us out of this shit. We are in a fucking quicksand that we don't understand. I've been given certain tools by certain black women who gathered together decades ago and decided that they needed to produce black people that could solve black people's problems, which, as we learned from Amos Wilson, is the ultimate purpose and aim for education. Education is to solve your problems, not just as an individual, as a collective. Your problems is not the white man's problems. The white man's problems is not your problems. Dear black people, you have your own unique set of problems that you have not been given the skill sets or the tools with which to first identify, be cognizant of, process, and then solve. You have been given scholars generation in and scholars generation out, and you think it is a fucking game. The time draws nigh. And so, all I am telling you is that these white boys with this tech, they got something new for your ass coming up, and it's not going to be pretty. I'm trying to tell you, you cannot save yourself until you first restore your minds. The black church is the albatross. It's the Jesus albatross hanging around your neck. It's like, imagine if somebody threw you off a boat and they tied you to the anchor and threw you in. That's what the black church is to the black community. At least if I throw you in the water and you ain't got no anchor around you, at least you can swim. You might jump on the shark's back and go for a ride. I don't know. Or jump on the whale and go for a ride. Or the manta ray and go for, or you might jump into a boat or swim around and climb up the other side. You got options. But if I tie you to the anchor and throw you in the water, that's what the black church is around the neck of the black community. And anybody who tries to defend them, automatically, you don't hesitate. They are automatically an enemy. You have to think of them that way. If not, it doesn't mean that they cannot become an adversary, but you cannot solicit an addict in your quest to get people clean. The addict is going to always make sure there's a trap door which they can get back in because of that relationship with their addiction. The black community has been addicted to church and Jesus and the black church for about 250 years. Well, not that long, but about 100 years or more. Yeah, actually about 200 years. Damn. Shit. Damn. Almost damn. Hold on. 1865. I'm sorry, yeah. 1865 to 1965 is 100 years. I'm exhausted from doing all this teaching. 1965 to 2065. Yeah, 200 years. I was correct. Okay. 200 years. You cannot, you know what 200 years is? 200 years. Hold your breath for 200 years. You can see how long that is. You know how much can happen in 200 years? If we were in slavery in this country for 250 plus years, and black people have been a part of the church for 200 years. Think about what your nature is like, what you are really like. Think about it. What are you really like? Not about the story you tell yourself. What are you really the product of? You don't understand how much conditioning has gone into you and how those conditioning is different between the sexes. Black women and black men got a lot of shit between them. If we could get rid of that shit, oh my God. Like the kind of respect that we will have, people would be like, what happened to the old Negroes? This is a different black people. They figured out, they saw the game, and they did it in time, because it's a time factor. You don't have all the time in the world to fix this. You don't. You got to fix it while there's still time, if there's still time. So this is urgency. Why do you think I took my time to why do you think you didn't see me for months? What do you think I was doing? All in a month. What do you think I was doing? Yes, I've been working with the production stuff in Kemetville and all of that stuff, but I also realized that because I left YouTube, so many clowns came through and tried to convince you that they got the answers. I was like, no, I have to move them forward because there's too much stuff up here I haven't shared with them yet. Stuff I've been saving for years that I haven't shared with you yet, that I should have shared with you a long time ago. But I'm here now. I saw a comment somebody left, said, yay, he's back. Okay, well, make it count. Make it count. Don't just say, yeah, I'm back. Make it count. Right? Hold on one second. Let me put this up here. Right, here we go. All right, boom, here we go. A little bit of housekeeping as must be had, and then we're going to get back to this. I'm up here 6 hours already. Okay, I'm almost through. Hopefully, I want to call it Chris early tonight. I really do. I just had to come up here and do you think I wanted to do this tonight? I was tired. I wanted to go to bed. I wanted to chill. I wanted to watch a movie and just relax. But, no. My favorite saying, do it anyway. You don't feel like it? Do it anyway. You tired and exhausted? Do it anyway. There you go, people. It's $Shakka-Ahmose at Cash App. Just so that you know. Okay? $Shakka-Ahmose at Cash App. For those of you who are wondering. Okay? That's it. The link is at the top of the YouTube channel, and it's at the bottom of the description of the video. And yes, it matters. It's what inspires me and motivates me to keep on studying and keep on teaching. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I can't teach you if I can't survive. Duh. That's common sense. Here we go. There's some stuff about Jesus that y'all don't know about. That whole Jesus narrative. If I was to tell you, it would blow your mind. It would really blow your mind. I would tell you, get it. If I'm teaching, the best thing you should do is listen. Very good question. Ooh. That one you need to contact me for. Yeah, and I don't want no excuses, because all of my contacts is in the description of the video. So people can contact me from Lagos, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and people can contact me from all over the world. I don't accept any excuses from Black people who claim to have serious questions and want real substantive answers to solve their solutions and their problems, but you don't take the time to call, send an email, or send a text. Nah. And one thing about me that people should probably know, I'm a petty motherfucker. All right? I'm old school. I'm petty. Let's say I pay attention. I reach out to a lot of people online. I have one policy. I send you one email, one text, one message. If I don't hear from you, as far as I'm concerned, you're not interested. And I remember those who were not interested as much as I remember those who were interested. It's just how it is. Y'all know how it is. You the same way. They the same way. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Why are most got about spirituality? Why are most still in mental slavery? At this point, it's a choice. That's why I said you can't blame it on the white man anymore. The white man is a convenient excuse. He's a go-to default excuse, but you can't blame it on him. I'm not saying he's not a problem. The white man is as big of a problem as you refuse to solve your own problems. Right? The more you refuse to solve your own problems, the bigger a problem the white man is going to be for you and to you. That's simple. But it's not going to be, it's going to be the white man. It's going to be the Asian man. It's going to be the brown man. It's going to be other black men. That's why I said the situation that black people are in, particularly in the West, in America, no, you have no right to think that our foundational black America. Shut the fuck up. You have no right. You foundational black American motherfuckers are still stuck in the goddamn church. You still sucking Jesus' dick. The fuck are you talking about? Facts. Black America, you ain't, and I'm one of you. I come from that community. My mother's from South Carolina. My father's from Louisiana. I ain't ever hesitated behind that shit. I'm proud of both of those things. Why? Because I know what they survived. I know what they came through. I know what my great-grandparents came through. Real talk. They came off of them plantations, and they came out of that Civil War. Facts. Yeah. I'll tell you something else, too. I think about this, too, sometimes. If black people were to solve their own problems, starting with the black church, we could potentially become the greatest asset that America has. And I don't mean that. Here's the key thing. I don't mean that in an exploitative sense. But as long as you allow this problem to persist, truthfully speaking, you're just the problem and an accident waiting to happen for everybody else. And that's why people don't like you. But they got a love-hate relationship with you. They need you to exploit you. So on some levels, they got to pretend to like you. They tolerate you. It's not that they like you. They tolerate you. Yeah, I'm doing my job. That's all I really give a fuck about. Facts over feelings, baby. Oops. I fucked up. What did I just do? Oh, here we go. All right, yeah. Oh my God. I'm going to eat so much cake when I get off of this damn thing. I'm telling you. I got this pistachio cake that's calling my name. Here we go. I'm having some pistachio cake with some coconut milk with cinnamon and honey in it. Oh man. Yes. Yeah. Or I'm gonna have a huge bowl of pasta. My new favorite pasta is the 𝓈𝓐 red lentil pasta. Oh my God, I love that stuff. I need to do an ad for them. I love that stuff. Yeah, my pasta is dope. The way I make it truly al dente. I learned how to make it from Italians. Here we go. What am I on? I'm in the right window. Here we go. Let's get back to the data. That's what you're here for. Now hear me talk shit. All right. Here we go. Teacher bias annotation. It's coming from here again. Color median income rank. Oh, it's talking about the graph. Remember this stuff again. It's talking about this graph right here. The x-axis, religiosity, shows that African Americans have the highest church adherence, Asian Americans the lowest. The y-axis, IQ midpoints. IQ declines as church adherence increases. African Americans appear at the lowest end. Bubble size, incarceration rate. Incarceration rises sharply in groups with higher religiosity and lower cognitive index, highlighting the macro effect of systemic constraints. Color, median income rank. Darker colors indicate lower income. Visual correlation reinforces the link between income, incarceration, and cognitive factors. Teacher bias annotation. The arrow emphasizes that teacher-mediated racial bias in a majority white female workforce compounds the pipeline, magnifying the risk for African American males. What this translates that your sons, your boys cannot win. In this kind of system, your children cannot win. It's that simple. If they win, it's by accident or it's a miracle or it's a fluke. And you cannot win with those kind of per capita numbers. You got to get median numbers. You got to bring your average up. To bring your average up, you got to bring those numbers down. That's 70%, that's 75%. Christian, you got to bring that down to where the Asians are to even compete. 30 to 40%. You cannot compete in life because you threw the race for the afterlife. That's a sight game like a motherfucker. I'll say, oh, you know what that was. Hold on one second. Here it is. Let me give it to you. You already know what it is, people. You heard that. You heard that bar. You heard that bar. You cannot compete in life because you threw the game for the afterlife. Ain't nobody giving it to you like Shakka-Ahmose. Ain't nobody giving it to you like me. Straight up. You threw the game of life in favor of, you threw the game. Right? You forfeited the game in life in favor of the afterlife. That's essentially what you've done. And your children are footing the bill for it, you fucking cowards. That's right, you're fucking cowards. Your children are footing the bill for it. And you think that other people should come over here and respect you. You got to be out of your, you don't even respect yourselves. Why should other people come over here and respect you when you don't respect yourselves? How dare you? So ChatGPT gave me a grade. I got upset about it for the whole day. When it did this about a week or so ago, I got really pissed off. And it reminded me of a habit that I had in school growing up. Anytime I would get an A, I would get really upset and I would have an attitude for like about a week. Because I forgot how sensitive I was to grades. Because I haven't been in school in many years. I was very sensitive to grades in school coming up. So ChatGPT gave me a grade. It gave me an A for originality. It gave me an A for analytical structure. It gave me a B+. This really pissed me off. It gave me a B+ for data verification only in the section of teacher bias numeric values treated qualitatively. But that was not my fault. That is the way the study rendered the numbers. It gave it to you qualitatively, not quantitatively. So it gave you an overall big picture, and it should not have given me a B+. It should have given me an A for that. Overall impact, it gave me an A. Overall assessment, this is what OpenAI gave me. It said, Your research effectively demonstrates the Black church to school to prison pipeline with quantifiable correlations and a clear visual model. You know what that means. Automatically. Here it is. Where's it at? I'll take any one of them. That's my grade. I want to see one of you dumbass Christians get a grade that high from AI. I tell AI to grade me on everything I do. Everything I do. That's called culture. There's a saying in business. Culture trumps policy. It's the same thing as the rules change, but principles don't. Right? Now, the rules change, but principles don't is more extreme. The culture trumps policy is the same principle at a less extreme end of the spectrum, but it's the same shit. The rules change, the principles don't. Culture trumps policy. That means you can change the policy all you want. Culture is what is ingrained in people. And you got to understand how culture works. Shit. Now, you can't, culture is not an easy thing to change. That's why I'm up here doing my due diligence to give Black people really, I'm trying to arm your mind. I'm trying to arm you because if there's a little something, first of all, if you really believe in God like I do, if you know God like I do, God responds and reacts to stimulation. I'll say it again. God responds and reacts to stimulation. That's why you pray. Right? That's why your heart gets touched when you see something. Or you're motivated because of stimulation. Something has to stimulate you. And so because God responds to stimulation, I'm of the perspective, or my insight instructs me that there's an old saying, the truth does not need your help. Set the truth free and it will do its own job. That's it. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. I'm here to show you the data. Now, if the data doesn't convince you, what makes you think I could convince you? I'm be dumb, but I ain't stupid. I'm not going to try to do what the data can't do. That's stupid. I'm not going to do that. If the data can't convince you, it's telling you. Overall assessment, your research effectively demonstrates the Black church to school to prison pipeline with quantifiable correlations and a clear visual model. Incorporating teacher-mediated bias as an explicit amplification factor strengthens the argument while staying grounded in what? In documented trends. It didn't say grounded in Shakka's ideas about Christianity. That's why when that fool earlier said, oh, if your ideas about Christianity, they can't even think on a data level. That's how stupid they are. This is the leading factor. Look at what I'm showing you, people. If you don't ever see anything else for the rest of your life, don't forget that I lined it all up for you. Nobody else did this for you. There's no scholar you can name that did this for you. I'm sorry. I hate to hurt your feelings. I know it bothers you that I retained this distinction. But you wouldn't be fucking with me if I didn't. You wouldn't have hung out with me all night and listen to me run my mouth and talk my shit if I didn't. I think I earned the right to talk my shit if I'm giving you the data. I earned that right. So don't shit on me because I took a moment to immerse myself in the pleasure of showing you something I didn't even think I would ever see. The only advantage that I have is my cognitive predisposition and my cognitive style because of the data that I have interacted with throughout the fucking decades of studying history for over 30 years, 35 years. If you don't have that kind of research behind you, please stop pretending that you're on my level. It's insulting. Don't do that. I don't care what kind of degree you got. I don't care how many millions you got. I don't care how many mansions you live in, how many cars you fucking drive. If you have not studied as many years as I have, don't disrespect me by trying to convince yourself. Don't disrespect yourself. Don't disrespect the game. Just remember their faces. And that Jesus piece that they hold is the highest status in their community. Because that's what she is doing to him. She's passing on that trauma. Remember, I showed you the data. She ran to Christianity for safety because of the sexual abuse, and she ran to the church for that and brought her son along with her, not realizing that what protected her was not going to protect him. And it's still not protecting him. You are leaving them vulnerable. This is designed to leave them vulnerable and docile, unanalytical, unable to solve their own problems or your problems. He is supposed to solve her problems. How do you destroy that? By getting her to destroy him first. And that's what she does with this stuff. That's it, people. That's it. Oh, wow, I did it. Holy shit, I did it. That's the whole thing. I did it. I did it. I cannot believe I actually got through it. Y'all don't know what kind of physical strength this takes to do this, but like, I really did this. That's it. I won't get any prize on any podium. There will be no auditorium celebrating me. No large group of black people giving me my flowers because I just showed you something that nobody else will show you. I just literally gave you the guts, the anatomy and the physiology of the black church to school to prison pipeline, and I gave it to you supported with data and the correlating inverted numbers. You cannot make this stuff up. If you want to, if your ideology means more to you than truth, you and me got nothing to talk about. All I cared about was the facts, the truth and the fact. I didn't care about nothing else. I really did not care about anything else.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read, they cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything.
I can't believe I actually did it. I didn't think I was going to be able to get through this, but I did. 𝓈�𝓿𓄿𓅓 when I appreciate that. The only thing that I ask is, and this is what I ask everybody, please, thank you. That means a lot to me. It really does. The only thing that I ask all of you is just don't take it for granted. Right? Man, you just now showing up when it's finishing. Come on, I'm glad you're here anyway. I gotta call you because we need to just chop it up. It's one of my students. Very devoted young man who I have an immense amount of respect for. Most of men his age don't even care to learn, you know? You know what I respect about him? That student right there? What I really respect about him? And I hope he doesn't get mad with me saying this. He's not the strongest reader. But that, to me, is what makes it even more impressive. When you do something that comes easy to you, then there's no real victory. When you do something that's difficult and challenging, and you do it over and over and over again, that's a man to watch. That is a person, female or male, to watch. Because they develop something in their character that is going to yield a lot of reward. And so that particular student there, like I have different students. There's some that I think are just geniuses through the roof. I don't compare them to each other. What I do is I look for what is it about them that the work itself seeks in them. Right? I can't determine your relationship with the work. When you take a class with me, when people book sessions with me, if you want to take a class with me, just go into my description and you'll see 30 minutes, a 30-minute session one-on-one with Shakka-Ahmose. I just did one yesterday. Or 2 days ago, which was Sunday when I didn't come on. That's why I didn't come on, because I did when I was too tired. I was supposed to do this on Sunday. But I was like, I am not doing that because this particular student wore my ass out. Like I gotta really, like my brain really gotta be on when I'm dealing with this particular student. By the time I'm done, I'm exhausted. But this particular student here, Mr. Rogers, what I love about him is like one of the things I can say about each one of my students, which I find interesting, in each one of my students, as different as they are, I see a piece of myself. I see a piece of myself at different stages of my learning. So it's amazing to see it, but I never thought about that. It's amazing to see it. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like when you think of it's amazing to see it refracted in such a way that it's that it just shows up like that, where you can actually see it individual by individual. You're seeing yourself. I think I don't know, it's just a special thing. Like to actually see that in my students, it's like to know that they got it in them. Everybody don't have this in them. Everybody don't really care like they say they care. Like I said, for most people, it's just entertainment. Shakka, keep me company, right? Or whatever. Or I'm just going to hang out with Shakka for a while. Shakka's cool. That's cool. But most people don't really give a fuck. I give a fuck. When I see all of the dysfunction, all of the heartache, I don't know. I guess maybe black mothers crying needlessly to me has value, right? Like, how can you not care knowing that you could stop so much pain and so much loss in your community and then don't even try? You don't even say, fuck it, let me just go hard and give it to them. Either they got what it takes to embrace it and say, like, Shakka, we got this. You gave it, we got it. We're going to highlight you as we need you. Cool, no problem. What was the need for the Greco-Roman world to create Jesus? Was it to undermine the religions of the Nile Valley? Do you really want to know? I can tell you. Book a session. Look at my description, book a session, and I'll tell you. It's not something that I've shared with many people. If you really want to know the answer to that question, I don't share the answer to that question with many people. Because when you share it with too many people, it becomes vulgar knowledge. In other words, people place little value on it. It becomes common knowledge. The knowledge in my head is not common knowledge. Ain't shit common about my mind. I'm not the rapper Common. That would not be my rap name, Common. Okay? I liked him in Alice, but I loved him in Alice. So, facts. This dude's still at it. I appreciate you, Sway. Like, no one can refute me on those facts. No one. Nigga, you are you what my godparents used to call terminally stupid. Look at this nigga. Look at this. This is a dumb nigga. Still talking about the Democratic City plantation. I just showed you that the Republican states have the highest crime, the highest murder rate, and the highest violence. You're still stuck on fucking talking points. You're a dummy. You should go. I would tell you to, but I'm not going to do that because it's illegal for that. Thank you. That really means a lot to me, Debo. I really appreciate that. See that you get the achievement that I just did by finishing this, because I didn't think y'all don't know what kind of physicality it takes to do this. Real talk. Like, y'all don't know. Right? Y'all really don't know. Like, one of the things you don't know right now is I'm freezing in here. My feet are like icicles, and they've been like icicles for like the past hour or 2 hours, to be honest. But I'm like, ignore it. Just get through it. When they're done, you can warm up under the cover. Why are my feet like this? Why am I so cold? I didn't want to come up here tonight to do this because I knew I would be scantily clad, relatively speaking, right? I was going to wear something else that was warmer, but now I was like, I started out this way, let me finish this way. In uniform, right? The reason is because when I have the heat on in here, it makes me a little bit leery, because whether you notice or not, I don't know if you notice it, but you should notice by now, my residence is part of the set for the series that I'm producing, i.e. Kemetville. And let's just say I'm working on a series, right? I'm producing a series. And the space or the environment is part of the set. And so I'm very careful about too much heat or anything that can alter the well-being of the set. And so what I do is I leave the space literally at room temperature. Now, what that means is that at room temperature is going to reflect what a home or a residence or a house would feel during the given season outside. Right now, we're at like, I think 20 degrees maybe outside Fahrenheit. For y'all who don't, some of y'all do Celsius, right? What's the temperature? Whoa, shit. It's 11 degrees outside. So it's Arctic. 11 degrees. We're down almost in single digits. So therefore, being that my space is at room temperature, because once I turn that heat on, I mean, I have some heat going, right? But in order for me to be warm, I have to get up, walk all the way to the other side of the house, turn up thermostat, and that's just not something I really want to do. I haven't wanted to do it while I was on air, although I'm probably going to do it when I get off, because I just want to feel cozy when I go to bed. And it's like, yeah, and I'm about to jump into bed now. It's right there. So I'm actually getting rid of my bed. I have a very big bed, and I love my bed, but I'm getting rid of it because, well, let's just say I'm getting rid of it. And I'll be sleeping on this dope edifice that I purchased. I actually purchased it for guests, but when I saw them sleeping on it and how comfortable they looked, I'm like, I want to sleep on that. I don't want to sleep on this. Honestly, I use my bed mostly for exercising, to be quite honest. I do a lot of stretching and things like that, which I prefer to do on the bed, even though I do have mats for the floor. I'm just sharing that with you guys. I cannot believe I actually did this. I actually finished it. I didn't think I was going to be able to get through it. I really didn't. I really, really didn't. This one really kicked my ass. Yeah, but if you want to know, that's an important question. Really, that's the $1 billion question right there. That's $1 trillion question. What was the need for the Greco-Roman world to create Jesus? Was it to undermine the religions in the Nile Valley? I put it to you this much. I tell you this much. I could put $1,000 and bet anybody $1,000 that nobody in the chat could figure out the answer to that question. And I know. Because I know what I had to go through to get the answer to that question. I know how many years of study. I know how many footnotes and bibliographies I had. In other words, I had to know exactly how far back to go and where to go. If you don't know what the pressure points are in this valve, in this pipe, it's like a plumber. If you haven't studied plumbing, I know this because I've had to have some plumbing work done in my home recently. And the plumber happens to be a pastor. In fact, he's supposed to start studying with me this month. So he started watching me on YouTube. So I like to learn from people when they're working or just talk about their job and what kind of work it entails. And he's always describing to me the inner workings of the pipes behind the wall and how they work, right? Here's the thing. If you don't have the proper training or the insight to know what is behind those walls, and the crazy thing is they can walk in any building. They don't have to see behind the walls to know what's behind the walls. All they got to do is look at the fixture, and they can tell you exactly what's behind the wall. Sometimes they might have to break a little piece of the wall to see, but that's rare. Mostly people who are good, who've been working in their industry for years, they just got to look at something. And they can tell you what the whole thing is, how it interlocks, where the valves are, all of that, the shape of particular pipes that's connected from the sink to the bathtub. And so they can tell you all that shit. Christianity is very much, history in general, specialized research is very much the same way. Right? Unless you know, you don't know. Damn. I'm going to show you a low IQ. That's a low IQ person right there. That's a low IQ person. That proves the data's true. The same person who told you that the Republicans had the answers for you, while they got the highest murder rate and the highest violence and the highest criminals, I just showed you the stats. I documented that. I didn't give you my opinion. He wants to give you his opinion. And his opinion, I will lose every debate in the court's examination. Any data backing that up? His opinion. A fool is in love with his opinion. That's a fool. That is what Christianity produces. That is what black female culture inherited from her white Frankenstein maker produces. That's right. Facts over feelings. I'm trying to save you. No, I'm trying to help you save you. I can't save you. Things have gotten too deteriorated for me to tell you I can save you. I have to be realistic. I cannot save you. You know the old saying, like the old folks used to say, the life you save may be your own. Stop the life you save may be. Stop the life you save may be your own. So, premised on that, even if I can't save you, I would love to help you save you. I damn sure ain't gonna abandon you. Not at all. Do you know how rough that shit is? It's really wild. Like, especially my situation, because I have made it a point. I even started thinking the other day. I ain't even say that. I would say that on camera. All I'm saying is that hold on. I don't know. Let me see. Actually, I'm going to do a program. I'm going to do a response to the Zeitgeist propaganda, because what happened at the Zeitgeist was that a lot of people came out with propaganda saying that they debunked it. Most of the shit they did not debunk. They debunked maybe one or two things in it, and then they tried to, you give a Christian an inch, they take a mile. They tried to make it seem like everything was debunked, and everything was not debunked. So I'm going to do a response, revisiting Zeitgeist 2026, and show people what has not been debunked. That's all. When I think about all of the shit, man, that was the one fucked up thing about the internet and social media, is that a lot of misinformation and false things got to travel twice or 3 times or 100 times faster than those things that are true and those things that are accurate. And that's usually the way it works, because low IQ, there are more, first of all, in any situation, there are always going to be more low IQ people than high IQ. Don't think for 1 minute that just because Asians are at the highest IQ end of the spectrum in terms of racial demographics in our country, that doesn't mean when you go to Asia, everybody and their mother has an IQ. That's bullshit. Doesn't mean that at all. What it means is that they're talking about averages. They're talking about median averages and what the norm is, and given out particular circumstances in our particular history, Chinese people did not come to Christianity in America the way we did. White people in America did not come to Christianity in America the way we did. Native Americans did not come to Christianity in America the way we did. Black people are too fucking stupid to figure that out for themselves, to say, it's like Martin Luther King said, when he said, I fear that I have integrated our people into a burning building. Black people don't even have enough common sense to look back and say, wait, maybe we should not have walked this far in this direction. Look at where it has gotten us. It has got us on a hamster wheel, always going backwards, while other people always get ahead and make advances. Somewhere along the line, we went left when we should have went right. That means what? Anybody with a little bit of sense knows. That means you got to backtrack. That means get your ass out the church. You got to backtrack, right? And then come back down the road and make the necessary turns where you're supposed to go. Just common sense. I will be your GPS guide. Right? Let me see what you're saying, and then I'm gone. I'm out of here because I did it. Wonderful. Oh, wow, wonderful. I appreciate that, family. That means a lot to me. Absolutely. It really does. It means a lot to me. Absolutely. In fact, you know what I'm going to do for you guys? And in fact, Metafadaga 8022, I want you to remind me to do an updated presentation on Codex Game Over. Since it meant so much to you, that's your homework that I'm giving you. You got to look in my chat, in my description, get my contact info, and hit me up and say, Shaka, you told me to remind you to do the Codex Game Over, because I'll forget, right? Do the Codex Game Over update, because that's going to fuck your heads up. And that's when the Christians really going to be losing their minds. They're going to be mad as fuck. But I tell you that y'all don't even understand. Y'all really don't. I appreciate that in a very, very real way. Go visuals, I genuinely appreciate that. That means a lot to me. It makes a difference. Ultimately, there's a place that I'm really trying, especially black males. Ultimately, there's a place and a space that I want to lead you all to. I just don't want to be, I don't know, how can I put this? Because I came out of the church like everybody else who is a Black American, African American, I see the greatest need there. Why? Because when I see somebody crashing out on social media or on YouTube, and I know it's because they ain't got no father in the home, and they're not psychologically balanced because they grew up with an emotional woman pouring into them, especially from the church and all this other shit. So they I just watched somebody on True Crime the other day, young dude His girl, he thought his girl gave him an STD. Come to find out she didn't, but he went to Home Depot or Lowe's and shot her anyway because he thought she did. And what made it matters worse is that she was working there with his mother, and his mother told him, if you don't do it, you a bitch. And then tried to lie about it and got caught on a text. And this is an older black woman. This wasn't no young. This is an older black woman who told her son this. If he didn't go kill his baby mama, he was the bitch. And when he finally arrested, you can see it. Everything that he did came from his emotion. He was one of these emotionally volatile young males. And it's like a lot of that shit is anger from not having a father to take you by the hand and show you the world. You don't understand how important that is. When I tell you, let me explain something to you. I'm going to talk to you in a language that I think that y'all can relate to, because I think it's the kind of things that y'all really, really appreciate. Right? I appreciate that. I'm biased on. Let me I want to get that image with the did I get it? Oh, I got the wrong one. Here we go. That's a classic Shakka-Ahmose pose. I'm funny as shit. Right? So, what the fuck was I about to say? Well, I was about to say something profound too. Y'all sorry, I blew it laughing and joking. I was going to say something. But what the fuck was I about to say? I was about to say something to you guys. Maybe it's in a comment that'll remind me. Peace, shalom. Code is game over. I already said I'm going to do that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look. I didn't say it. You did. Keep it moving. Right? Certain people, I don't even... What's the word? Certain pockets, I don't even, I'm in another place. Facts. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Finally, somebody got it. Imagine being here for 6 hours in disagreement with the data given and still don't get it. And you think the white man is your biggest problem? Really? You better read that. Imagine, that was deep. Imagine being here 6 hours in disagreement with the data and still don't get it. Let me do it honor. Imagine being here you know what these are? Hours. Imagine being here 6 hours in disagreement with the data given and still don't get it. That's some serious shit. In fact, I gotta put... He earned it, but that one, that's real. That's real. Imagine being here for 6 hours in disagreement and you still don't get it. But like I told you, it's a combination of both. It's not that they can't get it or that they won't get it. It's a combination of both. Because they won't get it, they can't get it. So leave them there. Leave them there. It's like you driving down the highway and you stop and you tell the motherfucker, yo, get in the car. There's some crazy motherfuckers coming down the road. Get in the car. Now, if that motherfucker's still standing there, you a fool if you hang out and wait for him. You're like, oh, you good? Cool. Hit that metal. Fuck him. Fuck her. I don't care. Period. Don't care. Oh, that was smart. That was smart right there. This is what I'm. All right, so everything that I'm doing right now, right? Yes. Everything that I'm doing right now is really all about this. There's something about that science that they're not telling you and that they're not showing you. I have it together. I just don't want to show it to you before I show you everything else you need to know. So that by the time I get you to this part, where did that? He said it again. Hold on. Where he put that? I would have to. Oh, this is a really good question. Look, he said, I want to get all that. He said, would you say that we are too easily indoctrinated, or are we just too devoid of the innate spirituality that's in our blood? Spirituality is nothing but a product of education. That's number one. If your education is fucked up, your spirit is going to be disfigured. Okay? If your education is fucked up, your spirit is going to be disfigured. I know nobody ever taught you that, so therefore it sounds new to you. I'll say that one more time. If your education is fucked up, then your spirit will be fucked up. You saw that part about see this part right here? You see this part right here? If you knew how serious this part was, you would understand why everything else is the way it is for Black people, particularly in the West. Facts. If you really understood this part, that part right there, you don't even know. See that part right there? Knowing what I know that I have not shared with you all, it's giving me goosebumps right now. Because there's things I haven't shown you about that subject matter that you need to know about. Stick with me. Help me get through this process of, because I got about 4 or 5 other PowerPoints that I have to get through, because I don't want to be doing this shit after this year anymore. Anything I got to say on the PowerPoint, I want to get it done this year so I can just focus on my production shit. But I really felt that I disappeared for too long. And when I disappeared for too long, nature hates a vacuum. And so you had a lot of clowns trying to fill the vacuum that I left. And I just wasn't feeling it. So now you got these weird old boys. Yeah. This right here. This is what I'm ultimately going to lead you to and expose you to. I just have to make sure that you understand everything else first. That's why I did this presentation. It was a series. I did this series so you would understand the relationship between the Black church, or the relationship that is the Black church to school to prison pipeline. It's called the Ahmose Christian question. Let me show you what that looks like. So when you bring it up, all right, it looks like this. I'm sorry. I'm tired. So, in fact, here you go. Here we go. All right. I'm really tired. I might just get off of here and watch West Side Story. I got to get me a girlfriend. I can come over and curl up with me and watch West Side Story. I like to watch musicals. West Side Story, The Sound of Music, My Fair Lady. I found out some messed up shit about Audrey Hepburn. I heard she was crazy racist against black people. Facts. I got to tell my niece, because my niece is a news anchor, journalist, like with Don Lemon and all them people over at, whoever's still at NBC, because that's where my niece is. She loves herself some Audrey Hepburn. I got to contact her and let her know that Audrey Hepburn hated black people. Yeah. There's this video, I forgot the guy's name, Don something, where he was a Hollywood white guy, big actor. And he, on his deathbed, he told the truth about everybody who was a real super racist in Hollywood because he didn't want people to be fooled by the movies. And it's a really, really deep video. I saved it. Let me see. I'm a Christian. Here you go. Boom. Okay. So what you ask them is, anytime you get into a conversation with somebody about Christianity, this is what you need. You need to approach it like this. Hold on. Here we go. Right? Oh, sorry, I spelled my own name wrong. You know I'm tired. I'm tired as fuck. So I don't want to hear shit. Here we go. All right. Almost. After everything I just did, I deserve the right to be tired. In fact, I'm exhausted, to be quite honest. I got to get me a girlfriend to come and watch musicals with me. Let me see. Did they even use that term anymore, girlfriend? It's not a girlfriend. I don't want a girlfriend. I need just a cool female homie. You know what I'm saying? Somebody easy. Now, I bet my life has been too isolated for me to even know how to navigate something like that anymore. It really is. Let me see. Yeah, most question. Yes, here we go. All right. Oh man, you can see how many times still in spelling shit. Here we go. Cool. There we go. All right. Boom. In fact, I'll put this here. Boom. All right. So here you go. I knew it almost got me again. Because I'm tired. Here we go. All right. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. All right, cool. All right. It took me that long to write that. Here we go. All right. Let me see. Right. So I can't be complaining about no girlfriend because I'm notorious for not calling people back. It's just that when I get caught up and I'm studying and I'm focused, I do. Sometimes I don't return. I'm better at returning professional calls than I am at personal calls because I really don't have a personal life. Like, I don't fucking personal life, right? I really don't. I don't have a personal life. My life is just, all right, get it done, right? Whatever got to get done, get it done. Everything that we just talked about from episode 1 or presentation 1 to presentation number 4, which is this one, it's all centered around the almost Christian question, right? Can you answer the almost Christian question? That's what you should ask people. Can you answer the ACQ? What is the ACQ? Make this a real thing, people, because it is a real thing. Can you answer the almost Christian question. Well, what is the almost Christian question? How can Black people solve their own problems when they made a conscious choice not to, by virtue of giving the Black church a green light in their community? That's the almost Christian question. That's the ACQ. How can Black people win as long as they give the Black church a pass? That's a short way of saying it. How can Black people win as long as they give the Black church a pass? Answer that question. Because once they try to answer that question, that's when you got to come with the numbers. No. All of the correlating numbers that show Black people on the bottom all correlate with the leading factor, which is the religion in the Black community, the Black Christian church. That is what determines all of the other numbers, not Kentucky Fried Chicken. This fucking retard. He said it just proves that they have the same, that was the dumbest shit to say. It's scary to see how low IQ Black people can be. It's scary. The Black propensity for diet and diabetes, that doesn't start in grade school, you dumb fuck. That doesn't start in kindergarten and pre-K. Sunday school does. That shows you how serious this shit is. Look how early it starts in your life. My earliest memory, of course I'm a Gemini. I think if you're talking to me, hell yeah, I'm a Gemini. I've always been one. Absolutely. I don't argue about stupid shit anymore. Don't ask me about Black Muslim leaders because they stupid as fuck anyway. The fuck are you doing being a Black Muslim leader? Why are you a Black Muslim leader? Because you still colonized. Look, Black people are colonized up here, right? Hey, 7 Bars for 7 Brothers. I've never seen it. You got to come watch it with me. That's your homework. I don't want to hear it. That's your homework. You gonna come over here and we gonna watch that together. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. That's what's up. And then I get to choose a musical. Absolutely. In fact, I got to do the Shakka-Ahmose move. Here you go. Okay? You come over here and watch it. We're gonna watch that. Let me see. 7 Brides and 7 Brothers. Let me see. I know it's a classic. I know the title of it. I've just never seen it. Oh, of course. Absolutely. He said 100%. I worked with an indigenous Australian youth on exchange at college. They are overly represented in the jail system, and the biggest issue was detachment to culture, lack of a present father. Of course. It's the same shit everywhere. It's the same shit everywhere. How do you think you got child soldiers all throughout Africa? There's no father. Look, you got to understand something. You got to remember, most of us come from systems of rape. Most of the children that came out of this experience, enslavement experience, were fatherless children. Nobody talks about that. They make it seem like everybody came out with a mommy and a daddy. No. The majority of the children that came out of slavery came out of fatherless families. You talking about getting it out the mud? Shit, some of them, how many of them came out of families with no mother, no father? Because they were sold as a child. Or the parents were sold off as a child when they were children. Black people get their whole fucking humanity literally out of the mud. You talking about God created man from the dust? Yeah. Well, just like an ancient Kemet, we were literally created out of the dirt. You see Khnum up there with the... Y'all don't even know the type of shit that This father-son thing is a lot bigger than you think. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's a lot bigger than you think. And I would bend over. Oh, bullshit. Boy, me, why they say I hear better cock than you crow. Okay, the KFC comment was egregious. Right? So let me see. Lauren, you know you full of it. Come on, we'll do. Let's go. 7 brides, 7 brothers. I'll still be sitting here. It'll be June coming around. Like we talk about 7 brides. I would be have watched it by then. Let's see. Sound of Music is another one I haven't seen. My sisters loved it, and I think it's just because of that I was biased against it. I was like, oh, my sisters like it. I don't want to see it. Right? You have a genuine question. I don't speak about people I've never met. And that's a lie. I try not to speak about people that I've never met. Especially those persons who are as confrontational as I am, because if we get our wires crossed and our signals crossed, then it turns into something it should not have turned into begin with. And then what happens is that in the process, instead of gaining a comrade, you end up gaining an adversary and losing what could have been a comrade. And to the best of my knowledge, Black men, it would be far more advantageous for us to close ranks and gain more allies than gain more adversaries within our own ranks, which is why even when it comes to the Black church, if somebody gave me a wish and it was a genie or whatever, I wouldn't even say destroy the Black church. I don't think that would be the best route. I would think the best route is, like, my dream would be the Black church extending an olive branch saying, brother, we ain't gonna do like white folks and ignore you. We hear you. We're not stupid. We can see that what you're saying is true. You've done the homework. You've done the requisite research. We are going to respect that and bring you in so we can at least have a discourse. Why can't you claim to be ecumenical? Why can't you include your Kemetic brothers in the discourse so that we can instead close ranks instead of leaving this tool that they threw in our midst to keep us separated, which is what it does. That's because they're not really about that life. That's why I say, to me, I know the only real route is, well, I have a past in the background where I would otherwise I would solve my problems a certain way, where the person on the wrong end of that, they don't really have a choice, and they already know they don't have a choice, right? That's how I would normally solve my issues, because I could sleep better at night. That person already knows that it's not just me that is making the request, right? When certain people make requests, anybody that lives in these streets that lives real life and know how money changes hands, they know that when certain people make a request, you can't say no, right? Not unless you want to live in the witness protection program for the rest of your life. I don't fucking know. Some people do. I don't know. What the fuck do I know? Right? I'm just saying. Sometimes you just got to put people on notice. And my thing is, how serious? Like, to me, it's not a laughing matter. I'm laughing, I'm joking, but saving our kids is not a laughing matter. And if that means you got to press up on people in a certain way, and it's like, because the way I've always solved my shit when it came to certain things is, what are you willing to do for this? Because I know what I'm willing to do for it. Let's just stop all the conversation, and let's just bring it to right here. What are you willing to do with this? Because I know what I'm willing to do for this. That's the only thing that's going to separate you from me, or me from you. You say you care about Black children. I'm saying I care about Black children. Well, let's see what you're willing to do. And I'll show you first what I'm willing to do. I'll show you first. And then you got to decide, yo, is he real with this shit or is he not? Yeah, I'll show you first what I'm willing to do for this. Because I want to see Black. I know what it's like to be a black child. I was a black child. I know what it's like to grow up in that world. I know what it's like to grow up in this world as a black child. I know what I saw unfold in my own family. There's shit that I don't talk about because it's not meant to be talked about, right? I saw a lot of beautiful shit unfold in my family, but I saw a lot of things that are just systemic in black families. That's how you know I grew up in a black family. I grew up in a black. You ever seen the movie Claudine? I grew up in a black family. You ever seen the movie Cornbread Earl and Me? I grew up in a black family. You ever seen the movie Coolie High? I grew up in a black family. You ever seen Good Times? I grew up in a black family. I didn't grow up in 80s enough. Most of y'all don't even remember 80s enough. And I damn sure didn't grow up in different strokes, right? Actually, I did kind of have different strokes, but later on in my life, which is ironic, right? But they had, as children, I had in my early adulthood, in my early 20s, right? That was my different strokes era. Living in the mansion in New York and all that other shit. I did that, right? So I lived in a few mansions, to be quite honest. In fact, one of the persons who I lived in a mansion with, I'm going to bring on this platform because I want y'all to kind of get to know other aspects of me that other people who lived through it with me know. So if you hear from them, it won't be as hard for you to believe as if you hear from me. Because if you hear from me, you'll think, oh, Shakka just blah, 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 blah. He just talking shit. Like, I'm not talking shit. I'm telling you that this has been my life. But you understand it more when you hear it coming from the people who went through it with me. So I gotta convince certain people to come on platform, let down their guard for me, so that people can get to know me a little bit better. That's all. You heard? Right. Here we go. Let me see. Watch this. Hold on. I'm done. I'm almost out of here. I'm almost out this bitch. I'm tired. I always have my little. This is my wind down period where I'm winding down. I never just say, all right, that's it, bye. I slowly to the lead up and I wind down, leaving out. This is the way I show my appreciation for people to come spend their time with me. That's all. I'm going to ask you one or two more questions and I'm out. What were the main factors that contributed to Kemet's longevity to last for a millennium? What was the main factors that contributed to Kemet's longevity to last for a millennium? I would say the Shimsu Heru, the Shimsu Hor. That's what I would say, the Shimsu Hor. When it really comes down to it, the Shimsu Hor was the secret to their longevity. Because without the Shimsu Hor, you can't pay for shit. And every king has to have a treasure in which he could pay for things for. Okay? Let's see. Hold on. See, they're not really giving you the, see, that's what hold on one second. They're giving you the surface shit. See, this is the word. Watch this. I'm going to show you why you got to know history. Watch this. I'm going to show you why you got to know history. All right? Why history is everything. He asked me, what's that question he put on here? About Kemet? Here he said. He said, what were the main factors that contributed to Kemet's longevity to last for a millennium? I said the Shimsu Hor. Now I'm going to show you what AI said when I typed in Shimsu Hor. I'm going to show you how they give you bullshit until you know what to type in. Shimsu Hor. Now, this is for you spooky motherfuckers. It's going to give you all that fancy sounding shit. The Shimsu Hor, followers of Horus, refers to legendary followers or demigod rulers of ancient Egypt, connected to the deity Horus, who supposedly brought civilization before the first pharaohs, preserving sacred texts and advanced technology. This is for you social media motherfuckers, right? Though their historical existence is debated, appearing in myths, historical texts like Manethos and modern spiritual groups, embodying ancient wisdom and mysteries with modern interpretations linked to them, to all this dumb shit. Mythological rulers, guardians of knowledge, connections to Horus, historical debate, right, mythical figures, stupid motherfuckers. All right, watch this. They gave you all of this bullshit, semi-divine rulers, boo for all, and they're still going on and on and on. Watch this. Look, in ancient Egyptian history, the Shamsu-Hor, followers of Horus, was the official term for the royal tour used by the 𝓈𝓔𓄿 to assess wealth and what? Collect taxes. Tax collectors, that's what it was. Collecting taxes, money. They gave you all that mythological bullshit just to direct oversight. Imagine if relying solely on local officials, nomarchs, the king traveled to the districts to personally oversee the assessment of goods, to prevent corruption, to ensure accurate reporting of provincial wealth, to do the cattle count, right? All this was the Shamsu-Hor, right? The Shamsu-Hor served a dual purpose. It was a practical method. It was a practical method for revenue collection that funded grand projects like the pyramids. So why they couldn't just say that? You know why? Because you stupid motherfuckers don't want to hear all that fancy shit. You want to hear all that religious bullshit. You don't want to just say, well, how did they last so long? Because the king made sure everybody, their bills was being paid. Are you paying your bills? Are you paying your bills? I am the landlord of the land. I'm the king. I'm the 𝓈𝓔𓄿. You call the pharaoh, the Pera. Right? I am the tall house. I am the big house. Well, the tall house, right? I am the tall crown. That's how the economy stayed as stable as it was. Because all monies went to where they were supposed to go. And when monies did not go to where they were supposed to go, shit didn't last. Period. The number one thing that destroyed Kemet, and I'll tell you this much right now, and here's where they fucked up. When you're dealing with fractions, let's just say 2/3. 2/3, and you flip that into an improper fraction, 3/2. Right? 3/2. What is it? You end up with a mixed number or something, a mixed fraction, right? But you get, right? It's 1 and then 1 left over, 1 1/2, right? So, those are the same thing, right? I'm surprised I remember that, right? Point I'm making is, I was about to illustrate something for you about, okay, when you deal with a fraction improperly, when you put a numerator where a denominator belongs, and you put a denominator where a numeral belongs, you are going to be fucked up. You have your numbers inverted. The same thing with the whole graph I showed you tonight. Black people have a problem with numbers. We don't understand what they mean and how they work. You cannot place importance on the wrong thing and give it greater priority and think you're going to get a good outcome. And if you neglect the thing that actually requires your greatest priority, you are fucking yourself in the ass. And that's what ancient Kemet did. It underestimated ethnic loyalty. It underestimated ethnic loyalty in the face of immigration, over immigration. And by Kemet becoming over immigrated, it allowed a particular ethnic group to rise up through the way most immigrants rise up, through the military. And through the military, they became nobles. And as nobles, you could establish marriages with the elite. This is how they made their way to the throne. This is how they made their way to the throne. And by staying on the throne, they produced a particular king who made the deadly mistake. How can I put this? He made a bad, I always say he made a bad business deal. He made a bad business deal. And that's why when people get mad about white people and their issues with immigration, stop getting upset just because white people are not stupid enough to fall from the same thing you fell from, black people. You fell in Africa because you did not control your borders and your immigration policies. And because of that, your immigration policies ended up destroying you. They ended up destroying you, your immigration policies. And because white people are don't want to commit the same numerical suicide, you think they're bad people. How about say, hey, yo, you know what? We get it. We understand where you're coming from. In some ways, we can support you. In other ways that are just bad for everybody, we can't. That's a place to meet in the middle. You can't just uncompromisingly tell the people, yes, you are going to disappear, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it because we're going to use the democracy to. You got to remember, white people, because of, if we agree with Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, white people preoccupied with genetic annihilation, from an ideological perspective, they have every right to be concerned with their survival. Who the fuck are you to tell them, don't be concerned with your survival? Just, yeah, you know, we're going to just make this a planet full of people of color. Now, would I like to see a planet full of people of color? Of course. But that's no different than a white person wanting to see a planet full of white people, or at least a city or a state or a country that they feel that they're entitled to. Right? So I just think it's a conversation that could be had with a lot more respect than people just dismissing it out of hand. Why? Because, see, the thing about dumb niggas is that dumb niggas don't learn from their own past. That is how you know. I'm gonna get a DNB badge. It's called dumb nigga badge, and I'm gonna stick it on your Facebook account. I'm gonna find all your social media. I'm gonna put a DNB there, dumb nigga account, or DNA. DNA. I'm sorry, I said dumb nigga badge. So okay, I'm exhausted and I'm tired, so I'm saying dumb shit. Okay, the dumb nigga account. Okay, that's a, you know when you're on a DNA, a dumb nigga account. I'm talking about a DNB, dumb nigga badge. I'm gonna stick a dumb nigga badge on you, so you could say, oh, how do you know he's a dumb nigga, Shaka? Because I've been around a bunch of dumb niggas growing up all my life, so I know them when they start talking. And the first thing I can tell you about dumb nigga is that they don't know anything about history. They are 100% historically illiterate. These are the kind that think they're so fast that they're actually so slow. They're so slick, they end up sliding right by themselves, and they find themselves doing a lot of time in prison or just lives destroyed. Right? And the one thing, I'm always careful when I talk on those things, because I don't preclude any of those things from happening to me, because I've lived in this world long enough to know that life will blindside you. Just when you thought you was on a smooth track and everything was going good, and right next thing you know, you in a fucking pickles in a situation wondering, how the hell did I get here? It's because you're not perfect. And this world exploits the fact that you're not perfect, that you have a dark side. And now it invites all of us to entertain that dark side. And I live in the same world you live on. So like everybody else, you know, I have my things I have to contend with. You got your things you got to contend with. But in any event, I just said all of that to say that, to answer that question, how did Kemet fall? Kemet fell because really there's a few kings that you can blame. There's a few periods, but there's some. I mean, if you really at the end of the day, if you want to blame somebody, you can blame Akhenaten. But there are some things that happened after Akhenaten during the latter part of the New Kingdom, right before the Libyan period, or right before the third intermediate period, when you get the Meshwesh or the Ma or the Libo, they end up getting incorporated into the military by the Ramesses family. They become nobles through the military, and this is a confederation of mixed peoples. All right, you got sea people that are mixed with them, with the Ma, the Meshwesh, before they even come into the Delta region. So you get these people have had a foot. They've been in Kemet for a long time, but at only serving as police officers and soldiers. But now they really get a presence in the military. They move up. They become nobles. They intermarry with the throne. They create their own dynasty. That's how you get the Shoshanks, the Tekelats, right? That whole lineage, and a few people in that lineage. But this is when they become mixed. They become very intermixed with the native throne because they take native wives, black women, right? So, and remember, the Meshwesh was a mixed multitude of people. So, but their core was mostly what we would call today Berbers, Maghreb Berbers. But these people mixed with outsiders so long ago, like very, very early period in history when non-Africans first, because you have to remember when the Sea people attacked Kemet during the Ramesses period during Meneptah's reign, the Libu was amongst their supporters attacking Kemet. So they had the Meshwesh, the Ma, and the Sea peoples, the Pekalesh and all the rest of these people, they mixed. So by the time they're in Kemet, in the Delta during the Ramesses period, they done basically taken over the whole Delta region. It's an interesting demographic and ethnic group that gained power. And they end up gaining power. Long story short, after the beautiful 25th dynasty, which actually put them in their place, that's what that whole thing was about. The Kushites in the north was like, yo, what the fuck y'all doing? Y'all let these foreign people come in and do their shit? Like, they fucking up the game for everybody. So that's when you get Kashta, Pianki, Taharqa, Shabaka, right? And finally, Taharqa's son, they all come in and they clean up house, put shit in order. There's a revival. There's a Wemi Mehesu, right? A repetition of the rebirth, right? What they call a renaissance in Europe. All that stuff happens. The art is done the way it's supposed to be done. The literature is done the way it's supposed to be done. In other words, true Kemetic culture is coming back in. Why? Because all that shit started in the south anyway, right? And then the Assyrians come in. That's a war that the Kushites lose. And then you get those Said princelets or kinglets. They're not real kings. They're just kingdoms, small little fiefdoms. And they get kings from among them who support the Assyrians. But then some of those kings in the north, they develop relationships with the merchants further up south, because the merchant families, that's what happens to you get families that are creating these alliances all related to business. Right? And this is how you get, to shout out Samtik. He did one. Fuck Samtik, because he's the one that really fucked it up for the whole country in the end. Because he's the one that brought in the Greeks, FYI. Or rather, he rewarded the Greeks by allowing them to stay in Kemet. If you really want to know how Kemet fell, that was the beginning of the end. When Samtik, during the 26th dynasty, the beginning of the late kingdom, when he brings the Greeks in, the Icarians and the people from Halicarnassus, right? When he brings all of these people in, this is also the first time that the Bedouins come in, but the Bedouins come in with the Assyrians, right? This is when you get your first Arabs, and many of them were enslaved. They were enslaved mercenaries, prisoners of war, if you will, fighting on behalf of the Assyrians. This is how they first really developed in Kemet, when they're allowed to stay by Semitic. Semitic allowed certain people who flipped over to his side against the Assyrians. He rewarded them by allowing them to stay in Kemet. He would give them quarters. Like, this is your quarter. This is your neighborhood. Da 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 da. This is the first time these people are ever getting anywhere close to education. Right, and the Bedouins at this time, they weren't even allowed to get that high up the ladder as far as education. The Greeks were. And not only that, he gave them a whole fucking island the size of New York. That's what Semitic did. He gave the Greeks an island the size of New York. It's called 𝓈𓔔𓄿𓅅. They call it 𝓈𓔔𓄿. And then there was also I think Daphne. I forget the name of the other metropole they have there. But these people had their own riverways, riverfronts, highways. Y'all don't even want to know, boy. A whole lot of the person to study if you want to know how Kemetville is Semitic. Because this dude, when you have to pay for soldiers of another race to protect you from your own soldiers, you know that's the end of the country. That would be like Trump changing his whole cabinet to only Russians to protect him from his American cabinet. That's what Semitic did in the late kingdom. And when he did that, because he had to fight, he needed protection from the Makimoy. I know you don't know who the Makimoy is because you don't know shit about history. You're historically illiterate. Those were the elite Libyan soldiers, quote unquote native soldiers, underneath this Libyan king. He had to protect himself from his own Libyan underlings, his own Libyan subjects. And how did he do that? By bringing in Greeks and elevating them to higher status, making them officers. So he was punking his own people in his own land by giving these racially miscegenated Greeks, by giving them higher status in the society. And they developed their own economy because they had privilege and access to what? The fucking throne. So they became the haves while the natives was becoming have-nots, all in order for the king to protect his exchequer. Why? Because of the trade distribution between Kemet, which is now slowly becoming, it's still Kemet at this time. To protect the trade routes between the Aegean and Kemet. Yes, between Greece and Kemet, or the Mediterranean in general. Because at this time, commercially speaking, the Greeks got a lot going on at this time. So, that's when all that shit went down. And when they started getting their own cities, creating their own cults, their own temples, you don't understand. Kemet was really being transformed into Greece. They don't understand what really happened. Places that started off as military barracks became whole cities. You would have thought you was in Greece. They was making their own laws, their own rules. If you was a native of the land, you was like a peon in their land. You was nothing. In fact, they even had laws, racial laws, no intermarriages. No Greek person can marry, or no Greek woman can marry a native man. But a Greek man could take a native wife. And when you get native women who are many who are among the have-nots, and they see these Greek men who now have capital because of their relationship to the throne, where you think the woman gonna go? You get all of these native black women going over to these Greek men, creating these interracial children with no real fealty for the land, for the true indigenous of the land. So this is where a lot of this shit, it was like you were divesting yourself. You cannot racially divest yourself without economically investing yourself. No one has ever told you that. They told you it's okay to just procreate with anybody. Or just go ahead and procreate with anybody. How you think modern Africa lost most of its money? it became so incredibly corrupt because the colonial masters, the neo-colonial masters, was choosing the wives of the black leaders, and they were always white wives who came out of their intelligence schools. That's how they kept an eye on the money and on the territories in West Africa. And these women also had to give these black leaders children. That was part of the deal. And then these biracial, multiracial children would grow up with no connection to the native people, and they would take the wealth. That's why you always hear about this African prince living in California who bought all of Michael Jackson's clothing. This African prince over here whose father is a billionaire out of Nigeria. The people in Nigeria can't keep on lights, can't keep hospitals going. There should be no such thing as an African billionaire. With all the suffering that those people got over there, even to this day, a black woman from Nigeria went to South Africa. She went back to Nigeria and she cried because she saw how black people are supposed to be living when she was in South Africa. And she went back to Nigeria and she, oh my God, that woman cried, and that young girl. It just hurt her because she loves being Nigerian and she loves being home, but to see how mismanaged their country is compared to another country who's basically doing right by the people, she felt that. She felt that shit. So, what do I know? I don't know shit. Anyway, that's what happened. That's how Kemet fell. Kemet fell because it got racially out of control. Period. It got racially out of control. And the Romans knew, because once the Romans saw that, the Romans realized that was their ultimate weakness, and they took advantage of it. Yeah, they was like, we got this. So I hope that answered your question. Now, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm out of here. Hold on. If you want the answer to those questions, book a session. I'm out. London, I'm gonna hold you to 7 by 7 brothers. We'll see what you really made of. See if you got the courage to show up. I ain't even thinking about you because I know you don't. Let me see, what's this? Oh, I'm not doing that. Invite me on your platform and I'll talk about it. Okay. Here we go. Cool. All right, Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep. Make sure you visit the Cash App. That's very important. Inspire me and motivate me. I know one thing, if I come off this thing and I don't see any Cash App in there, I'm gonna make y'all wait for the next one. Seriously, I'm gonna make y'all seriously wait. I'm like, okay. If you show me through lack of contribution that my presence here doesn't mean anything, then that is exactly what I will give you. I will focus on endeavors that bring me funds. Because you're not going to have me out in the street talking about, oh, he taught me a lot, but I ain't give him shit. So now he can't pay his bills. Now he's fucked up in the game. We ain't doing that. There it is. I did it. I made it through. You made it through with me. Get in there and handle your business. With that, I'm out. $ Shakka-Ahmose. You already know what it is. And cool. Yeah, I should have been going. Facts. Okay, I love you back. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. I appreciate that. Wonderful. That means the world to me. Very much so. Let me see, especially when they don't understand. Well, he said fighting against illegal immigration is a Black American fight. Well, you don't see Asians complaining about it. Because they still at the top of the money maker. They still got the highest IQ. They still got the lowest incarceration rate, and they still got the least amount of Christians. So why should they complain about illegal immigrants? Their shit is good. Black people are addicted to this Jesus shit, and they don't understand the seriousness of it. It's not just oh yeah, I don't believe in Jesus no more. It's deeper than that. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Without question. Mass immigration. Fucked them up. Hotep, Uncle Johnson. That's one thing about mainstream teaching in Kemet. Black families. Okay, I believe. Oh, I should have done a deeper on question because I haven't seen you speak on someone you couldn't touch. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I just try to be smart moving forward. Last thing, look, any uninvited drama that comes my way is just a distraction. So I'm not trying to invite no drama, right? Because then, sometimes people have a way of making you want to revisit the old you, and I'm like, for what? To me, that's a lose-lose situation. At this point, at this stage of my life or where I'm at, everything should be win-win. If we interact with each other, it should be a win-win situation. That's why I had to get those distractors up out of my chat. Because you just here distracting. That's it. You're not contributing to it. So get the fuck up out of here. It should be a win-win. I'm teaching, right? Hopefully I'm being compensated for it. I'll figure out when I check my Cash App. And if I'm not, at least you winning because you learn it. And what I'm teaching you is not something anybody else is going to teach you. Anyway, I'm out. Uncle Johnson, Hotep. It's about to get warm in here, and I'm about to go get up under them covers and watch a film. I'm going to have some pistachio cake, too. I earned that shit. That's going to be my celebration. Oh, the next presentation coming up, y'all about to see some shit. The Christians are really going to lose their mind. That's all I'm going to tell you. The next presentation coming up, Christians are going to lose their minds. That's it. I'm out. Hotep, Uncle Johnson.